皆さん本当に日曜の朝早くからお越しいただいて本当にありがとうございます。ここに座られている方はきっとバイナンスジャパンさんがご提供いただいたビビチャームをゲットした人多くいると思うんですけれども、今日最後にもバイナンスジャパンさんが提供していただいているめちゃくちゃ可愛いテニスグッズ、ちょっと大きすぎてお渡しできないんで後日配送になるんですけれども、そちらもありますのでぜひ最後までお楽しみいただければ大変嬉しいなと思っております。でも1個目のセッションからですね、スペシャルなゲストをお迎えしてるんですけれども、ジャパンブロックチェーンウィーク自体が実は8年目になるんですね。で、8年目に皆さんに応援していただいてこうやって続けてこれていろんな歴史を見てきたんですけれども、私市場の中でもアリサさんがバイナンスジャパンの社長になったということで、新しい風、クリプトちょっとなんか落ち着いた雰囲気がここ数年あったと思うんですけど、これまた新しい風が吹くなとすごいワクワクしたニュースでして、で今日初めてパブリックの場でねこうやって登壇していただけるということで本当にようこそありがとうございます。
まいさんありがとうございます。私もこのような場に来れてとても光栄に思っています。今日はよろしくお願いします。
お願いします。はい、では早速なんですけど、アリサさんから簡単な自己紹介まずよろしいでしょうか。
はい、皆様はじめまして、そして久しぶりの方も多いと思います。この度バイナンスジャパンの代表取締役に就任させていただきました豊崎ありさと申します。私はもともとコンピューターサイエンスを大学で専攻していて、主に、技術畑の人間でした。でその中で私は、分散型システムについて勉強をしていて、でそこにブロックチェーン技術の可能性を見出させていただいておりました。で大学を卒業してからは外資の証券会社でデリバティブのトレーダーとして働いておりまして、でその後全く違う業界を試してみたくなり、Google で主に、検索という商品の商品開発と商品戦略を担っておりました。で2021年からはDeFi の方にどっぷり使っておりまして、過去5年間、セガというオンチェーン金融分散型システムの開発をしておりまして、2025年に事業売却をしております。その流れで今回のお話をいただきまして、やはり今までのバイナンスジャパン基盤や信頼の本当にプラットフォームっていうところをこの数年頑張ってまいりましたが、これからは本当に成長フェーズということで私がこれから牽引していけることをすごく楽しみにしておりますので、皆さんこれからもご指導サポートどうぞよろしくお願いします。
素晴らしい。アリサさんとは実は昔からの友人で、よく海外のカンファレンスとかでね私のセッションの前で話したりしてるのを見て、もう堂々と英語ですごい綺麗な英語ですごい堂々と話してて、グローバルで戦える本当強い女性っていう形でもう憧れの存在だったんですね。なのでこうやって日本の市場でこのまたバイナンスジャパンっていうブランドをしっかり率いてくださるっていうのがバイナンスファンとしてもすごい頼もしくて楽しみだなと思っています。で早速ちょっと質問なんですけど、やはりDeFi の世界にいたところからセファイに戻ってくるというか、そっちの方に入るってなった時に、アリサさんだったら例えば私のプロジェクトでもアドバイザーに入ってほしいなとかね、なんかそういう思うぐらいいろんなプロジェクトからのオファーも実際あったと思うんですけど、なぜバイナンスジャパンを選ばれたか、そこちょっと聞いてみたいですね。
ありがとうございます。そうですね、過去5年は本当にDeFi の人として、はい、界隈でたくさんアクティビティをさせていただいておりまして、マイさんとも2ヶ月モンテネグロで一緒に住んだりと、はい、すごく楽しい日々を送っていたんですが、もともと私がこのクリプトの業界に入った理由として、このブロックチェーン技術にすごく魅力を感じていて、でブロックチェーン技術をやはり社会的に実装したいっていう思いが今までずっとありました。で過去5年間やはり DeFi の領域でその実装を試みていた中、セガという製品は我々、DeFi のさらに、ステーキング商品の中ではかなりいい成績を残してはいたんですけれども、業界としてまだまだ DeFi はすごく小さくて、でやはり社会的実装を行うっていう観点からまずはもっとこの業界やこの技術を広めなきゃいけないという考えに至りました。 でその中でやはりバイナンスジャパンは当局からライセンスをもらっていたりですとか、その信頼の基盤がもう会社としてできている中、よりその社会実装っていうところの製品展開でしたり、より多くの人にこの素晴らしい業界を知ってもらうための一歩前のステップだなというふうに感じました。でその中やはりバイナンスジャパンでしかできないことっていうのがたくさんあると思っておりまして、この世界的なグループで、それで日本で築いていた信頼の基盤、この両方を持ってこれからより私の掲げるビジョンっていうのを日本で展開していきたいなと感じました。なのでそうなんです、ありがたいことにたくさんお話はいただいていた中、
そうだった
はい、もともとは次本当にどうしようってずっと考えていたんですけれども、この今回のお話があった時にもうこれしかないと確信したので、はい、すごく楽しみです。
いや本当楽しみです。で今ちょっと触れていただいたそのバイナンスジャパンだからこそできることっていうことをおっしゃってくださってて、やっぱユーザーの皆さんとかこれからユーザーになる皆さんがもうちょっとバイナンスジャパンどういう特色があるのってきっと聞きたいと思うので、その辺ちょっとご紹介いただけますか。
ありがとうございます。皆さんご存知の通り、暗号資産取引業っていうのは、日本で金融庁からライセンスを持って運営している業種です。でこちら他の、外資系の取引所っていうのは、日本に進出しようとしていた中、やはりそこの問題が今までクリアできなかったハードルといいますか、バイナンスジャパンはこの外資系の取引所として唯一今日本でかなり拡大している取引所になります。でそこって本当に今まで私の前任者が築いてきた信頼の基盤だと思っていまして、そこは本当に変え難いのかなと思っております。でその中でさらに、我々そのグローバルグループがあることによって、その本当に世界最大の流動性や取引量っていうところを日本のユーザーに提供することができます。それは我々グループとしての強みだと思っていまして、そこは本当にバイナンスジャパンでしかできないことだと思っています。なのでスプレッドがすごい薄いところでしたり、本当に多種多様な製品展開ができるっていうのがバイナンスジャパンの強みだと思います。で今この時点ですでに国内銘柄数ナンバーワンっていうところで66銘柄担当しておりまして、でさらに我々過去半年間円ベースのビットコインイーサリアム取引量が実は国内ナンバーワンになっております。はい、ありがとうございます。でそれはやはりこの基盤があるからこその強みだと思っていますし、本当に、昨年末からはペイペイ様との協業を行っておりまして、今すでにバイナンスジャパンのアプリからはペイペイマネーやペイペイポイントを通じて暗号資産を購入できることができますので、これはもう本当にここも日々の決済や日々のこれからの投資っていうところでバイナンスジャパンがどんどん使われていくお話なんではないのかなと思っております。なので本当にもうこの波に乗らないことはないというふうに考えておりまして、もう今すでに伸びてますし、これからもうどんどん伸び続ける会社だと私は信じてます。
素晴らしい、ありがとうございます。で、アントニーさんが今触れていただいた、今まで培ってきた信頼ベースの土台で、これからがあるわけですけれども、そのこれからアントニーさんはよりこういうふうにバイナンスをしていきたいとか、どういう構想を今お持ちなのかっていうのもちょっと聞いてみたいなと思いました。
ありがとうございます。結構こちらたくさん考えていて、主に3本の柱っていうふうに私は今後のバイナンスジャパンの成長を考えております。まず一つはその今まで培ってきたその信頼の基盤っていうところ、やはりユーザーの信頼っていうのは一番大事にしていきたい部分で、当局との関係値っていうところをこれからも引き継いでいく部分でしたり、やはりユーザーの信頼っていうのはそのプロダクトのオンボードのプロセスをより滑らかなものにしていったりですとか、実際に製品を使った時に心配する面が少なくなるように努力してまいりたいと思っております。であとはやはり暗号資産っていうそのプロダクト自体の位置づけですね。 やはりどうしてもまだ日本ではちょっと怖いとか不安とかやはり短期的な投機っていうふうに思われがちなんですけれどもサンフランシスコとかシリコンバレーとかもっとすごい先進的なことをたくさん行っているなんかグループとかに聞くと暗号資産の立ち位置ってどちらかというとポートフォリオの 5% からも大体 8% ぐらいを長期的にアロケートするアセットクラスっていうふうに最近は見られがちでして、その長期的なアグレッシブな資産っていう風な見方をどんどん作っていきたいなというふうには考えております。それが信頼の基盤になります。で2つ目の柱がやはり、ペイペイとの協業っていうところでより日々の生活にどうやってデジタル資産を組み込んでいくのか、これが結構キーになってくるのかなと思います。でこれちょっと一つ目の信頼の基盤だったりその長期的なアセットアロケーションの話にもなるんですけど、やはりペイペイ証券とか今かなり投資をユーザーに推していて、で日本もその全体でその NISA だったりとかやはり初めて来るそのインフレの波に人々がたくさん乗っているので、その時に暗号資産をその資産クラスとしてちゃんと勉強することっていうのはすごく必要なことだと思っております。なのでペイペイとの協業を通してやはり暗号資産っていう資産クラスの理解だったり認知理解、そしてパーセプションっていうところを広めていきたいなと思っております。で3本目の柱っていうところはやはり製品展開ですね。我々グループとしても今多種多様な製品展開を行っておりまして、そこのやはり、日本でできることで、あと日本のユーザーが好みそうなプロダクトっていうところを日本のインサイトを吸い上げてちゃんと開発していくっていうのが私の使命だと思っていて、もともとかなりその銘柄数っていうところに注目をしていた中、これからはいろんな資産クラスでしたり、あとはいろんなライセンスっていうところを検討していきたいなというふうに考えております。なので信頼の基盤っていう柱とペイペイとの協業を通して日々の生活に暗号資産を組み込んでいくっていうところの柱と製品展開っていう柱に私は結構注目をしております。
ありがとうございます。すごい分かりやすいご説明ありがとうございました。で、あっという間にあと5分っていう形になってしまったんですけれども、なんかそのユーザーの皆さんに何か伝えたいこととか、そうですね、があればせっかくなので伝えていただきたいなと思うんですけれども、何かございますでしょうか。
そうですね、ありがとうございます。そうですね、やはりこの業界長くいる人も多いと思うんですけれども今は本当にこれからマスアダプションしていく節目なんではないのかと考えております。で今こういう場にいる皆さんっていうのは本当にアーリーアダプターでこれから来る波っていうのを本当に乗れる方々なんだろうなというふうに考えていて本当にすごい先見の目をお持ちだなと考えております。でこれから先、日本っていうのは暗号資産がより盛り上がってくるモーメントだと思っていてやはり今後の税制でしたり規制の改正っていうのが大きく日本のユーザーの行動だったり認知を後押しすると思っています。で本当になんかこの業界こうアップダウンが激しくてでこう周りから見られる目っていうのもすごく暑い時はすごく人気が高いんですけどここ数年ちょっとなんか落ち着いている面もあって、でもその中やはりめげずにこの技術に対する信用だったりやりたいこと目的が明確にあると本当にこれから伸びる時に皆さんすごくいい機会がたくさん出てくると思うのでまず本当に一緒にこれからもこの業界を作っていければなというふうに思っているのとこれからもよろしくお願いしますっていう、はい、お話ですね。
ありがとうございます。で、アトイさんあれですよね、明日と明後日私たちジャパンブロックチェーンウィークって WebX さんともパートナーシップをさせていただいてまして実は 今日新しく最後に抽選会があるんですけど、最後にビジネスチケット5枚抽選で WebX のチケットが当たるっていうのもあるんで、まだチケットないんですって方は最後までいていただいたらと思うんですけれども、羽鳥さん、そこでもセッション何個か出られるですよね。
そうですね、明日は円ステーブルコインの実装というパネルに出させていただくのと、明後日はメインステージでキーノートさせていただきます、そこでもう少しバイナンスジャパンの今後について詳しく話す予定ですので、皆さんもしいらっしゃるようでしたらぜひよろしくお願いします。
はい、っていうのがキーノートももちろん楽しみなんですけど、羽鳥さんっていろんな分野でディスカッションすると次から次に良さっていうか、よりなんか深みとか考えてらっしゃることをすごく話すのが個人的にいつもお話うまいなと思ってるんですけど、そこで聞けるので、明日のそれこそパネルディスカッションとかも聞いていただくと、またアリサさんとか、あとはバイナンスジャパンの今後とかいろんな面が見えてくると思うので、ぜひどちらのセッションも明日もし WebX 行かれる予定がある方は聞いていただけたら大変嬉しいなと思っています。で、忘れずにまだバイナンスジャパンのアカウントをお持ちでない方はもうマストで必須です。できたらじゃなくて登録していただけると嬉しいなと私も思っております。ということで、今日は本当に初ステージ、初のなんていうかパブリックステージっていうのは一生に1回ですからね、それを私ジャパンブロックチェーンエクサミットが、迎えさせていただいて本当に光栄に思っています。本当に今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。はい。もう舞さんがね、いるからこそもう本当にすごい素晴らしいイベントを企画されていて、すごいいつも尊敬しております。舞さんももしなんか皆さんになんかメッセージがあったらぜひお願いします。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。そうですね、もう朝から皆さん集まっていただいてるんですけど、ぜひ最後までご一緒していただきたくて、疲れたらマッサージブースがあります。ワールドコインさんがマッサージしてくれます。で、もしリフレッシュしたいって方はまだ未販売のエナジードリンクじゃないみたいなんですけど、リフレッシュドリンク、なんかシリコンバレーとか主流らしいんですけど、集中力が高まるドリンクを1時から限定で100本提供するんで、最後までいていただいて、それで抽選会も楽しんで帰ってください。はい、では本当に素敵なセッションをどうもありがとうございました。皆さんもありがとうございます。
Good morning, everybody. It's full house. And thank you for joining this session. So today we are talking about ETFs together with three distinguished speakers, panelists. And my name is Takeshi Kito, and I am the representative director of GFTN. And let me briefly talking about this session. So the background. So with the increasing listing of crypto ETFs in the markets such as US and Hong Kong, the crypto ETF market is now getting bigger. And in the past, holding crypto means hold your own keys and then protect your own assets. But now, in those ETFs brought institutional investors, and it's moving from individuals to the institutional investors and the financial institutions. So at the same time, the management layer is being questioned because ETFs are still relying on the TradFi infrastructure. So here's a question: does the management layer stay in DeFi's hands or moving to TradFi or become something in between? So let's start by hearing each of panelists their own positions. So first question to all of you is how has the rise of ETFs changed your business? So anybody can take this question. So
okay, yeah, sure. So hello everyone, thanks for having me. My name is Nenter, Global CEO of Bitmart Exchange. We're a centralized exchange. It's been around for 8 years. So the question is, how does the introduction of ETFs affect our business? I think in short, when you look at first of all, I think when one misconception is that ETF flow are all institutional, because even though, yes, you see, the likes of the BlackRock's buying or whatnot, it's on behalf of their clients. When you look at just the US ETFs alone, approximately 80% of that volume is actually, wealth managers, etc., buying on behalf of their retail clients. So at least for the behavior in the US, you're seeing retail choosing to participate in crypto via regulated ETFs, ETP channels instead of going through traditional exchanges and on-chain, which says a lot. Now, when you break down the demographic, I think it tells further tells the story as well, because I believe based on BlackRock's survey, right, 49% of ETF buyers in the US are under the age of 35. So this is not just boomers buying ETFs, getting exposure to Bitcoin through these sort of traditional channels. And there's good reason for that, because of there's been a lot that has happened in our industry, whether or not it's the hacks or the FTXs of the world. So certainly from a trust perspective, I think at least in places in the world like the US, there's a tendency to shift over there. Has that affected global exchange businesses and on-chain or centralized? Yes. But I do think the value propositions are quite different, right? Because through ETFs, right, that you get access to sort of the main, at least as of today, you get access to your Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana's, XRPs, at least across places like Hong Kong, Canada, certain parts of Europe and the US. Those are the main assets. But if you want longer tail assets, I think you still have to go through the traditional exchange and on-chain venues. So in short, yes, it's completely affected the sort of flows from at least for those sort of core assets.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing the overall landscape of the ETF situation. So recapping your answer, so you are positive on that?
Well, look, I think it's positive for raising the standards for our industry as a whole, because whether or not you're an institution or you're a retail, you now understand there's a higher standard from everything, everything across custody, settlement, clearing, and overall risk management, right? And it's an easy, ETFs at the end of the day, you can access it directly through traditional applications, your Charles Schwab's of the world, your regular financial apps, right? So without having to care about crypto wallets, everything's abstracted away. So I think from that perspective, it raises the bar for centralized exchanges who are, for the most part, trying to do exactly that today, which is, be the front-end user-friendly entry layer with everything else in the back end. And I think, so definitely, I think it's a positive because it forces everyone in the industry that's operating in this space to raise those standards.
All right, thanks so much. So, Kenny? same question to you.
Yeah, I want to start with a bit of an introduction. I'm Ken. I'm head of growth at AFX. Most people wouldn't have heard of us. We are very, very new. So we are a new perp DEX in town, similar to Hyperliquid. We've done around nearly close to 2 billion in cumulative perp volume and over 22 mil in our vault in just over a month since our mainnet launch. So we're growing pretty fast. And yeah, excited to share more. So back to the question of how has the ETF era changed the expectation in the market? I think from our perspective, since BlackRock and Fidelity entered the field, it essentially opened up the floodgates and leveled up crypto as a whole, right? I'll give you a good example. Back when I first interacted with crypto, I was playing around with eToro, which is one of the first version of a centralized exchange. I sent $100 to my MetaMask on ETH mainnet, and I received $40. All right, it didn't tell me what the gas fee was. I was like, what the hell is going on? Did I get rugged? But fast forward to today, I think ETFs has partly contributed to leveling up crypto as a whole. From a product perspective, from a user perspective, everything is just a lot more in line with the traditional markets of how a product should be from a user perspective. But in terms of ETF, it is more of a passive exposure for traders. For traders that want more proactive or active exposure to crypto, at AFX, that's kind of what we're doing. So as a perp DEX, you can get more leverage, you can have more on-chain and perpetual trading. So that's kind of our play in the ETF field. So AFX is essentially giving users what ETFs can't give, right? Which is more for active users that want more exposure than being a passive ETF holder. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. So the same question, Joe.
Thank you for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Joe from Backpack. I'm leading the partnership globally at Backpack. And so in short, of course, this is great, and particularly for us, Backpack, because first of all, this ETF, like Nando said, raised awareness of Bitcoin globally. And traditional in finance, there are not too many people who want to or who can access to Bitcoin in a proper manner, but then they now can buy Bitcoin through ETF without being fear of being hacked or lost money around the transaction. But then more importantly for us, this Bitcoin ETF turned compliance as a product. We've been legitly or rigorously spending a lot of time and money and resource on being licensed in all over the world. And we just announced that we get MiCA license and also MiFID II license, which I think only 4 of Global Exchange has at this moment. And a lot of people say Backpack has been new or slow in terms of business development, but then this is something really we can prove that we've been working on with the players for longer term, and this is really the beginning of us shining in this regulated space, and we're going to many more regions with the same manner. So this was really a good push for us.
Thank you so much. So the next round of questions, I'd like to really define value preservation. So Neta briefly mentioned that both institutional investors and retail investors are coming and invest in the ETFs. But so I'd like to know how different their standards and how different their way of investing. So to all of you, so you can talk about that.
Yeah, sure. So the question of value preservation for institutional versus retail investors, how do they differ, right? So I guess when it comes to institutions, and there's varying degrees of institutions, but when you're because I think in crypto, lots of times, let's say you're a large whale or you have larger accounts that are trading. I think those institutions differ than sort of the call it 100 plus AUM type with fiduciary, lots of fiduciary duties. So on average, for institutions, it's all about capital preservation, minimizing drawdown, and it's about the risk management comes first before any sort of returns, right? I think that's first and foremost. Even when it comes to delta neutral arbitrage funds, right? If you're getting 10% drawdown in a month, that's already hitting that red line. So I think it's really more about the, a lot of it is centered around AML, KYC, controlling risk, not just from pricing perspective, but also, from every angle you can possibly think of, versus on the retail side, I think if you're just speaking of crypto natives, there's much capital preservation. You have to think back to, originally what people retail purchased Bitcoin for. It was to preserve the value of your assets relative to a debasing fiat currency. So I think that was sort of the initial angle. And from that perspective, you can sort of handle a much longer, retail typically holds for a much longer time frame. The tolerance for larger drawdowns, I think, is much, there's much more appetite, as can be seen by those that have held Bitcoin through 60, 70, 80% drawdowns. But then they're willing to risk that for asymmetric upside. And I think that's sort of the key differentiating factor between what retail considers preserving value and the institutional view. Because institutions, they're judged against, can you beat the underlying index, right? And for most, it's the S&P 500, call it 15% per annum. So if you're hitting 25, that's already considered doing pretty well. But then the capital preservation part, you have to manage your risk enough to make sure the drawdown is minimal.
Thank you. So, Kenjo, do you have any additions or different perspectives? Or maybe I may ask Ken, because you're more on the DeFi side. So how do you coexist with this institutional investors or the standards from your perspective?
Yeah, we think value preservation does have a core differentiator between institutions. They want more audit trail and transparency. Crypto and NFT traders want sovereignty and self-custody, right? Typically in the past that doesn't really melt together, but now we're seeing a convergence. And AFX is the perfect spot to demonstrate this, similar to Hyperliquid, where institutions can essentially have full on-chain transparency, whilst crypto traders can also have self-custody. And that's kind of the model we see seeing a lot of growth in crypto nowadays. Yeah.
So Joe, what about? And actually, all of us are from TradFi. So do you see this movement is going back to the TradFi or that kind of thing? So yeah, I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah. So some people say, like importing some of the TradFi principle to the crypto, but I think that's the other way around. So this is just we bringing Bitcoin exposure to the TradFi, and that's of course good for all of us. But I think some people, especially I think for people who been in long time in crypto, they see this as kind of losing some sense of crypto native spirits. And what it is really to hold the own keys, and that's a form of freedom from something significant above us, right? So that's kind of sad part. But then very exciting part is a lot of people enjoying price exposure, price movement, and opportunity to trade or to make money. And also, what we really have to kind of tell us is that self-custody is not for everyone. I think even for many of us in the room. So, sometimes ETF or sometimes centralized exchange are better and also safer way of owning or holding Bitcoin. So that's something kind of I see now.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the next question is management layer. Yeah, as I previously mentioned. So the question to Nenter, because Bitmart is operating around DeFi, TradFi, different kind of ETFs and crypto things. So in this ETF era, how do you think the management layer should be? How it should be structured?
That's a great question, because as the management layer, you're effectively coordinating across multiple rails, right? I.e. centralized exchange liquidity and sort of DeFi rails and newer tokenized equity exposure. I think one of the core elements that users tend to trust on the ETFs, that is like Joe had mentioned, it's sort of the traditional finance style risk segregation. So in terms of custody, in terms of settlement, right, utilizing different trusted players, whether or not it's qualified custodians or an individual third-party central clearing partner. So I think those are very important elements as you continue to really pull together different rails. But ultimately, the centralized exchange should be the user-friendly interface that sort of brings it all together.
So the question to Ken is, I'd like to hear your opinion on that the same question, but it's from the DeFi's perspective, plus some AI elements, because you are working around the AI space as well.
For AFX, we, besides being a perpetual DEX, we also want to be known as the home of AI agent trading. So let me tell you more about what you just asked, right? Which is on execution side, essentially we want on-chain execution to be deterministic. Before an agent commits to the next step, right? Today, actually, most of DeFi execution is probabilistic. What does that mean? It means that you submit a transaction, you wait, and then you see essentially what happens. I'll give you a funny example, which is like asking your wife what she wants for dinner. She might say she wants Japanese food, Thai food, or Chinese food, but at the end, she might just want Italian food, right? It's probabilistic. You don't really know what might happen, what might not happen, and you find out kind of later. In a deterministic finality situation, which is what you need in the future of DeFi, and as you integrate more AI agent capabilities, you essentially need to know what happened, and here's the proof, and it's done, right? And this is kind of what we're building towards for AFX. And another thing to mention is kind of the risk limits, because on most platform, AI agents decide when to follow the rules, but on FX, the protocol itself enforces the rules. So an example of this is last night, JP Morgan just announced, I think, their new AI agents that they're building in-house that trades between the stock market and the bond market during market volatility. They back-tested it for 20 years of data and found that they are generating 1% more yield annually, and the volatility is less. In that scenario, if they were to plug in AI agents, let's say hypothetically, into the blockchain market, they need to ensure that they don't lose X amount of money on such funds, right? Let's say 5 or 10% drawdown. So we are really enforcing this as a systematic layer to ensure that the AI agents don't run wild. If anyone's traded or played around with Codex or Claude and built their own AI agent to trade where you prompt like, oh, make me money, don't make any mistake, right? Have you seen those memes around on TikTok or IG? You don't really want your AI agent to run wild. So we are able to build systematic parameters inside where if you say don't lose $100, you really don't lose $100. Yes, that's kind of our management layer that we're building, and on top we're building a lot more exciting features because we ultimately believe AI agents is going to be the future of a majority of the volume coming into the crypto space.
All right, thanks so much. Yeah, and this summit is actually the Japan Blockchain Summit. So the question to Joe is we need more Japanese perspectives. And as you mentioned, you are getting licensed in different countries, right? So you say that Mika license in Europe, and you are preparing for the license in Japan. So I'd like to know your opinion or your insights on the Japanese market. So how Japanese regulator or regulatory environment demands for the management layer?
Yeah, thank you for asking. So this question, I think I'm not in a position to answer because we are not licensed here in Japan. But then potentially, what we can discuss here is that now crypto exchange is not just a crypto exchange. I think we are now turning into financial institutions. And from that perspective, what Backpack particularly building, I think this is quite an interesting example how financial institutions or crypto exchange can evolve. So for example, like as we discussed in Mika or globally, we've been offering now crypto product, but also US equities, cash equities, not tokenized equities on our platform. So you can now, with the collateral of Bitcoin, you can long on Tesla perpetuals, or with the Tesla cash equity, you can long on Bitcoin perpetuals. And also we offer multiple products, prediction market and whatnot. But then what I'm talking about here is that crossing the asset classes, you can utilize whatever you have in your portfolio to take position, whatever you want to do on an exchange. So this is quite an interesting example how we can utilize traditional financial assets with crypto, the product. So hopefully, not just in Japan I'm talking about, but globally, we can offer such management layer to global, because I think this is not something TradFi can offer. Perpetual product is not really common in the TradFi space. So as a crypto company, I think we all have, we all have the edge from this perspective. Yeah.
So yeah, it's a very specific question, but so in this Japanese market, who, for example, like settlement clearing, who should take the role in this ETF space? Any opinion or any?
Sorry, what was the question?
The question. So in terms of management layer, such as settlement, for example, in this Japanese market, who should take that role? Any opinion? Anybody?
Yeah, I think who should, I'm not sure, but then, or I probably shouldn't make a comment on that, but the how it should be is, I think, something we can change, three of us. So I think emails or whatever we, do, or credit card maybe, we don't know what's going on the behind, and we don't have to think about it. That's quite important. So we have to think from the concept of account abstraction way. So whatever people want to do, we just make it happen on the back end. And that's something, a good example is we offer Tesla shares on a platform, and if you withdraw it to Solana, we convert traditional share to tokenized equity automatically without knowing what's happening. And if you buy tokenized equity on Solana, if you deposit to Backpack, it's converted to traditional share with the instant, and people don't know what's happening. But this is a good example how settlement on-chain, off-chain could be. But then, I don't know who, but then I think how is quite important that question for us. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we all ultimately believe that more transparency, more public proof, and more on-chain will just give better assurance to everyone. We all know that different customers have different perspective on if they want to be self-custodied or they want to store it on a more centralized entity. But the issue and counterparty risk with that is it's kind of a black box model. You don't really know what's going on. And for the settlement layer or when regulators get involved, I think the best outcome will be just to be more transparent, right? If things are on chain, can be verified in public, anytime, anywhere, and who transacted what, when they transact, and all information behind it, I think that will overall will just help elevate how we operate in crypto. So yeah, to answer your question, it's really building a core framework to make everything on chain and to be more transparent, which is kind of what we're building at AFX as a fully on chain perp DEX.
Great. So any additions?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to my answer for the prior question. As the management layer, you're really just focused on the coordination, but in a more ideal world and according to best practices of TradFi, ultimately it comes down to segregating across different parties, right? Whether or not it's qualified custodians for the settlement side, and the custody side having a separate entity that's trusted for the clearing, instead of having, let's say, the centralized exchange do it themselves, just to minimize that counterparty risk, I think ultimately is the goal.
Right, thank you so much. And unfortunately, we are running out of time. So before closing, I'd like to ask you the one quick question. So based on today's discussion, what kind of changes in the coming year do we need to watch out? So maybe one line or a couple of words.
For me, I think it continues to be increased risk management. I think that's the part, because like Joe said, right, we're all turning into financial institutions, and the trust layer is the most important. So being able to continue to upgrade on security, compliance, and everything that builds that layer is the most important thing to watch.
Right, thanks so much. Ken?
Yeah, for us, it's more transparency. As we see more institution inflows, it's important to have everything on chain and be transparent. And we also believe in the philosophy of self-custody as well. So we're seeing that convergence now.
Yeah, from my perspective, regulatory shift for the movement is really one thing that we want to focus. And also that is going to drive not just the US, but also could be Japan or could be EU or globally. So that is something I pay attention to.
Yeah, thank you so much, all of you. So we are closing this session. So please give all panelists a round of applause. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。皆さんありがとうございます。日曜日こんな日に来ていただきまして、日曜日からこういうねクリプトカンファレンスに来て学んでいただけたのは大変ありがたい限りです。ちょっと簡単な自己紹介をそこでさせてもらいましょうか。
はい。
小田さんからまず。
はい、じゃあ、今司会の方からも紹介ありましたけれども、日本暗号資産等取引業協会というですね、暗号資産ステーブルコインの、認定自主規制団体の会長を3年間務めておりました。で、一連の資金決済法から金商法に改正されるんですけども、そこら辺をですね、自民党とか金商と一緒にどういうふうな枠組みでやっていくのかっていうのをですね、話をさせていただいたものです。よろしくお願いします。
ありがとうございます。私の方がジャパンブロックチェーンウィーク、このカンファレンスの主催をやっていて、ここかれこれ9年ほど、カンファレンス事業をやってまして、その他、マミンという会社で、エンターテインメント領域で事業開発をしております。今日はお越しいただきましてありがとうございます。で、ちょっと早速なんですけども、このタイトルの通り、税制改正、クリプトアセット自体が、金商法の扱いになるということで、今後変わっていく、税制に関して20% になるということだったり、あと分離課税であるということで、あとはクリプトからクリプトへの変換っていう、ここら辺はなかなか難しい部分ではあると思うんですけども、そこら辺をちょっと小田さんなりの、今後、今発表されているものから今後の流れっていうものはどうなのかというのをちょっと教えていただきたいなと。
はい、でもう皆さんすでにご存知だと思いますけども、暗号資産個人の税金がですね、日本最大 55% 今までだったのが、分離課税にこれから変わっていきます。で、今のところ2028年からって言われているんですけども、これいろんな調整がもしかしたらまた調整余地があってですね、前倒しの可能性も十分あるんですけども、この話っていうのはですね、3年前からですね、私とですね、自民党金融庁だいぶ深い話を始めてまして。でそのタイミングがですね、片山さつき先生、今財務大臣にやってるですね、片山先生がですね、自民党の金融関係の部会をやられてたんですね。で金融調査会という部会なんですけども、ここに3年前に私が講演させていただきまして、ちょうど3年前のタイミングで日本の暗号資産口座数が1000万口座を超えたんですよ。で1000万口座を超えたって話をさせていただいたところですね、1000万口座を超えたんだったらちゃんと金融として評価をしていきたいということをおっしゃっていただいて、でそこからですね、金商法改正に向けた流れで、金商法になることによって暗号資産税金に関しても分離課税にしていこうという流れがですね、一気に流れが進んでいたというところです。で今回結構その金商法にするにあたってですね、いろんな議論当局を組めてさせていただいてきまして、やっぱり金商法になってしまうと、いろいろとクリプトのプラスなところっていうのがいろいろ規制がかかっちゃうと大変だっていうのがあってですね、相当金融庁とか政府とも交渉してですね、で金商法にするんだけれどもクリプトの要はいろいろ自由にできるところっていうのはですね、最低限のところはちゃんと残してほしいということを議論させてもらいまして、で基本的にはその流れがですね受け入れていただいたというところです。はい、でおそらく4月14日来週のですね、火曜日ですかね、その金商法に改正するっていうのが国会で最終承認されるというところが今話になっておりまして、で施行されるのが多分来年の6月からですね、金商法が施行されるという流れになります。でそのことによって分離課税がですね、でこれがちょっと本来的に言うとその金商法施行されてですね、施行された年度からですね税制改正されるべきなんですけども、去年いろんな自民党側の調整がある中で金商法施行された翌年の1月1日からその税制変わるっていうところが自民党の税制大綱で載ってしまったがゆえにですね、今のところは2028年からって言われているんですけども、ここに関して言うと、まだどうなるか分かんないですけど、もしかしたらですねいろんな要因でですね、2027年からなる可能性も実はまだあるんじゃないかなとは思っていまして、それは今後ですね実は調整要因としてあるかとは思っています。であと柳井さんがさっきそのがあったですね、クリプトからクリプト、これが課税を抑えないようにっていう点も、これ実はいろんな事業者から要望があるんですけども、これって実は今日こういったところに集まっている方からするとすごい要望が強いんですけども、あんまりその一般のお客さんからの要望実はないんですよ、これって。で大変なお客さんがですね、やっぱりそのクリプトと日本円の取引しかしてないっていう観点、あと現実的に今回税制対象になるのが日本国内の登録業者での売却した分が対象になってくるんですけども、基本的に日本国内の事業者ってですねクリプト取引ってやってないっていう点もありまして、その観点からすると実は結構こういう会場から要望があるんですけど、一般からは要望がないっていう観点でどうなるかなっていうのは実はあります。
そうですよね。現実的にリファイ使ってとかそれで運用してって比率としては全体の1400万口座のうち 10% ぐらいなんだろうなっていう。
多分ないと思います。そんな言うと、はい。
そう考えると単純な投資商品って考えたら、円とクリプトっていう、ここで収まってしまうのでしょう。結局例えばユーロとドル変えたら税金払ってくれよっていうのは普通の FX も一緒だと思うんで、そこは仕方ないかなと。あとだからちょっと議論として金融商法の部分あるし、あとは小田さんが挙げてる日本の経済の再生っていうテーマでいうと、やっぱクリプトって新しい産業を作るっていうことだったり新しいインフラになるってすごい重要なテクノロジーであり要素じゃないですか。でもその枠組みは金融商法があってあるとかなり硬いというか本当に投資商品から脱却できなくなっちゃうというか、サイロ化するっていう感じがあって小田さんの中で日本の再生っていうところ、エネルギーとかいろんなジャンルがある中でクリプトのブロックチェーンというところでこういう風になったらいいなっていうことだったり、こういう風に使うべきだっていうのはありますかね。
そういう意味で言うとですね、僕はやっぱりクリプトの可能性、ブロックチェーンの可能性ってすごいあるなと思っていまして、で1年ぐらい前からですねいわゆる金融のオンチェーン化、これをですね実は提唱させていただきまして、ですね、去年の3月ぐらいからで、その時で金融のオンチェーン化ってまだあんまりですね皆さん知られてなかったことなんですけども、結構去年の段階から自民党とか金融庁とかオンチェーン化、これ特にアメリカが一気に金融オンチェーン化来ると思って話をさせていただきまして、さっきちょっと自分のプロフィールの中でですねJBC の話しかしなかったんですけども、直近までですねSBI グループでですね執行役員やっていまして、でそこで一応クリプト系 Web3 系を全般的に鑑賞させていただきまして、3年前にSBI グループジョインしてですね3年間そこでやらせてもらったんですけども、結構この3年前って正直SBI グループってあんまりクリプトって強くなかったんですよね。それがこの3年間のいろんなクリプト系 Web3 系の会社をですね商業務提携させてもらったりであったりとか、特に一番大きかったのが去年スターテールグループとですね商業務提携したんですけども、あれはもうまさに金融のオンチェーン化で、これまでこの30年間でですねいろんな取引がオフラインからオンラインに変わって、でこれからいろんな金融取引がオフチェーンからオンチェーンに変わっていくんじゃないかっていうことをですね去年3月ぐらいからいろんなところで提唱させていただきまして、でそれで去年の5、6月にですねまさにスターテールグループとSBI グループ協業するっていう枠組みをですね作らせていただいたんですけども、金融のオンチェーン化という文脈でいうとこれも圧倒的に流れが変わってくるなと思っていまして、で要はこれまではクリプトとかブロックチェーンよく分かんないからもうやりたくないよっていうのが金融業界の常識だったんですけども、多分これからはですね逆にブロックチェーン金融のオンチェーン化っていうのをちゃんと内容理解して自分たちの商売でどうそれを活用していくのか、これ対応できない会社は僕はもう5年後10年後はもう残ってないんじゃないかなと思っていまして、それくらいもう金融のオンチェーン化っていうのはですねすごい価値があるものだと思っています。で今年の3月から自民党が金融オンチェーン部会というのをですねしたんですけども、あれも結構去年からずっと話をしてて、ようやくこの3月からですね、平先生、木原先生、村井先生でやっていただきまして、で金融オンチェーンの構想に関してもですね自分の方でも提言させていただいたものが相当深く今回入っているんですけども、でも本当に日本とアメリカ含めてですね相当この金融オンチェーン化という文脈でいうともうありとあらゆる金融商品がですねこれからブロックチェーン上で取引されていく存在になっていくことっていうのはすごい価値があると思っています。
そうですね、1個前のセッションでちょっと僕は聞けてなかったんですけども、バックパックさんが出てたと言って、バックパックさんが今まさにそのど真ん中でオンチェーン化をし、日本ではちょっとサービス提供前なんですけども、株式をオンチェーン化したもの、それが売買でき、でかつそのオンチェーン化されたトークナイされたものが今度普通の現物にも戻ってくるっていう、結構現物に戻らないトークンが多い中、そういうところの領域まで来てるんで、日本でもそれってやっぱり24時間365日いけるってこれ可能性あるんですかね。
結論がありますね。でまさに今政府とか金融庁とかと議論しているのがですね、これまで日本って、いわゆるDEX とかデファイ、これ禁止されてるって結構皆さん思っていると思うんですけども、実は禁止されてないんですよ、これって。DEX デファイって。でこれ結構皆さん本当に勘違いしててダメだダメだって勝手に思っているんですけども、去年金融審議会っていうのがですね金融庁であったんですけども、この時にもですね実はこれ 結構僕も調整をだいぶして、DEX デファに関して言うと、あれって禁止と一切書いてないんですね。DEX デファって日本でも。で、実はすでに可能なんですよ、日本でも。で、可能なんですけども、ちゃんとやるときに、問題があったときにどうお客さんに対して対応していくのか、これをちゃんとやっていく必要があるんですけども、でまさに一連の政府の金融オンチェーン部外の流れでもですね、DEX デファに関してはちゃんと再評価、再定義をしていく必要があるんじゃないかっていう、この議論がこれから始まっていきます。で、その際に大事なこと、これ結構僕も前、金融庁と議論したんですけども、これまでの金融行政っていうのは、万が一のことがあったらお客さんに対してちゃんと払い戻ししなきゃいけませんよと、顧客保護って重要ですよが原則だったんですけども、僕はその原則っていうのは本来あるべきじゃないと思ってるんですね。どういうことかっていうと、万が一何かあった時にそれは全てお客さんの責任ですと。でその代わりこんなリスクがありますよと。例えばDEX電話に関して言うと、最悪なくなるかもしれませんよ。それ注意喚起をちゃんとして、で結構アメリカってそうなんですよね。グローバルってそうじゃないですか。こんなリスクがありますよと、リスクをちゃんとお客さんに対して話をして、お客さんがちゃんとそれを認めた上で取引をする。これが本来の金融だと思うんですよね。でそれが日本って何かあったら事業者が責任取らなきゃいけませんよってなっちゃってる。これがそもそも僕は間違いないと思ってるんですよ。これは逆にその暗号資産交換業をやっていた人間からしてそういうのはどうなって思うかもしれませんけども、これはやっぱり間違いなんですよね、これは。でこの原則をやっちゃう限りDEXデファイ認められないんですけども、これ実は僕先月ですね、金融庁と話をして、もうDEXデファイ認めるんだったらこれやっぱり大事ですよねって話も言って、それ実は一定の理解をですね今得ていただいているっていうのがありますので、その観点からするとですね、だいぶこれからDEXデファイに関してもですね日本でも進んでいくんじゃないかなと思っています。だからその際に大事なことっていうのは、こんなリスクがありますよっていうのをちゃんとDEXデファイサービスプロバイダーがお客さんに対して説明をして、それを承認してもらうということが条件になってくるんですけども、はい。
そうですよね、自己責任って言って解釈次第でいろいろ変わってくるんですけど、僕がカンファレンスをやっているっていうのもあって、そのプロモートするをサポートしていくっていう意味では結構センシティブな話ではありますし、DEX 以外で中央集権型の取引所をカンファレンスとしてバンバン押していくっていうのはできなかったりはするんですけども、とはいえセントラルエクスチェンジもそうだし DEX も一エンドユーザーとして使うことは違法ではないですし、自己責任ですよね。ただ本当に怖いのもあるので、結構リサーチをした上で使わないと、僕もやられたことありますし、意味不明なものに、そこは怖いところではありますね。
実際にそのクリプトエクスチェンジ交換業者やってた身からしてもですね、実は交換業者がそういう DEX 系とかブロックチェーン、いわゆるそのスマートコントラクトですね、それを使うケースって結構あるんですよ。それちゃんと金融庁に説明してですね、こんなリスク範囲の中でやっていきますっていうのはちゃんと説明をして認めてもらってっていうケースがあるので、その観点からも実は金融庁も別に DEX とかスマートコントラクトに関しては必ずしも全部ノーっていうわけじゃないっていうのは、これ結構大事な点で共有させていただきます。
信用力の高い、長いことやっていたっていう、そのサービスであれば認めるわけではないけども違法ではないっていうのをここを認識するのは本当大事な話ですね。
そうですね、はい。
じゃあその中でDEX であったり新しいサービス、新しい技術で、例えばここにいる方っていうのは半分はビジネス、半分はリテールインベスターの方だと仮定して、そのビジネス外の人たちが今後クリプト領域で自分で資産を作るっていうことだったり、気をつけるべきことって小田さん的にこういう投資アドバイス以外のところでこういう流れが来るんじゃないかとか、こういうのがいいんじゃないかなとかっていうのは
どうしても投資アドバイスに関連しちゃうんですけど、クリプトの世界になってるんで、でもやっぱりですね、僕は全体のポートフォリオの中で、全体資産の中での一定の割合っていうのはクリプトっていうのは持つべきだなとは思っていますし、あとやっぱり直近ですね、ステーキング、これやっぱりもう普及したことっていうのは僕はすごい大きいなと思っていまして、やっぱりステーキングってまだまだあまり皆さん認知されてない方いるかもしれませんけども、やっぱりイーサリアム系で大体年3から 4% ぐらいステーキング報酬が入ってくるっていう。でやっぱりSPI グループでも相当ステーキングって力入れてたんですよ。でやっぱりステーキングをやることによって、昔でいう例えば年 何%か金利が入ってきましたっていう世界がですね、今実際それがそうなっているっていうのは大きいかなと思っていますし、そういうのはやっぱりどんどん商品としてはこれから増えていくと思っています。で、あとこれからステーブルコインに関してもですね、いろんなところで僕ステーブルコインっていうのは実は初めこんなのやってうまくいかないなと思ってたんですよ、ステーブルコインって実は。で、一方でおととしぐらいからですね、ステーブルコインって僕が勘違いしたのが、ステーブルコインっていうのはその物をお金を送る送金決済用でステーブルコインって使われるって思ってたんですけども、やっぱり違うんだなと。これいわゆる金融の証拠金として使えるんだっていうことをですね、おととしぐらいにちゃんと理解してですね、でそれで、他の実はそのUSDC っていうステーブルコインをですね、日本に持ってきたものなんですけども、でああいったものをですね、いろいろサークル側と話をさせてもらって、彼のビジネスモデルをちゃんと理解してですね、やっぱりお金を送金決済に使われてるのって、本当に全体の取引の中のもう 0. 何%しかないんですよ。サークル、USDC とかに関しても、みんな金融証拠金として使っている。で、証拠金としてステーブルコイン考えた場合に、これはもう本当に可能性があるなと思って、でそれで、去年ですね、SBI グループでもそのステーブルコイン、僕もやっぱりやるべきだというふうに言ってですね、実際にスターテルグループと組んで、JBWS というのを発行に至ったんですけども、やっぱりステーブルコインを含めた可能性はあると思ってますね。
やはりそのなんだろう、デファイをどんどん使う一般的な日本国内でいうと1400万口座があって、そういう時にやっぱりステーキングとその USDC なりステーブルコインを使った運用っていうのが結構やっぱり爆発するような、なんでしょう、一番インパクトのある商品になってきそうですかね、日本で。
そうですね。で、多分これから発行されるのがですね、ステーブルコイン建てにすると年間で一定の金利が入ってくるっていうもので、おそらく今日本円だと 0. 何パーとかしか金利ないと思うんですけども、ステーブルコインだとですね、1% からもしくは数%金利が入ってくるっていう、多分そういった世界にこれから多分なっていくんですよ。でそうなってくると、今日本円大体日本円現金で1200兆円ぐらい現金資産があるっていう中でですね、その分がステーブルコインに入ってくるっていうだけで、これはすごい大きな世界になってくると思ってますね。
なんかそのステーブルコインでトランプ政権、アメリカ政府っていうところステーブルコインで、彼らは債券の部分とかをカバーするためにステーブルコイン欲しいっていうのもあるじゃないですか。日本円、それ SBI さんがやる、スターテールさんがやる、あとは JPYC がやるっていうと、あそこら辺はなんかより金融色が強くなってたりするもんなんですか。 JPYC って今どちらかというとペイメント寄りじゃないですか。
そうですね、JPYC さんはペイメントで、でよくなんかそのJPYC から JPYC とかって感じの、岡部さん自身が結構やってますけども、あれやっぱり変な話、JPYC も JPYC も結局一緒の使い方っていうのはしますし、個人もですね JPYC 使うってこともこれから増えていくと思ってますし、金融だけじゃないですけども、金融と送金決済を含めてですね、ステーブルコインというのはこれから本当に可能性があると思っています。
いや、僕自身もちょっとだけ個人の話すると、リスク取りたくないやつがやっぱり USDC を、レンディングして、今別にお金もらってないんですけどバックパックさんで運用してるんですけど、どのぐらいだろう、 3.5% ぐらい USDC ベースで、彼らもちゃんとした取引所っていうのもあってノーリスクであろうと中で 3.5% US ドルで回しているっていうのは、普通になんか外貨を買うよりは全然いいなっていう意味では、そういう一つの金融資産作るっていうので、リスクを減らしながらやるっていうのには、使い勝手のいい本当商品だなとは思いますね。
今の関連でいうと、結構今その海外どうなっているかというとですね、例えばその給与の支払いとか送金とか、大体毎月末とかに支払いあるじゃないですか。で1日から29日まで運用するんですよ。で年 3% とか 4% で運用するんですね。で月末のタイミングでそれをその口座に変えて送金をするっていう、結構なんかそういう使われ方だからその、眠ってる運用期間っていうのが結構あるのを、そういうのが皆さんやってるっていう印象なんかありますね。
そうするとやっぱりこの今、ここ1年2年ぐらいの流れでいうと、やっぱりクリプトの領域だとステーキングであったりとかレンディングサービスとステーブルコインの組み合わせっていうところがやっぱりインパクトな大きい、変化の生むような商品になってくるそうですかね。
そうですね、はい。
じゃあそろそろ時間ということで、今日は小田さんにいろいろ聞かせていただいたんですけど、もうちょっとまたね、次回の時は小田さんの新しいチャレンジの領域もちょっと聞きたかったところですけど、今日はクリプトの話がちょっと多かったですけども、また次回ではその辺の話もよろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございました。
ざいます。このセッションはですね、もう暗号資産の市場の話とかそういったところを中心にできればと思ってるんですけど、まさにテーマがビットコインは底をつけたのかと、僕もめちゃくちゃ気になります。ちょっとそのあたりをですね、とあと今そのビットコインの投資に関してもいろんなファクターというか要素が、そのトレジャリーとかそういったものが出てきてますので、そういったところをいろいろお二人のお話をお伺いしようと思います。私幻冬舎という出版社で暗号資産の専門メディア新しい経済というやってます志田と申します。よろしくお願いします。ちょっと初めに簡単に自己紹介を大木さんの方から。
そうですね、こんにちは、アライドアーキテクツ株式会社の、取締役 CCO の大木と申します。よろしくお願いします。
はい、楽天ウォレットのシニアアナリストの松田と申します。よろしくお願いします。
はい、じゃあ早速ですね、僕らもメディアとして私自身はメディアとしても暗号資産の市場状況の話をしてますし、松田さんはアナリストとしても今の市場を見てると思います。で、ビットコイン昨年の10月ぐらいが多分最高値、市場最高値を更新して、日本円でいうと1900万弱ぐらいまで上がりましたが、そこから下落して現在で、直近でもまたやっぱりちょっと落ちたりということがありました。ちょっと松田さんからまずですね、ここ直近のこの市場の感じというかですね、
はい、
どう見られてるか、はい、本当に今これそこなんでしょうかというところも含めてですね、お伺いできればと思っております。
そうですね。で、直近、今年に入ってこう落ちて、はい、で、6万ドルで1回、これで底打ったかなと思ったんですけど、直近もう1回割りましたと。で直近で、こう5月6月と下がった、主な要因はまず財務面でいうと、ご承知のように一つはクラリティ法案、これも成立間違いなしと思ったら、ね、どうも廃案になるかもしれんと。
長引いてますよね。
長引いてますね。長引いていて、あれは、5月に、上院の委員会を通って上院委員会通ってみたらですね、あと日程足らんなと。いうことになって、今回、月曜日から上院が再開するんですね。はい、で4週間だけやるんですよ。で4週間やって夏季休会に入って、で夏季休会までに上院の本会議を通らないと、その中間選挙までの成立が難しくて、で中間選挙でもし共和党が負けちゃうと、大体与党負けるんですけど、そうすると、年末に会期末で廃案になると。
なるほど。
そうなんです。だからで実は最初、今回来週から上院が始まった後に上院でもし可決しても、その後下院も通らなくちゃいけないんですけど、でもそれはですね、どうも、この4週間の間に上院の本会議さえ通れば、上院と下院の間でなんかカンファレンスっていう統一の妥協案つくんですよね。その作業は休会中もできるらしいんで、
なるほど。
ともかく8月の第1週ぐらいまでに本会議通るというのがデッドラインになってるという感じですね。でこれが一つ、
これが一つの要因ですね。トランプさんにはFIFA の会長に電話してないで電話がもらえると
本当にしてほしいんですけど、でもう一つは、ウォーシュ新しい、ね、議長が来て、これも今年の初めはですね、今年は最初は利下げかななんて言ってたのが、どうも次利上げらしいと。これでさらに、帽子さんがFRB のバランスシートをね、こう縮小しようというふうにして作業部会立ち上げたんですね。昨日金曜日に発表され木曜日かな、金曜日に発表されたそのバランスシートの、部会の会長じゃないですけどやってるのがラジャンっていう元インドの中銀総裁とかなんか大所連れてきてやるので、これがあったと。でこの2つが大きかったんですけど、材料的には。でもやっぱ実はこんだけ下がったのはもう需給で、その一つは ETF のフローが全然マイナスになりましたということで、もう一つはストラテジー社が買いだったのがどうも売りに回るかもしれないと、ここが一番大きかったのかなというふうに思いますね。
なるほど。奥さんまさにそのストラテジー社、ビットコインを 財務戦略に取り入れているトレジャリー企業、脱党とか言われますけれども、直近でも確かにちょっと売ったみたいな報道があって、それで価格に影響したなって感じ見てるんですけど、荒井戸さんも今このまさにトレジャリー戦略をこう進めようとしているところじゃないですか、はい、このあたりのストラテジー社の動きってどう見られてます？
そうですね、荒井戸も、脱党、いわゆる脱党、はい、トレジャリー、ビジネスですね、財務戦略の一環として、暗号資産を持つ、運用するということをやってるんですけど、ストラテジー社はもう元祖ですから、
そうですね、
ものすごく、参考にしているというか、なんなら、応援もしているというか、はい、特に何も関係もないんですけど、いろいろと、頑張ってくださいという気持ちは根底にありますと。で、売った売らない、ですごく注目されてますが、あれは僕的に見ると、結構前から、ビットコインを売っていく方針っていうのはありますよっていうのを今年の1月ぐらいから言ってる話なんですね。で、いきなりサプライズ的に売ったっていうよりかは、どっちかっていうとマーケットとちゃんとコミュニケーションができてなくて、売るよって言ってたのが伝わってなくて売ったからああいう感じになったのかなとは思ったんですけど、いずれにしろこう私的に見てたら、なんであんなに、売るって言っていたのに、いざ売ったらものすごくショッキングな出来事かのように、メディアの方々もいや志田さんのとこじゃないですよ。
多分売ったってニュースしたと思います
インフルエンサーの方々も、なんなら日本だとあれはね当然、ナスダック上場の会社なんで、株倉の方々もこう売ったっていうのだけがヘッドラインになっちゃって結構大騒ぎになったかなっていう、印象はあるんですが、あれは結構なんていうんですかね、ちゃんと戦略的に考えての売りなんじゃないかなとは思ってはいますね。はい。
増田さんでも20数 BTC ぐらいだと記憶してるんですけど、ここ直近で売ったのが。
そうですね、最初がね32ビットコインで、先週が3588、2億ドルぐらい売ったんですね。だから最初の売ったのはあれ5月の決算発表の時にもうこれから売りますと、それは配当のためですと、いうふうに言ってて、で彼の理屈っていうのはその配当のために払い売ります。で、それによってなんていうんですか、準備金を一定程度準備して配当についてもビットコインを定期的に売ることによって配当払います。それによって優先株のね信用が上がって調達がやりやすくなるから1売って10買うんだと言ってんですね。本当にそんなことできるのかなっていうのはそれはそれで僕ねちょっと個人的にちょっとセイラさんちょっと喋る好きかなみたいなところがあって、今回も配当のためにビットコイン売りますと。配当のためにビットコイン売ってるとあれ年間今配当利回り 12% ですから、ビットコインね優先株発行してビットコイン買います。それに 12% の配当はビットコイン売ってやりますって言ったら 12×896 であれ8年でなくなっちゃうじゃんという話なので、それに対してセイダさんね、いやいやビットコインが年利 3.3% で上昇したら永遠に払い続けるなんてことを言ったんですけど、
なるほど、
そんなこと言わなくていいんですよ。それ言っちゃうとじゃあ上がらなかったらどうするんだっていう
不安になります
し、で今もうビットコイン十分持ってるんで今すぐに払えないとかそういう話じゃないんで、それはいいんですけど、ただで言っても彼らが配当で払わなくちゃいけないのは今大体ね、17.6 億ドルですから年間3000億円ぐらいですかね、売らなくちゃいけないっていう話なんですけど、彼らって、今500億ドルぐらい持ってますしビットコインをね、なんで年間17.6 億ドルぐらいだったら別に大したことないんで、その売り圧力はそんな大したことないんですけども、ただもしかすると今後は買ってくれないかもしれないと、そこがちょっと不安視させるところになってるのかなというふうには思いますね。
なるほど。買い圧がちょっと弱まるかもしんだ。もしかしたらこの今冬の相場と言われてますけど、
はい、
とはいえこの下落して今の価格を維持この半年ぐらい維持できてるのは、ストラテジーが買ってたからかもしれないという考え方ってことですか？
おっしゃるとおりです。数字で言うと、この2つストラテジー社と ETF が主な買い手で、ETF は2024年にできた時は年間350億ドル、大体5兆円ぐらい買ったんですよね。で去年は最後の方売ったんで、ネットでね210億ドルぐらい買ってたんですよ。ただ ETF って今年実はネットでマイナスなんですよね。50億ドル売ってるんですよ。でその分それでもここで耐えてたのはストラテジー社が買ってたからで、ストラテジー社って2024年2025年ってほぼマイニングで発行するのと同じないしはもうちょっと多く買ってたんですけど、今年に関してはマイニングの発行量のね倍ぐらい買ってるんですよね。この人が買わなくなったらやばいなっていうので、ちょっと価格が調整してるっていうところはあるんだと思います。
なるほど。ただ今ちょっと市場の感情全体感をお伺いしたんですよ。もちろんそのアメリカの暗号資産規正法の問題もあるし、もちろんその中東情勢戦争の問題もその上にさらにあるしっていう状況の中ですけど、結構やっぱりこのストラテジー社にビットコイン市場に関してはなんか一喜一憂させられてるっていう感じになってるんでしょうかね。
そうですね、そうですね。で短期的には、調整はやむを得ないと、もう調整したんだと思うんですけど、マーケットって大体もう最悪の事態が起きたらそこでね、反応しますし、あともう一つ注目なのは彼らって今回売った時に配当準備金は手つけなかったんですよ。配当準備金そのままで今回の6月の配当は全部ビットコイン売って2億ドルね売ってそれで充当したんで、7月からは配当が月2回になるんで今度15日に配当支払いがあるんですよね。でこの配当支払いをどうするつもりなんだと、それをもう今後はね毎回配当ごとにビットコインを売ってそれを充当するのか、それともマーケットによってね彼らが言ってる M ダムが上だとか下だとかそれによって調整するとか、それが今週来週ぐらいには方針見えてくるかなっていう感じがしますね。
でもそこねで大地さんそれで言うともちろんビットコインに関してはストラテジーが強いですけど、メタプラネットとかも国内ではあると、で逆にビットコイン以外の暗号資産に関してもこういったトレジャリー企業っていうのがあって、やっぱりそこの影響力っていうのは今後やっぱり増えていくみたいに考えられてますか？その各トークンに各暗号資産におけるダットの存在っていうのがどういうふうになっていくのかなと。なんか今の松田さんのお話だとまずその需給面である程度こう存在感を示しているみたいな状況あると思うんですけど、多分それだけじゃない気がしてて、役割もしかしたらそのトレジャリー企業の役割、だからそのあたりをまさに大木さんのところもただ買うっていうだけじゃない、買う予定っていうわけじゃないじゃないですか、アライドアーキテクト。そこら辺の存在ってどうなっていくのかなみたいなところの考えをお伺いできますか？
そうですね、それで言うとそれこそジャパンブロックチェーンウィークサミットのメインスポンサーのビットマインさんとかイーサリアムで世界最大の、ダットですけど、彼らはなんですかね、イーサリアムということでビットコインと違うところはイーサリアムってステーキングができますよねと、エコシステムに貢献というか、ブロックチェーンの取引の承認プロセスで貢献することで報酬として、今だったら 2,3% ぐらいであると思うんですけど、そういった利回りがもらえますと。でビットマインもちょっと額忘れちゃいましたけど、相当なイーサリアムを持っているので、全然 2,3% でも相当な額の、ステーキング報酬というのが常に入ってくるという状態なのですと。で、ビットコインと違うのはね、ビットコインって別にステーキングってないし、本当ガチ保、をするだけっていうのが特徴だと思うんですけど、イーサリアムとはそういうのがありますと。で、あと最近、ビットマインさん周りでね、それこそこの後トム・リーさんと私セッションがあっていろいろ聞きたいなと思ってるんですけど、最近イーサリアムエコシステム界隈で大きな動きがあって、イーサラボっていう団体と イーサリアム・インスティテューショナルっていう、団体が生まれたと、
はい、
でこれ両方ともファンディングしてるのが、ね、まさにビットマインさんだったりするというところで、イーサラボっていうのはイーサリアム系の、R&D とかを、やる、研究団体みたいな感じで、イーサリアム・インスティテューショナルの方は、BD ですよね、いわゆるビジネスディベロップメント、日本でいうと、金融機関さんとか大企業さんにそうそうイーサリアム使ってくださいみたいな、その普及活動をするところで、そういったところを含めて、DAT がそのイーサリアムのビットマインはもうイーサリアム財団よりイーサを持っているっていう、
そうなんですよね、
現実があるので、そういった DAT 企業がイーサリアムの全体的な発展のために、貢献していくっていう、流れはすでにあるし、アライドは、まだまだ規模は小さいですけど、でかつなんか我々は特定の、暗号資産をのみ買いますとか運用しますっていうスタンスではなくて、オンチェーン金融銘柄ということで、いろいろとその、複数の、マルチアセットダットって言ったりするんですけど、複数、一応今貼ってますよっていうスタンスなんですけど、まだまだ規模は小さいんですが、今後はそういったビットマインさんのようにそのエコシステム全体をサポートするっていうような活動ですかね、っていうのは、できたなとは思ってますと。
ありがとうございます、だから面白いですよね、その実際自分たちの株価を上げる動向だけじゃなくて、本当にそのでも結局イーサリアムの価格が上がればビットマインさんの価値も上がるっていう、シンプルに言えばそういうロジックでイーサリアムのエコシステムに貢献する団体で、これがちょっとここにいる方詳しいと思うんですけど、ここ数年のイーサリアムファウンデーション財団のごたごたした人が離れてるのがあり、ちょっとそこがいろいろ言われてた中で、そこを辞めた人たちがビットマインさんと一緒にそういう新しい組織を作ろうとしてるみたいな、これもしかしたらDATがなかったらなかったような動きかもしれないなと思ってるんです。
そうですよね、やっぱりそのビットコインだと、それこそ何でしたっけ、独立記念日の時にマイケル・セーラーとかも、ビットコインって別にもう変わらないことがいいことなんだよみたいな、話なんで、もう全くもうブロックチェーンというか、暗号資産の中でも全然別次元なんですよ。でその他といったらですけど、オンチェーン金融銘柄、今だったらイーサリアムとソラナとか、もしかしたらハイパーリキッドとか、ありますけど、彼らっていかに使ってもらうか、アプリを作ってもらったり、それこそ金融機関に使ってもらったり、トランザクション量を増やしたりとか、開発者をたくさん呼んできてとかっていうところが勝負なんで、そこをなんていうんですかね、そこで確かにイーサリアム財団、っていうのはいろいろ議論っていうのはあるんですけど、なかなかファンディングの面でそういうのが今までサポートできてこなかった一方で、例えばソラナだとか、日本だったらアバランチさんとか、ちょっと前までポリゴンさんとかいろいろいて、なんですかね、積極的に、普及活動っていうのをしてきた、そこをなんですかね、イーサリアムといえど、実際積極的にもっとそういった活動で競争していかないと、シェアを奪われてしまうような期間が、あったのかなっていう、感じはしますよね。
ちょっと面白い。DATもストラテジーは昔から一番老舗ですけど、どんどんと出てきて、去年ぐらいから日本の上場企業も増えてきて、でもやめますみたいなのも増えてきてみたいな今現時点じゃないですか。だいぶちょっとそこの在り方変わってきたなと思うんですけど、松田さん的にはどう見られるんですか。いわゆる、投資家からすると、ビットコイン現物買う、DAT企業の株を買う、でこれから2028年にはおそらく ETF を買うみたいな感じで、選択肢は多いわけじゃないですかね。その中でDAT企業の可能性を、暗号資産も含めて全体の金融を見られている松田さんはどう捉えられているのか、ちょっとお伺いしたいなと。
そうですね、私の場合はDAT、最初トレジャリー企業、DAT って言ってるじゃないですか。で DAT っていうこと自体にも僕ちょっとだけ違和感があって、どういうことかっていうと、その企業が暗号資産を持ってる企業を特別に DAT って呼ぶこと自体にちょっと違和感があって、どういうことかっていうと、例えば、暗号資産の普及率って大体アメリカだと2割前後、調査によって違うんですけど、悪い1割ぐらいで、ものによっては3割ぐらいっていうところもあるんですけど、で日本で大体1割ぐらいと、言われてるんですけど、じゃあ、上場企業で、ビットコインだとか暗号資産を持ってる企業っていうのはいくらあるんだっていうと、なんか物の調 調べによると200で、ただ上場企業はビットコインとか暗号資産を持っててもですね、いちいち言わなくてもいいですから、その場合あるとしてもですね、世界に上場企業が5万とか7万とかあるんで、もうたった 1% なんですよね。で個人で1割2割いってて企業が 1% ですと、これはねそのうちもっと普及してくれるだろうと僕は思ってるんですよね。で特にその日本に住んでたら日本円が減価したって別に構わないんですけど、日本で生活してるからね。でもグローバル企業だったらその現預金をね、どっかの自動車会社とか現預金をこんなに持ってますと、でも日本が沈没しちゃって現預金を大損しちゃいましたっていうのは言い訳聞かないですから、それはねどっかの年金がそのね通貨のそのねアロケーションのヘッジとしてやっぱビットコインだとか暗号資産に投資しましょうっていうところが出始めたようなもんで、やっぱそういう流れは続いていくだろうと、いうふうに思うので、これはそれはもっともっと普及していくんですけど、その中で、ストラテジー社みたいなね、ストラテジー社とか、メタプラさんとかはもうほとんどあれですよね、ビットコインファンドみたいになってるんですよね。あれみんな時々勘違いされて企業で、いやこんなに含み損が出ちゃいましたって言うんですけど、別に会社だってファンドの価格が下がって含み損ありますねなんて話しないじゃないですか。
確かに、
それはその株をビットコイン上がると思って信じて買った人の分の含み損が発生してるだけの話で、上がったらリバレッジかかって戻るし、下がったら下がるしって、それだけの話であって、でそれが出てきてるっていうのはその暗号資産を企業に普及する間の過渡期的な現象かなと。あと去年とか一時あったそのビットコインを買うことをこう株価対策でやるっていうのも、それも過渡期で現象かなと思いますし、そういうファンド化するだとか株価対策ですけども、それ以外にやっぱね、荒出さんもそうかもしれないんですけど、やっぱ水場の本質はまず本業と暗号資産関係ありますと、ブロックチェーンの商売やってますと、いう人たちは当然その暗号資産を持つようになるでしょうし、それとは別にどっかの湘南美容クリニックさんやってますよね。予診運用の一つとして暗号資産を買いますっていう企業もこれどんどん増えてくると思うんですよね。そういう中でちょっとそういうちょっとね変わった動きも出てきたのかなというふうには見てますけどね。
なるほどなるほど。だから一般の個人よりも冷静に考えると法人の方がまだまだ持ってないと、そのアセットの一個なのにっていうことですよね。
おっしゃる通りです。おっしゃる通りです。
そうするとやっぱり ETF とか、もしくはその企業が上場してるダット企業のそれこそメタプラネットさんを買うみたいなこともあり得るってことですか。現物を買うに限らないですもんね。
それはあり得ると思いますね。ETF で投資する人もいるでしょうし、でも現預金のその代替物として、現物を買うっていう人もいるでしょうし、それは企業によっていろいろだと思いますね。
ありがとうございます。奥さん。
そうですね。ETF は今いろんな方動いてますけど、今のところ2028年までは来ないと言われているし、で先ほどのなんていうんですかね、そのストラテジー社の優先株、賛否両論あるとは思いますが、ただあれってね、今はその、ね、いわゆる額面価格の100ドルを下回っている状況ではあるが、しっかりと 12% の年利利回りが出るような仕組みにはなっていて、それだけの、お金もストラテジー社側で持っていると、なんかそういったこうなんていうんですかね、普通株と優先株とっていうそのオプションがこうストラテジーの中ではこう資金調達の、オプションが増えてきていて、で投資家的にも買う株の種類も増えてきてるっていう中で、ですと。でおそらくメタプラさんもこれを多分発表してるんでそうだと思うんですけど、おそらくストラテジー社と似たような優先株を発行したい
と、
でそれのために動いているっていうところがある中で、その伝統的なビットコイン ETF って、とは全く違う種類のそのなんていうの株っていうのも選択肢で出てくるんじゃないかなと思うので、だからよく確かにビットコイン ETF が来たとか、ETF 全般が来たらダットはどうのこうのっていう、ね、話は聞くんですけど、アメリカではねすでにだってビットコイン ETF はあるけど、別にそれがこう因果関係をもってして ストラテジー社の下落につながってるとかそういうのはないので、なんかそこはあんまりなんていうんですかね、その投資手段がこう増えるでしょうけど、競合にすぐさまなるわけじゃないっていうような気はなんかしてるんですよね。
確かに、選択肢として広がるけどってことです。でもこれはちょっとバカな質問かもしれないですけど、さっきグローバルでアメリカでいうと ETF ですごいそのビットコインを買ってる量がちょっと減ったけどあるっていう、これ日本で ETF なりこれからあとダット企業もどんどん増えていきで企業も保有するってなったら、その日本の市場的にもそれなりにその世界のビットコイン価格に影響を表すぐらいになるもんなんですかねと思います。その
まず、日本で ETF が出たらどうなるかというと、そうするとまだもう先々のね、理想あれの話ですけど、そしたら NISA でビットコイン買えるようになっちゃいますから、そりゃ売れるよなっていう気はしますよね。そうだろうという気がね、その 55% が源泉ぶり20に源泉じゃないわ、申告ぶり20になるでもインパクトっていうのに、これ光になっちゃうよっていう話なんで、それはいけるだろうという話だと思います。ただグローバルの金融にインパクトを与えるかっていうと、確かに日本の金融資産ってね、個人の金融資産ってやっぱ大きいんですよ。例えば日本の個人金融資産2000兆を超えましたと言うんですけど、アメリカの個人金融資産って1兆ドル超えてるんですよね。1兆ドルじゃないわ、一計2000兆円ですけど、1計兆円あるんですよ。日本の5倍とかあるんですよ。やっぱアメリカの方がインパクトあると思いますね。
ありがとうございます。ちょっと時間も迫ってきちゃったんですけれども、大木さんの方に今いろいろダット企業の可能性みたいな話もしていただきましたけれども、これからその逆に何でしょうね、そのどういう挑戦をしていくかとかも含めて、ちょっと大木さんも立場的に言えないこともあるかもしれないんですけれども、その国内でこのトレジャリーだけじゃないですけど、この Web3 含めて引っ張っていくにあたって、なんかちょっとどういうふうになんかやっていこうとか、こう言ってやっていきたいとかあればちょっとお伺いしたいなと思っていて。
そうですね、まず一つは、先ほどの、日本企業が普通に財務の一環として暗号資産、ビットコインをはじめ、買いに行く暗号資産やビットコインを買いに行く世界っていうのはね、どんどん広がっていくと思う。
上場企業に限らず
だと思いますね。でやっぱそういった方々が、けどいざ実際に暗号資産を買うとなると、社内の人にどう説明するのかとか、会計どうするのかとか、どこで買って置いとくんだとか、なんだちょっとディファイっていう、資産運用をしてみるときにどれが信頼できるのかみたいなのっていうのは分からない方々ばっかりだと思うので、なんでアライドが今やってるようなことっていうのは全部それ、自己資金でやってることで今大体そこら辺全部こうカバーするべくやっていろいろ仕組みを構築しているので、それの知見をしかるべきタイミングで、日本の企業の、暗号資産を持ちたいというニーズに応えていくっていう上で知見を共有するっていうのはしていきたいなっていうのが一つと、あとはやっぱりなんかね、暗号資産のイメージがなんかしないですけど、どんどんやっぱなぜかっていうのはあれですけど悪化してるので、
そうですね
我々ね7、8年いて、慣れっこのところはあるんですけど、松田さんももちろん長くいて、
でもこの半年1年ぐらいでより
なんか
なんとかトークンとかも出て、なんか
あれなんか聞くところによると意外になんか相当なパブリックイメージのを既存したっていう
だと思いますよね。
ので、なんかけどもちろん気をつけた方がいい面っていうのはあるんですが、暗号資産のちゃんとポジティブな側面っていうのを伝えていくというか、教育活動的なことをしていくというか、なんかねメディア的な役割っていうのはそういうところで、
確かに
しっかり暗号資産に盛るわけじゃないですけど、暗号資産の価値とか今世界で起こってることっていうのを伝えていくようなことっていうのが、できたらいいなとは思いますね。
ありがとうございます。松田さんもちょうど最後に、まさに今そこなのかとですね、この後市場じゃあくまで予想の範囲でいいですし、
そうですね。
情報提供に限る話でいいんですけど、これからまあやっぱりこの業界今、とはいえちょっとこう低迷してるというか、ここ数年前に比べるとやはり当たり前ですけど暗号資産の価格が下がってるんで、ちょっと盛り上がりに欠ける感もある、
そうですね。
そこにうちのようになんかすげえトークンが出てきてみたいになって印象悪くなってるじゃないですか。まあただこれもやっぱり市場が戻ってくるとまた状況変わるかなというのは過去の長年の経験見てると思うんですけど、それどのあたりに来そうと思ってるのかとか。
そうですね。よくビットコインっていうのは4年のサイクルですと、半減期の、多分ねこれ言い始めたら少なくともね日本では僕最初だったと思うんですね。これ2020年ぐらいからずっと言ってるんですけど、時給でこうなりますと。でそれでいうと大体3年上がって1年下がるというサイクルなんで、今こう下がってるところというところなんですけど、じゃあ今までボトムをつけるとき何が起こったか、ボトムつけてもねちょっとしばらくね半年ぐらいグズグズするんですけど、数ヶ月ね、ボトムつけるとき何が起こるかっていうと、大体ね想定外の最悪のことが起こるんですよ。最初のボトムの時はビットスタンプがハッキングされて、あの時$150までいったのかな。2回目のボトムはハッシュオーって言って、ビットコインとビットコインキャッシュ内の内紛でね、もう片っぽなくなんじゃないかみたいな話になって、でご存知直近のボトムはFTX だったんですよ。あっという間でしたしね。あとそれじゃなくても、その4年サイクルじゃなくてもコロナショックの時も、コロナショックでバーンと下がった時があれがボトムなんですよね。なのでだから、今回のイラン攻撃もそうなんですけど、このストラテジーが売る、これはね結構想定外の最悪の事態だったんで、それはクラリティ法案の反映かもしれないですけどね、最悪の時はボトムだなというふうに思ってますし、もう一個ですね、やっぱそもそもストラテジー社が売らないなんてことはそもそもありえなかったんですよ。上場企業がね買い続けるなんてことはありえないですから、いずれは来なくちゃいけないイベントで、それをこなしたっていうのもありますし、その一社にね過度にちょっと頼ってた需給、これから脱却できるいいチャンスなんじゃないかなというふうには思ってますけどね。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。でも先ほど僕らもう10年弱ぐらいこの業界にいますけれども、本当に実はこういう時期に、だって仮にトレジャリーダット企業であれば今買っとく企業が強いわけじゃないですか、戻った時にですよね。
絶対トム・リーさんそう思ってますよ、ね、
絶対
そう思ってるね。ここチャンスだと、
今もバーゲンじゃないかと思ってるかもしれない。
そう、これがねできないんですよね、なかなかね。
できないけど、であとプロダクトとかもそうで、今日ちょっと投資の話中心しましたけれども、結局僕ら10年近く見てると、こういう時期にこういうイベントで話してたり、なんかこうチャレンジしてるプロジェクトが後のこう大きなプロジェクトになるっていうのはもうなんか繰り返しのように見てるので、なんか投資側面でも今日ここでなんか皆さんとお話できたこともすごいなんかいい機会だったかなと思います。ここが僕はもうそこだと信じて、これ以上最悪のこと起こってほしくないと思いながら直近ですね、ちょっとまだまだこの業界で頑張ろうと思います。ありがとうございました。はい、ということでお二人に今日いろいろお話お伺いできました。今日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Good morning, everyone, and you and today's moderator and also co-founder of the Japan Blockchain Week. And thank you for coming here and thank you for coming to Japan. So before starting the fireside chat, please say a bit about yourself and especially from the animal kind and also, yes. Sure. Yeah, my name is Yat, chairman, co-founder of Animoca Brands. Great pleasure to be here. I think I've been in a few Japan blockchain sort of week events already. Animoca, for those who don't know, has been really in the blockchain space since 2017. We probably were most well known back in the day when, because of Sandbox, CryptoKitties, NFTs, Axie Infinity. That was kind of what we're known for. Today, Animoca has over 600 portfolio companies. So we're 600. Yeah, 630 something, right? So we're one of the largest investors in the Web3 space, DeFi, AI, the whole shebang. We're also operational. We have a joint venture in Hong Kong with Standard Chartered and Hong Kong Telecom for the Hong Kong dollar stablecoin with Anchor Point. We also do a lot in RWAs, partnership with Provenance, which is related to figure finance, where we basically offer up to $19 billion worth of HELOCs, which is tokenized RWAs in terms of prime mortgages, right? So very multi-tentacled in multi-areas of business, specifically focused on crypto and AI.
Yeah, thank you. So I think for the Japanese audience, Animoca is more very famous for like the IP and Web3 game, but now also like the investment company. But now you are making the AI agent platform in the mind by yourself. So what changed you to making the platform by yourself?
So I mean, first, Animoca was always a builder, right? So we are not a fund, so we invest out of our balance sheet. So that's a bit different. And that means we can take long-term strategic directions when we make an investment. And the reason we make these long-term investments is so we can actually build product, right? So maybe people don't remember, but we actually were building Web3 games and we were actually launching NFTs of our own because we were also participating in the space, right? But when we did it, we also tried to facilitate it by leveraging technology from other companies. So we invested in Yuga Labs, we invested in OpenSea, we invested in Magic Eden, all those companies that help facilitate that. And we don't know exactly where the technology will go, but then eventually it evolves into new areas. That, for instance, like today, one of the biggest use cases for NFTs turns out to be for trading Pokemon cards, right? 5 or 6 years ago, we didn't know that because, we thought it could be interesting, but, rather than native assets, it could be RWAs this way. But it ended up becoming that, and more directions, whether it's in art or culture, is moving there. So why AI? So first, AI is everywhere, clearly. But I think the bigger point is when we saw what AI agents could do, we realized that these are high intelligence, strong context, ability to do things, not just your calendar, but your personal life. Also, how do you make an agent really autonomous? They need money. And one of the things that we also recognize is, we've been in crypto now for since 2017, so it's almost 10 years, and we still use MetaMask, right? And for all of those who are still using MetaMask or some version of that wallet, it hasn't changed. You still need your seed phrase, you still need to remember your passwords, the custody of your wallet. Yes, you can handle it, but there's risk. Right? Every year we still talk about some wallet is hacked, some issue from North Korea, some concern that's happening, right? So blockchain and crypto is difficult for humans, right? In the end of the day. So today there are 800 million people who own crypto, but 90% is in exchange. Only 10% is on-chain. So DeFi, NFTs, small number. And that's because it's difficult. So you keep your money in an exchange, and then if you keep it in exchange, you can only trade it. So you can't really use it. So how do you grow the on-chain economy? Turns out that AI agents are very good at handling crypto because, smart contracts are basically code. An agent is very good at reading code. It's their native language. So that's the first point. Second one is, if I ask the question in this room, how many AI agents do you think you will have in the future? Say 5 years from now. Let's take a straw poll. Do you think you'll have more than 5 agents in the next 5 years? Put your hand up. Okay. 10 agents? 100 agents? Okay. If I'm in San Francisco, if I say 100 agents, every hand will be up. So it depends where you are. I have 300 agents myself. Okay. But the main point is that we will all have more agents than humans. I think we agree on that. So by that number, between 3 to 5 at least, we will have 50 to 100 billion agents. Now, if you have 50 to 100 billion agents in the world, how do they become autonomous? They need to have money. How do they have money? Can they open a bank account? Probably not. So, wallet. The same technology that was able to get a Filipino who has no bank account become bankable is the same technology that can now make an agent bankable. And I think this year you've seen alone that the intelligence of an AI agent has gone like this. Right? At the start of the year, OpenClaw was good, but kind of dumb, still made mistakes. Today, we're at a point where it can probably do transactions. We have with our own agents, they can trade on Hyperliquid, they can trade on Polymarket, they can do that type of stuff. My mom is going to be able to use crypto, not because she's dealing with a seed phrase, because she's just going to tell her agent, I want to buy this. And she might not even care that it runs blockchain. For instance, one of the biggest growth stories in blockchain last year was Polymarket. How many people who use Polymarket know it's based on blockchain? You ask an average American that actually Polygon is blockchain based, they're like, I don't care, I don't know, right? And so the same will happen with AI agents. An AI agent will help you do a transaction. It could be a stablecoin transaction, it could be a purchase, it could be peer-to-peer agent transfer. The user does not need to care that it's blockchain, but blockchain today is that. So we think that's why AI agents are going to basically bring that mass adoption. And my final comment to you, why are we doing AI agents, is that we talked about, we're known for the metaverse. And the impression of the metaverse was that we would be inside the metaverse. We would be wearing goggles and we'd be inside the virtual world, kind of playing video games. We do that a little bit. But actually, we think it's changed. We actually think it's more likely that the metaverse is coming to us because the agents are doing work for us. They're handling things in our life. My agents are handling my flight tickets, doing my bookings, handling all these things, writing code for me, doing stuff. They're virtual beings, but they're impacting my real life, right? So it is the metaverse again, but it's the metaverse coming to us rather than us going into the metaverse. Yeah, it's a very good point. So regarding the AI agent, I think that after OpenClaw, many people start trying to making their AI agent more easily. I think the most important question from the audience is what's the difference between like the AI agent from like a Codex or OpenCLI and Animoca as the mine, because what is the important point for using the blockchain, and what is the important reputation, memory, this kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
So a couple of things. First, I think it's important to recognize that AI agents are not exclusive to one platform, right? I mean, how many people here use Gemini and ChatGPT, for instance, right? A lot of people, right? Or Anthropic, right? You use many systems. Theoretically, they can all do the same thing, but they're all better at one thing or the other. Right? So, for instance, of course I use Minds, but I also use Hermes, and I also use Perplexity. I use all these systems together because they all do different things really, really well, and you harness them together, right? So that's the first thing, right? We shouldn't think in terms of binaries, we should be thinking about how we put them together. One of the superpowers of Minds is it doesn't have a chat interface. It's not a chatbot. So you don't have a website to go in. It's email, Telegram, WhatsApp, Line coming soon, iMessage, that stuff. It intentionally exists only in those communication forms. So on one hand, you can say, okay, that is restrictive. I would like to chat to him. On the other hand, it makes it social. So it's very easy for me to copy my agent to other people, and you can share stuff. And why do I have 300 agents? It's because I segment. So how many people here use an agent like OpenClaw, Hermes? Okay, some of you, fine. Would you share your agent with your coworkers? Okay, that's my point. You wouldn't do it because it knows stuff about you. It's about your personal life and your data and your finances. It's for you, but you're not going to share it. I mean, some people wouldn't even share this stuff with their wife, right? So the point is that you need different agents for different things. You need some agents for work, for your work friends, for your maybe school friends, maybe for your family, right? And so you need to be able to launch many agents. And so what we did with Minds is the idea was in 60 seconds, you can launch an AI agent. The cost is zero. You don't need to run a VPS. You don't need to run your own Mac Mini. You don't need to run your own server. You can do it quickly. For me, OpenClaw reminds me of very much like the internet in 95, 96. And for those of you old enough to remember, I used to build my first Apache web server
Okay, and I had my own sort of Perl scripts, and I ran my own Linux box in my bedroom to basically run my own server. That's OpenClaw today, right? And of course, it's big and it's important. But how many people run a web server in their bedroom okay, today, right? Because the first techies, the 1%, they'll do that. But the 99%, they're going to host it on Amazon, they're going to go on Wix, they're going to do that kind of stuff. That's what Minds is supposed to do. The question is, how to get everyone else to do it? And for most people, AI agents is difficult to understand because they are still using it in ChatGPT mode. So they're using it as a chatbot. The problem about using it as a chatbot is you're only getting answers based on the question you ask, which is okay, but, and you know, the trope is the value is in the question, not in the answer. Now imagine if you can ask the question 100 times a day. That's kind of what an autonomous agent does. The autonomous agent has the ability to constantly query and ask, they do a loop until they get the best answer. If you have to do this yourself, first of all, you don't have time to ask the question 100 times. 2, you might not be able to think what question to ask, the same question 100 times. So the reason why AI agents are so powerful is because they can continuously loop and ask the question and refine it and make it better. And because they work for you while you're not thinking. So when I'm flying, when I land, my agents have hundreds of things they want me to decide because they've already done the work. Versus a chatbot where I tell him to do the work and then I wait for him to do it and I get the answer. So the person who uses an agent is going to be 100 times more efficient than the person who's not. But an agent has some challenges, right? They're super smart, but they also have limitations. So I like to describe AI agents kind of like sort of PhD IQ, but 6-year-old mentality, right? So they're children, but really, really smart, right? And if you're able to, so imagine that, right? So you can't have one of them handle everything, but you have to divide it into multiple tasks, right? So my suggestion for people is, you know, if you already use OpenClaw, then use your OpenClaw, but use Minds to send emails or to do communications or to reach out to your different groups and then share in a common data set, for instance, right? If you don't have any AI agent, I do recommend that you try Minds because it's easy. It's free. In 1 minute, you have an agent. You can ask some questions. Maybe some anecdotal story. When we launched Minds in February, we had interested people sign up. However, many people dropped off at the beginning when the agent, when the mind creator asked the question, what kind of mind would you like? And it turns out that most people don't know what they want, right? The agent asks you, it's kind of like saying, what kind of staff would you like? Now, if you are an entrepreneur, it's very natural, you know what you want. But most people work for someone, they don't work for themselves. So it turns out they have difficulty finding out what they want, right? So those are some of the things that have to be tweaked around that, right? But I encourage everyone to do that. And the future of jobs will be based on the people who can manage agents well.
Thank you. So also I have one question. So regarding the Minds platform, so there's many creators can add their own skill, right? Yeah. So I felt something like the Google App Store, it's an open platform for many developers, and many ecosystem is coming, and more ecosystem it will be more useful for everyone. Is it correct?
Yes. So the parallel, and this is for all agentic systems. The parallel right now is that when you think of an LLM and when you think of an agentic platform, I kind of think of as the iPhone or maybe Google Play, like an app store. That's how I think of it. And then skills and apps and tools are basically, skills are like the new tools. Right? And skills are work processes that your agent can do, which you can then pay for. So in our platform, if you build a skill, then every time another agent uses a skill, they share a little bit of revenue. Very small, 10 cents, 1 cent, very small. But if you have a lot of users, it adds up. So right now, for because I wrote probably around 30 or 40 skills on the store. We have 3,000 skills right now. I make, it's not a lot of money, but I make about $500 to $600 a month from other people using my skill. And it's small because the market is small. But imagine if this becomes 1 million users, 10 million users, 20 million users. That $600 becomes 6,000, 60,000, 600,000. Very similar to the App Store, right? When the iPhone came out, when you launch an app, the first app made some money, maybe tens of thousands.
And then if the app got popular more and more because more people had an iPhone, and more people could pay for it and do stuff. So that's exactly the same thing. And that, I think, is going to be the future ecosystem. Now, there's a difference between agents versus chat platforms like Claude. Claude, you can build skills for yourself, but generally they want to own the skill market themselves. Most famous example is Figma. Right? Claude worked very closely with Figma. And then suddenly, Claude came out and says, we built beautiful websites, okay? And then basically Figma's like, holy shit, my business is now it's completely under threat. Because it turns out that Claude was learning all the design skills from Figma customers, and then they built their own model, right? So that's the model where it's going. And that's because all of these LLMs need to go up the value chain. In an agent, the skill is local to you. You build the skill, and you can basically sell and trade those skills outside. And we think that's the economy of the future. So you build a skill, and it could be a very localized skill, maybe only for Japan, maybe only for your community, maybe only for your particular area. You know, it could be restaurants, could be the way you shop, right? And then that becomes something that you can sell and market. And because one of the reasons why, even though it's easy to build an app, one of the reasons why people don't build apps, it still feels hard. So maybe I can ask the question here to the audience. How many people here think you are programmers? Okay, a few. How many people here think they can do photography? Only a few, really? None of you use Instagram or like take photos on Instagram? Okay, anyway, the point is that maybe it's a generation thing. Most people can take photos very easily because they have a smartphone. Most people can't program easily because they don't think they can program. But the agent can program for you. So you heard of vibe coding, right? Or agentic engineering. You just tell the agent to build it for you. They'll build it for you. Which means in a few years, all of you are programmers. Whether you like it or not. You all know how to program. And now what happens to a world where every human can program and basically build an application that they want to do? That's the difference.
Okay, thank you. So we have a very less time now. So so here is now Japan. So for example, I saw in Hong Kong there's the Bruce Lee Memorial is now collaboration with the Minds, right? Yeah. So are there any plans to do something similar, kind of like the collaboration with the local Japanese content with?
So the ABKK team is right there. They're going to be launching Minds in Japan, right? So give it a few more weeks. You know, it's going to be localized language, that kind of stuff. But I'll give you an idea of what we're doing in Hong Kong, which we would also plan to do here. You know, running hackathons and that kind of stuff. But basically, we have two programs. We have obviously a builder program, and we have a $10 million investment program for people building on Minds. Because, you know, Animoca is an investor. So if you're building on Minds an agentic system and it's interesting, then we will invest in you. We've made some first investments in Superior to Trade. That's basically a trading platform. But we've got other people building other applications. So point being that if you are wanting to build an agentic systems and you're interested in building on Minds, then you know you can do it right now. It's free to sign up. You can join the group. We have the builder tools. It's all in English right now, but it'll be in Japanese as well. And at the end of the day, I think you're going to end up having, I think, a lot of fun, and you're going to build new things. But also, you're going to build applications that you never thought were possible. And I think this is a thing. Right now, we're limiting often our imagination based on ideas that we think we can generate. One of the most powerful things I find using with AI agents is I give them an idea, and then I ask them, what would you do? I ask them, would you have suggestions, ideas? And then I ask another agent who's maybe expert in something else, and then I put the two agents together, and they talk to each other. And then I get a totally new idea, and would have never thought of, right? Whereas I think most people still try to generate ideas by themselves. And then they ask the agent for input on their idea. But they're really like coworkers, right? They can really generate new things for you and then enhance your idea or add to the idea or make a completely new one, right? But you will only be able to experience that if you're doing it, right? If you're not doing it, then it's hard. Then you can only read and see. But if you're doing it, you learn from the activities. I encourage everyone to start using agentic systems.
Thank you. So yeah, I feel now this year you look more energetic than last year. Maybe so you are enjoying doing with the AI agent.
Well, so I will say this: a lot of people are worried about jobs, and they say, "Oh, agents are going to take away our jobs and stuff." I can tell you, certainly in my own experience and what we're seeing, the total opposite is true. because I'm sleeping less and busier than ever, because I have 300 agents that are all telling me asking me for next actions. But, and I think this is the point, my productivity is higher than ever. So, when Instagram came out, a lot of photographers said they will not have a job. They thought that basically photography is dead because everyone's a photographer, right? And many industries were viewed the same way. The same with like radiology. Oh, because AI can do radiology, radiographers cannot have a job because AI can do it. Turns out, not true at all. There are more photographers in the world. People are buying $1 million photos. That did not exist before, okay? Because more people can do photography, right? There's more radiography, more medical appliances, more people doing this. Why? Because when there's more information, when there's more data, when there's more value, then more people want it, right? So more medical data doesn't mean less medical jobs. It means more medical jobs because you need more analysis and you need more. Turns out people want, now that they can get this data, they want it. They want to know their health and they want the details, right? And so the same is true for AI agents. Because everyone can program, does it mean that we will have less programmers? No. It means we're going to have more demand for different kinds of code and programming and software, right? So our productivity, every year, every time this cycle happens, productivity increases. So GDP is bigger, revenue is bigger, right? Companies are not having the same revenue, inflation aside, as they had 10 or 20 years ago. Why is revenue expanding? Population isn't expanding that much, especially in Japan, right? But it's expanding because productivity is expanding, and AI agents increase productivity, which means more jobs, more opportunities, if you're in that segment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you a lot for the very deep insight and the recent insight. I think definitely it will be a nice session for the every audience. Yeah, thank you for your time today, and thank you everyone for joining here.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. Today's session is about prediction market. Maybe most of you know prediction market, real money prediction market is not legal in Japan, but today the purpose of the session is educational only. So maybe, and also let me introduce myself. I'm founder of Tane. Tane is a crypto investment and research firm based in Dubai, New York, and Tokyo. And also recently we are working on building the prediction market platform. And also we are building AI terminal for prediction market. So maybe at first, let's get started. Maybe we should introduce, could you please briefly introduce yourself and Limitless?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for coming. Also, thanks to the organizers for having me here. It's really great event so far. I'm CJ. I'm the CEO and co-founder at Limitless. I started trading commodity markets when I was in high school, then moved on to crypto futures, particularly perps or perpetual futures. And then started taking part in hackathons and actually building products a little bit later in around 2019. Today, Limitless is a prediction market. We were the first prediction market to launch short duration prices contracts back in 2024. This kind of prediction, which is like what will the price of Bitcoin be at 4 p.m. Eastern time, for example, which currently drives around 40% of all revenue for on-chain prediction markets. And we cover also football and esports and some other markets as well. Billions in notional volume on the global product, also entering US regulated markets, and excited about what we can do in other jurisdictions as well.
Next, Harsh.
So, hello everyone. I'm Harsh Khanna and I'm the co-founder of Bitsaurus. I started my career in the fintech industry. I have worked with big companies like Oracle, Google, and after that I entered into my entrepreneurial journey. I started with the blockchain industry where we were building into gaming side, and then recently I've been working on a new idea. It's like we are converting news and trends into actual tradable market indexes. So let me put it in this way. Prediction is not just depends on the events. It also depends on how public is reacting to it, what information the public is giving to us. So instead of just giving a yes, no, or an MCQ type of a thing to the users, we are bringing in the liquidity through the actual markets. Based on any event, we have create a basket for cryptos, commodities, stocks, ETFs, CFDs, and then we package that into a basket and people can actually trade on it. So people also have a belief they can depend on the future. And along with that, the main thing about us that we are not dependent on each other's liquidity or each other's wagers for liquidity. We are utilizing the actual market for this. And Cascade Index is not just a prediction engine. It's more towards how trading happens when the market moves based on that prediction and based on that event.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I want to dig on maybe for people in the audience new to the prediction market. So maybe CJ, could you please explain limiters very simply? Yeah.
Sure. Prediction markets are forecasting tool. Effectively, they source the wisdom of the crowd to imply the probability of various real-world events. So usually these are kind of binary products which trade between $0 and $1 or 0 and 100 cents. You can assume that 100 cents is 100% probability, and so if a market is trading at 40 cents, you can kind of derive a 40%. The market believes that there's a 40% chance that this would happen. These kind of contracts are very simple in nature, like what first meets the eye, very simple. But they have a lot of applications. I think indexes which are driven by prediction markets are super exciting, especially the likes of political power indexes. You can aggregate prediction markets to understand what is actually the balance of power in a particular country, for example, in the United States. What's more interesting is you can also use prediction markets even to come up with an index for private company valuations. So you can take, for example, a company like Anthropic. You can have a forecast on Anthropic valuation, then you can derive a live implied current valuation of Anthropic from this forecast. So even though they're very kind of simple building blocks, you can achieve really interesting things and have very broad applications of these products. And this also goes into the risk transfer market. So if we're talking about insurance or reinsurance or traditional risk transfer products in finance, some of the most popular like interest rate swaps or credit default swaps, these kind of institutional financial products which protect portfolios from changes in interest rates or from a public company defaulting on its debt. Now, these are very, very complicated instruments. It's very hard to build these instruments, also very expensive. There is an incredible amount of back office. And only really math PhD knows how to price this product. But you can actually achieve the same result when it comes to risk transfer and reinsurance using very simple prediction market instrument, which doesn't require all of this like back office and huge overhead of traditional risk transfer products in finance. So what meets the eye initially is like very simple, very easy to use, but in fact, these are building blocks which can expand into really powerful institutional products as well, and products which can give us a lot of information about the world.
Yeah, thank you for great explanation. Yeah, actually, with that prediction market, it's very difficult to measure uncertainty things such as maybe or predictive probability, and also the valuation of the private companies. And also, I am very agree with you that the prediction market is very easy derivative. Yeah. So maybe the context in Japan, maybe people in local areas, we have a lot of natural hazard, typhoon or earthquake. So maybe prediction market would be easy way to hedge these risks. Yeah. And also going to the next topic, maybe I want to dig on. Maybe you guys, a few years ago, you started the prediction market. How come? How did you start it? Limit rate or cascade index? Yeah.
Okay. So we started this on an information that currently in the market, in the financial market, a lot of information is there. The noise is there, like on social media, we are using the news sites, Bloomberg, X, Google News. A lot of information is available in the market. The main challenging problem is the interpretation of this information into a structured way from which you can predict and make profits out of it. So this was the starting point for us, that people have been constantly predicting on futures, on maybe AI, wars, elections, pandemics. They have been predicting. They have been talking amongst each other, oh, this is gonna crash, oh, this is gonna boom. But they can't act on it. They don't have the relevant information. They don't have the stock market or the traders' knowledge to analyze the graph, see the charts, how it's working. So they always stuck. They get stuck. Okay, I want to buy this stock, I want to trade in the market, but I don't know what to do or how to do. So to solve this problem, we built the Cascade Index. It follows a 6-step pipeline, like our AI scrapes the news from the real-time world events. We have a security gate for that, where we score the news, and based on that, for each and every news, we make scenarios to that. Like, very simple example how we can take, in traditional prediction markets, we say whether it's gonna rain tomorrow or not. Maybe will it rain 5 days in a week or not. But if we see deep inside, there is a large meaning attached to this, even a simple scenario like rain. If it rains more in this season, it would affect maybe the agriculture sector, the construction sector, the solar sector. Many sectors are being affected by it. So for each of these scenarios, our AI maps it into relevant assets and indexes, and then all these things goes to our quantum inspired Wobo and Quava layer, where it studies on the past trends, analyzes all the information, and give us a thesis about, and a report about what it has checked, and give us a basket from like 100 scenarios what it has discovered and give us a basket which contains the top 5-10 actual commodities crypto shares. And then this is audited by the finance team, and then finally this is being executed by our broker, which has been integrated onto our site. And this is how we are solving the problem and making the access to the information to everyone.
Okay, thank you. When do you start?
Yeah, we started in December 2023.
2023. Oh.
Yeah, so there was around 50 million in monthly volume for the whole category.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Only Polymarket on the blockchain.
Polymarket, yeah, and Kalshi, I think were live as well, but they didn't have like election markets.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the total volume was around 50 million.
Oh, before Kalshi getting a license. So.
Well, they had a license, but they didn't have the they didn't have the court order to offer election markets.
Good.
Yeah, and so essentially, my co-founders, like I've always just been into financial markets and being a nerd on that side. But my co-founders previously they built a generative AI app for consumers called Reface, which was also pretty popular in Japan, I believe. It's like kind of AI beautification and face swapping. And this was before LLMs. And the CTO of Reface, OS, he's very good machine learning researcher. One day I had a lunch with him and he said, CJ, I want to design an economic system where swarms of autonomous agents compete against each other to mine knowledge to determine if a piece of information on the internet is true or not. And if the particular AI agent is very good at determining truth, it's almost like profitable investment fund. You invest in this AI agent and this returns capital to you and there is an annual percentage yield. But the AI agent is trying to manipulate the market or kind of is bad at determining if a piece of information or not is true or not, then it will lose money such that it won't even cover the cost of its computation. So it will not be profitable to run, so it will die. And, I thought this is a very good idea, actually. And immediately I thought that prediction market is the perfect underlying infrastructure to implement such a system. But at the same time, we understood that it was kind of too early. And, this is very kind of altruistic vision, right? Like a truth network. We decided to kind of play to our strengths and focus on consumer part.
Oh, cool. Yeah, very interesting. The first idea was maybe a multi-agent prediction or something like that.
Yeah. And by the way, this was like in Q4 2023.
Oh,
so actually the LLMs like improved a lot. They got better actually. So I think it's more and more interesting to see this kind of product nowadays.
Wow. And also maybe I'm curious to know. Maybe Polymarket, maybe including me, most of the audience thinks, what is the difference between Kalshi, Polymarket, and Limitless? I know off-chain, on-chain, but I'm curious to know your view.
Yeah. I would say that it comes down to the markets that we focus on. I think the positioning of Kalshi and Polymarket is very much like kind of everything. Like in fact, I believe Kalshi even means everything in Arabic or something. Yeah. And so they kind of want to build this generalized venue. I would say Limitless is kind of more focused on building like where we have an edge, or like strategic beachheads where we think that we can dominate. One of those verticals is the short duration prices contracts, another football, another esports, another also tailoring the product for the APAC market. And then what we're doing in the US market is kind of fundamentally different to how you think about prediction market today, and that we don't plan to serve retail consumers at all. we plan to focus fully on kind of professional investors and institutional customers.
Market makers or?
There will be market makers, but there will also be, companies or investors or, different counterparties for those market makers.
They are using remittance as a hedge.
Exactly, yeah. And, some of the markets we're going to be focusing on is like biotech, pharma, billions of dollars gets invested into different kind of life-saving drugs which are coming to market, but there is no way for those investors to hedge, right? And so we're basically giving people this opportunity to offset their risk in pharma. And there are some other markets we're looking at as well which are very interesting, such as reinsurance, like insurance-linked securities and catastrophe bonds, and also like critical minerals supply chain.
Oh, cool. I didn't know you guys focused on B2B. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on to the next topic. Maybe about categories. What is the most active categories of your platform? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, for Limitless, it's like short duration prices contracts. So crypto, commodities, equities, US equities, but also Asian equities as well. A lot of exciting things happening right now in the Korean equity market. I'm sure you've seen that. And then esports and football. Yeah.
Oh, that's why maybe right now World Cup. How about World Cup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy that England got the win today. It's coming home, as they say. Yeah.
Maybe there are several sports betting exchanges in the world, and also polymarket currency. But you guys got some trading volume from sports betting. So maybe is it user segment different or same or?
Yeah, I think for football specifically, we have a lot of unique markets. We call these markets off-the-pitch markets. These markets are like what is happening in the transfer window, like when will this player recover from injury. More kind of events which are important to the game, but not necessarily about the outcome of the game. But still, football fans are interested to get this information, or maybe they trade on their own view. This is very interesting. I also think one of the main power of sports prediction market is that you can trade at any time, right? You can enter and exit your position at any time. Whereas if you're playing against a bookmaker or a sports book, you have this feature like cash out, but you cannot cash out like 100% fair value, right? It's like negative EV for you basically to do that. This kind of live trading paradigm is very interesting, and also like props, but live props. So during the game, you may think in the next 2 minutes there's going to be like a corner for England, let's say, right? And this kind of live trading, I think, is very interesting paradigm.
You mean that you guys have more detailed market or in play or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. We're focusing a lot on the live props and in-game trading.
Wow. Oh, interesting. And also, maybe this morning I checked the trading volume of each prediction market. You guys may be number 4 or number 5. So how did you achieve these growth? Maybe I guess you already said you guys already have a lot of short duration markets. But maybe could you elaborate on your growth so far?
Yeah, for sure. I think one of the most important part is, especially for an exchange, right, is the underlying infrastructure, ensuring that you have reliable and stable API, so that market makers, professional traders can provide liquidity, which is needed for end user. So I think this like robustness and this reliability is really important, because then we'll also emerge as a venue where people can hedge their positions they're holding on other prediction markets, for example, right? But we have the best infrastructure, the most reliable infrastructure in order for people to do that. And then I think it's really important just to, not get distracted by what others are doing and just focus fully on your users, talking to them, receiving feedback from them, making the product better and tailoring the product for them and building something that they want. I think that's the most important part.
That's very interesting. Maybe you also said on the blog, interview on the blog, you said the prediction market category not winner takes all market. So
yeah,
could you explain that?
Yeah. Actually, there was Bernstein, but the blog wrote about that. So if you look at the perp market, right, perpetual futures, actually there is no winner takes all with greater than 90% market share in this field. In fact, Binance's market share over the last few years actually is going down year over year. And we have new players coming to the market. Nowadays we have Hyperliquid. At some point we also had DYDX, and everyone was like, oh, DYDX is the on-chain, Binance killer. And today is Hyperliquid, but there are many players. And there are kind of almost among 5 to 10 exchanges, pretty comparable open interest and liquidity. And the big players, the players who pay most of the fees and drive most of the volume, don't just trade on one exchange. They trade on multiple exchanges because that's where they're able to generate the most profit, effectively from cross-platform arbitrage. So they have different spread on different platforms, and this is how they make money. And so if the industry works like that, and the largest players in the industry make money because of that, it's not going to change. That's just the reality. I think historically in derivatives markets, you have much more kind of monopolies over specific contract types, mostly because of the regulatory overhead, right? It's a very heavy lift to go and get a new kind of derivatives product regulated. But in on-chain market, you can deploy a new derivatives product in 5 minutes, right? Especially nowadays with Cloud Code, right? So it's kind of much easier, much faster to bring a new product to market, and then much faster to iterate on top of that, right? You don't have to get regulatory approval every time. Also in traditional derivatives, a lot more physical settlement, right? So, if you're trading an oil future, right, quite often, there is actually a physical component to that. There is oil somewhere in a warehouse, if you're not careful, it might show up at your front door, right? Whereas the more digitally native derivatives market is much easier, much faster to build. And that's why we have this emergence of different players with comparable liquidity and people trading across all of them, rather than winner takes all for a specific vertical.
Very interesting. Maybe you talk about on-chain, off-chain. So maybe I'm curious to know, do you think which will be larger, on-chain, off-chain in the prediction market?
So people are gonna hate me for this, but actually I think the off-chain market is gonna be larger because the institutional opportunity for prediction markets, the risk transfer opportunity, in my view, is around 10x larger than the kind of retail consumer opportunity. And so I think in the next 2 or 3 years, we might see still the majority of volumes on the retail side and on the consumer side, but I think that paradigm is going to shift. And I think ultimately, let's say 10 years from now, we're going to see that most of the volume actually driven by institutional customers.
Cool. So same thing will happen as PAPs or other crypto exchanges. Yeah, okay. We have 5 minutes left. Yeah. So maybe I need to say again, this session is only education information only. This is not financial advice, legal opinion. But I'm curious to know, Japan, there are no appropriate legal framework for prediction market. But you guys are here, so why Japan?
Okay, so how the prediction market is growing, like it just started 2 years ago, and right now it's running at a $250 billion run rate in 2026. And it's growing exponentially, and it's targeting to reach a $1 trillion industry by 2030. And as of now, the prediction market is only being controlled by two major players from the West, Polymarket and Kalshi. So, like, obviously Japan has its own infrastructure, Japan has its own research, and Japan is also entering this prediction market through a point-based system, like similar products like Miraima, Popsy, and obviously, like, Japan has one of the biggest retail investor network, along with how trustworthy the country is. And our business model for Cascade, it depends with the broker integration. So I believe, like, Japan, and obviously, like, each country has its like own system. And why do we allow the Polymarket or Kalshi or the other players from West enter the Japan? Like, Japan has its own ecosystem, so there is a plenty of space for a newborn prediction market in Japan. So maybe an interesting, fun question, like, how many of you believe, like, prediction would be mainstream by 2030 in Japan? We can predict on this.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, I'm a nerd, and sometimes on Sundays, now I haven't done it for a while because we've been really busy, but sometimes on Sundays I like to write a blog about the intersection of capital markets and economic policy. I'm pretty sure you know about the like debt situation, like national debt situation in Japan, right? So I think Japan has around 240% debt to GDP ratio. Actually the highest debt to GDP ratio of any other country in the world. Now, the United States is known as the kind of, gold standard of financial regulation. But at some point, I wanted to understand how Japan is able to survive such a high debt to GDP ratio. Because no other country in the world actually has survived debt to GDP ratio, which is over, I think, around 130 or 140%. So Japan, the only country in the world which actually survived such high debt to GDP ratio. And I started to think, like, why is that? I really wonder why, how. Interestingly, Japan, one of the only countries which integrated central counterparty clearing into their bond market. Effectively, the bond trading market in the United States is actually SEC mandated that it should have central counterparty clearing, which basically decreased the risk because there is central record, almost like blockchain. You can think of it like blockchain, but it's not a blockchain. You have a central record of all the trades, they're cleared by third party, and so the systemic risk is much lower. Instead, in the US, in 2008 financial crisis, you had people like OTC derivatives writing down a piece of paper. People don't even know how much exposure like one bank has to another bank, and it's a big mess. So even though United States is considered gold standard leader in financial regulation, Japan actually done a lot of innovative financial regulation as well, because SEC in the United States mandated central counterparty clearing for US Treasury markets, and it doesn't happen yet. But Japan already have central counterparty clearing in Treasury market, which is very heavy lift, very hard thing to do. So I'm very optimistic about the future of financial regulation in Japan. And also I think there are a lot of models today, which are not necessarily real money prediction, but more like play money prediction. I know you know a lot about that, which are also very exciting and very interesting. At Limitless, we have in Korea, we launched recently such a product, and we plan to launch it in Japan very soon as well.
Cool. And also, I'm very surprised. You know the JGB market well. Yeah. But okay, so maybe we need to close this session. Yeah. So maybe the prediction market is very new category in Japan, and also we don't have good legal framework yet. But the core idea is very powerful, and also maybe there are one aspect is gambling, but there are more good aspects for the prediction market, maybe media or hedging. So maybe we need to maybe improve the regulation and in the future. Yeah. So thank you so much. Thank you for the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I've got a presentation for you, and in the next 25 minutes, I want to talk about Ethereum and why I think it's the cure for the uncanny valley of wealth. So here's a quick overview. There's three parts I want to cover. The first is sentiment is at its lows. People are very bearish, but the thing is people are turning bearish at the lows. The second is what I think is the future of Ethereum. And there's a lot of positive catalysts in the horizon. So you shouldn't be too bearish. And the third, of course, is that BitMine as a company is preparing for this next cycle. Okay, so crypto's been weak and people are rage quitting. And it's been understandable. Ever since October 10th, crypto prices have been down. And I've listed what I think are the reasons for that. And I'm going to cover each of these. But the reasons are, monetary policy in the US has gone from being dovish to maybe neutral hawkish. The second is we've had the Clarity Act in limbo. We should be getting some clarity on that soon. The third is that there's been AI FOMO. But that's not always going to last, especially as AI matures. Crypto is going to come back into the spotlight. The financial sector is underperformed, and of course, if financials are doing poorly, it's hard for crypto to do well. But keep in mind, if we are in crypto spring, which is our take, it's not a straight line higher, but progress is happening. Okay. So this is what I am referring to when I say monetary policy has turned hawkish. Just a few months ago, the bond market was pricing in 2 Fed cuts this year, which is, of course, dovish. But because of the war with Iran and the supply chain effect, and now with AI infrastructure spending pushing up some prices, the bond market now is pricing in 2 hikes. So think about that from a macro. We've taken 4 cuts, essentially, out of the market. That's a headwind for crypto because crypto relies on easy money. I don't think this is going to be the case by the end of the year, by the way. I think inflation, in our view, we write about this at Fundstrat, is undershooting expectations. So I think cuts or even a neutral come back into the picture. The second issue is the Clarity Act. The Clarity Act's important because it provides a purview. It establishes the CFTC as the regulatory authority for crypto. In other words, there's a national framework. And currently, the prediction markets only see a 44% chance Clarity Act passes this year. Now, that's the prediction markets, but industry experts are a lot more bullish on that. For instance, Coinbase, Brian Armstrong, and of course the vice chair have said the same thing. We're on the 1 yard line. The momentum is unmistakable. We're optimistic about it becoming law. So if that happens, that's bullish for crypto. The third headwind has been AI FOMO. AI has, of course, been a huge CapEx story. It's been one of the reasons Korea's stock market's done so well. And 86% of all venture capital has actually gone into AI. So naturally, people think means crypto is no longer interesting. And I was been thinking about this over the last couple of weeks, and I think that's not the case. That's why my second part of the presentation is going to show you that the more AI progresses, the bigger the story for crypto is forming. And then, of course, this is financial equity performance year to date in the US. The best performing sector has been memory, tech, ex-Mag 7, the semiconductors, okay? But if you look all the way here to the right, financials are the second worst sector year to date. So of course, if financials aren't doing great, people aren't going to be excited about crypto either. Now, going back to all those points I mentioned, if the Fed turns dovish, financials are going to do well, which is a tailwind for crypto. Okay. Now, that's the macro headwinds, but look at what our advisor, Tom DeMark, has said. He's our timing advisor for BitMine, and he says, everything appears in order for a market bottom regarding Ethereum. Bottom line, Ethereum's risk reward is to the upside. The next decline should mark the bottom. Basically, we're at the lows for crypto. And he thinks the best analogy is to look at this as the S&P 1987. And as you can see, the S&P rallied from this point. So this would imply 2,200 by August. Similarly, there's a guy named Steve Sutmeyer at Bank of America. He's a technical strategist, and he put out an alert this week, says tactical bottom alert for Ethereum. His point is that Ethereum is stabilizing on a tactical basis. So, and again, he's targeting roughly 2,200 shortly. So if you're bearish on crypto, you're bearish at the lows, okay? And I think this is an important statement to keep in mind. This is from Warren Buffett. The market may ignore business success for a while, but eventually will confirm it, okay? So let's think about Ethereum today. We're at 1,700. Well, actually, it was at the time of the presentation. Now it's a little higher. And over, since in the last 10 years, we had the ICO boom, we had an NFT boom. That got Ethereum to 4,800. And then in the last 18 months, we had the ETF launches and stablecoins, and that got Ethereum back to 5,000. And now here we are at 1,732. Now, many of you might be giving up on crypto here because they're like, well, aren't all the catalysts played out? I don't think so. This is what I would call Ethereum 1.0, and we're in the midst of a drawdown, okay? And if you're quitting here, you are quitting at the bottom. Because unlike the other crypto winners, right, the last crypto winner was US regulators were trying to essentially wipe out Bitcoin. Wall Street is building on Ethereum. Look at all the tokenization wins. Bildl, BlackRock's Bildl, JP Morgan's Money, Securitize, Ondo Finance. And then what about all these layer 2 wins? The Robinhood chain, it probably is one of the biggest product launches over the last 5 years. The Coinbase L2 is still a leader, and total value locked. Kraken launched Inc. Okay? And here's the thing, I don't think people are understanding how big a deal this Robinhood thing is. First of all, their founder believes everything that is running on traditional rails will eventually become on-chain tokenized. I agree with him. I think the entire financial system is going to be built on blockchain. The second is the chain that they launched has already flipped Hyperliquid. I think the stats continue to be staggering. In fact, it's over $1 billion now in DEX volume. So this July 9th tweet is actually already old. And we tweeted about this itself. One of the things that's unique about the Robinhood chain is that it's using ETH as the gas token, okay? So it is using not only Ethereum security, but it's using the ETH token, and the fees on this chain are denominated in ETH, okay? So ETH is becoming money because it's a unit of account. And here's a bunch of aspects about this chain that are really distinguishing. But I'd say among this list, just keep in mind, Robinhood has 27 million users that are now going to use Ethereum in the background every day, okay? And as Vlad points out, it's also going to be used for memes. Okay. Now look at the developer community. This is from Electric Capital's developer report. Do you notice something? Ethereum has more developers than the other 9 chains combined. Okay? And look at ecosystems by continent. The #1 ecosystem in every continent in the world is Ethereum. So if you're bearish on Ethereum, you're kind of missing that they've already won a lot of success here. And I come back to this statement. The market may ignore business success for a while, but eventually will confirm it. Now, why am I pointing that out? Well, let's talk about Amazon, okay? Let's say you were an early investor in Amazon, and the stock, you can see, was at $6 for almost 12 years, okay? That's where it peaked. And even though they launched AWS in 2006, well, look at the next 12 years. Amazon went from $6 to $241. Because AWS paid off, they launched Amazon Studios Prime Day. They had a massive increase in their addressable market, and the stock exploded. Let's look at NVIDIA. For almost 20 years, NVIDIA was range-bound. It peaked at $1 twice. In the first cycle, it was CUDA that they launched, which was today, of course, really the basis for their continued AI success. And then they became kind of big in the GPU crypto days in the 2015 period. But the stock was stuck at $1. But then ChatGPT came along, and they announced Blackwell, and it went from $1 to $197. Okay, so think about this for a minute. If I told you in 2015 you're not bullish enough on NVIDIA, you would have said, look, it's all played out. Crypto played out, the gaming thing played out, but of course AI came along and it was a 200x. That's a massive increase in the addressable market. And then of course my former employer, JP Morgan, this is 30 years. The stock couldn't get past $70. My entire career there, the stock was essentially flat. Okay, and they acquired JP Morgan in '99 and Bear Stearns in 2009. But the acquisition of JP Morgan and Bear Stearns made Chase a global bank. And look what happened. Over the next 15 years, it went from $58 to $334. That's for the biggest bank in the world. So you can see when the addressable market changes, the stock price massively changes. So let's get back to Ethereum, okay? We're in Ethereum 1.0 today, but Ethereum 2.0 is coming. It starts with the new era of the foundation. We've spent some time talking about that. But the foundation, shrinking its role and then creating spin-offs is a sign of maturity. And I'll talk about that in a bit, but to me it's very bullish. The second is the agentic AI world is emerging. And this is a big deal. So let me talk about why AI and Ethereum are basically going to be, I guess you might call it the singularity. Okay, and it has to do with the uncanny valley of wealth. Now, if you've never heard of this guy, Masahiro Mori, okay, very, very famous Japanese robot technology guy. And he coined the term the uncanny valley, okay? And what he's referring to is a hypothesis that says that when we encounter something that looks too human, he's talking about robots, we become very uncomfortable, okay? The uncanny valley is also true about money, okay? So let me explain. Imagine a grid. In the future, more wealth will be created by AI than by us. Maybe doing it on our behalf, okay? That's the x-axis. And then the y-axis is our satisfaction with AI. Right now, we're very satisfied because AI is doing complex reasoning for us, they're multitasking, they're doing trading. These are all good progress. But there might be more. Robinhood is launching machine-to-machine trading. So AI is a growing share of our income, right? We have trading agents. But there's going to be a point where AI will make more money than we make on our own, okay? So think about that. What if more than half your income is driven by AI? We're going to start to wonder if we work for the AI system. They might lock us out of our bank account one day. They might replace our job. They might cut us out entirely. They might create their own banking system. That's the uncanny valley of wealth. And I think we're going to be very fearful of AI. This is already happening. Young people, like at Stanford, at their commencement, they walked out when they had Google CEO speak. This is just a handful of the anti-AI groups in the US. By the way, the Zizians actually has already committed murder. They're trying to kill people working on AI. And, perhaps the Terminator isn't such a crazy movie after all. I think there's going to be people who actually fight AI. And we have to be worried because today AI generates more content. Look, it's 75% of all trading on Polymarket, 53% of web traffic. The majority of emails you get are from non-humans. So that's why I think a lot of the folks who look downstream think that AI agents and crypto and money are going to converge. And so in the future, blockchains are going to be our interface layer with AI agents. And I think humanity wins there. Okay. And so let me explain that, of course, we think Ethereum is a settlement layer for finance. I've talked about that many times. And ultimately, ETH is money. Okay? So where does that leave ETH? You saw those other charts, 100x, 200x. Well, I don't know, is Ethereum at 10x or 30x from here? I think so. And that's how you can see in ETH 2.0, maybe 250,000 isn't so crazy.
What about this internet?
And if you're skeptical, I want to play this video, okay? So let me rewind. This is Bill Gates in 1995 trying to explain the internet to David Letterman.
What about this internet thing? Do you know anything about that? Sure. What the hell is that exactly?
Well, it's become a place where people are publishing information.
Right.
So everybody can have their own homepage. Companies are there. The latest information. It's wild what's going on. You can send electronic mail to people. It is the big new thing.
Yeah, but it's easy to criticize something you don't fully understand, which is my position here.
Go ahead.
But I can remember a couple of months ago, there was like a big breakthrough announcement that on the internet or on some computer deal, they were going to broadcast a baseball game. You could listen to a baseball game on your computer. And I just thought to myself, does radio ring a bell? You know what I mean?
There's a difference.
There is a difference.
It's not a huge difference.
What is the difference?
But you can listen to the baseball game whenever you want.
Right.
Too.
Oh, I see. So it's stored in one of your memory deals,
Exactly.
and then you can come
That's
back
the
a year
RAM
later.
thing you talked about earlier.
Yeah. Do tape recorders ring a bell?
All right, so you
What
get
about
the
this
point.
internet thing? Do you?
That's us explaining Ethereum to people who aren't in the ecosystem, who don't use it every day, right? They might sneer and laugh, but again, go back to 1995. Would you want to be betting against the internet? Okay, which is why I'd say you have many choices, but I think BitMine is primed for the next full cycle. Okay, so let me explain to you the accomplishments in the next few minutes. Okay, we've just completed our first 12 months of operations. That was June 30th, 2026. And in 12 months, we acquired 5.74 million ETH, which is 4.9% of the supply of Ethereum. We were targeting 5% over 5 years. We did it in 12 months. We launched Maven, which is our staking operation, Made in America Validator Network. Today, it is the largest single staking operator in the world, and we're actually managing over $2 billion of other people's crypto. We've done moonshot investments in Beast Industries, ACO, A+, and others, many that we haven't disclosed yet. And we've partnered with the Ethereum Foundation on Ethereum Foundation 2.0, okay? And the first two that have been disclosed is ETH Labs. ETH Labs is focused on privacy, and they want to accelerate the Ethereum institutional super cycle. We fully support that. We are the lead investor in that effort. And then Ethereum Institutional launched, and again, BitMine is the lead backer of this effort to focus on institutional engagement. So you can imagine for the foundation spinoffs that are doing things that are important to the ecosystem, BitMine, with its almost $300 million a year in staking rewards, is going to back all of those. We're the first to do an ETH preferred stock offering. The yield on this is actually below that of MicroStrategy. So it's been very successful. When we launched it, it was 5 times oversubscribed, and the ticker for that is BMNP. We uplisted to the New York Stock Exchange Big Board. Now, this is a big deal because we're on the most prestigious exchange in the world, the New York Stock Exchange. And we are what they call a big board listed company. We get enormous support from the NYSE. They give us $700,000 a year of services so that we can have trading intelligence on our stock. And we got added to the Russell 1000 large cap index. That's another big deal. Most hedge funds and large cap managers today use the most popular index they use for benchmarking is the Russell 1000 large cap index. So we are a stock that every institution today has to evaluate whether they want to own. And let's talk about our future goals. I actually had a lot here, but I want to slim down the ones that we've actually publicly disclosed. Okay, we want to slowly get to 5% of Ethereum supply. I've talked to many people in Ethereum's ecosystem. And at the moment, especially because the ETH Foundation 2.0 is happening, I don't think anybody wants us to own more than 5%. That can change, and if it changes, we'll buy a lot more ETH. But until we have a consensus around that, we're going to slow our purchases. We're, of course, going to fund additional foundation spins, including a lot of critical infrastructure partners. There are many, many Ethereum clients out there that we can step in and do the funding for. And there's a lot of public goods that we're interested in also backing. But the third point here is important. Because we know another crypto super cycle is underway, we want to identify and invest in the financial services and the crypto projects that are going to become unicorns. Now, naturally, this is mostly pointing us back to Ethereum, but we do want to back all the winning projects here. And then finally, we are committed to strengthening the Ethereum ecosystem, but I think it's already in great shape. And that gets us to what it means for the stock price. And again, the correlation between BitMine and the stock and the price of Ethereum is 90% because we own a lot of Ethereum. And I just want to remind you, well, there's some people that think Ethereum could be 250,000. This is a report from Etherealize. Joe Lubin has 250,000. I believe Justin Drake's number is actually above that. So what does that mean for the share price? Well, using the historical correlation, you can see there's massive upside for BitMine as we get to those prices. So that's it in a nutshell. But I do want to leave you with one last thought, okay? Because I'm a big fan of Berkshire Hathaway. I quoted Warren Buffett. But here's Charlie Munger. See, this is right. Look back at those charts. The big money is not in the buying and selling, but in the waiting. That played out for Amazon. That played out for NVIDIA. That played out for JP Morgan, where I spent my entire career. And to me, I see this playing out for Ethereum. So that's it in a nutshell. So thank you. I believe we're going to have some Q&A after this.
All right, thank you so much, Tom, for an incredible keynote.
Hi, good afternoon. Welcome, Tom, at the Japan Blockchain Week Summit. You are one of the most recognized voices on Wall Street when it comes to crypto, co-founder of Fundstrat, and the chairman of Bitwine, which is the largest Ether holder, corporate Ether holder in the world. And I'm very honored to ask you questions today. I guess the first question is related to the crypto market. And you already talked about AI FOMO in the presentation. And a lot of people talking about crypto is losing attention. And most of the attention crypto loss goes to AI industry. And previously, lots of things happened in the past months, but previously you called this market sort of a super cycle having the potential, but now you see many moving factors like you put in the presentation. So I guess the first question is, maybe you already briefly talked about this in the presentation, but how do you see the crypto market at the moment?
Yes, well, 10 years ago when we first started writing about crypto, it was very, very unique. It was not mainstream. Most people who heard of Bitcoin were skeptical because if they've even heard about it, they would say, look, it's just software and it's used by drug dealers and ransomers. But of course the technology worked really well. And we had a few cycles of prices rising and falling. And in the last couple of years, crypto became a bit more mainstream because regulatory restrictions changed and it became easier for people to buy crypto in their brokerage account. But on the flip side, a lot of crypto traders who were really good started to trade macro. And so the reality is if you've been in crypto a long time, you might find crypto not as interesting because now it's more mainstream. And that's one headwind. And the second headwind is that AI has been a huge story. And in fact, there's really 3 places where AI has been a boom, maybe a fourth. The boom in AI has been in America, it's been in China, and it's been in Korea, because Korea is the AI infrastructure partner. Korea has silicon and they have memory, and by the way, Korea is basically US's defense partner as well. And I think Japan will probably be the 4th place for AI. Guess what? Where was crypto the biggest? It was big in America, China, Korea, and Japan. So in the countries where crypto used to be big, there's a big AI story. And so that's why I think there's been AI FOMO. But as I explained, and I thought a lot about this, AI, the more powerful it becomes, the more crypto is going to be the thing everybody runs to. So I think it's a true downstream story. And when that flips, it's going to be just like NVIDIA in 2016.
Thanks. On that AI story, you talked a lot about Ether 2.0, right? And with the rise of agentic AI, agentic systems, Ethereum will be probably the biggest beneficiary out of all the other blockchains. And you've been in the past basically explain the reason why Ethereum is being the most public blockchain, transparent, neutral, and that's basically is the tailwind for the Ethereum, right? And then I see that point, but on the other hand, some people recently feared that AI can be destroying like DeFi, decentralized finance ecosystem, and obviously DeFi is there are lots of DeFi applications on Ethereum, and because as the AI grows, it's easier for AI to find vulnerabilities on DeFi. So I was just recently wondering, and is AI net positive for crypto and Ethereum? And I guess the question is, how do you see those, so to speak, like negative aspect of AI impact on the crypto and then Ethereum?
I think it's important to do what I call a bird's eye view, to have situational awareness. Number one, most crypto people today and the ones working in DeFi, I don't believe many of them understand financial services. They don't understand regulations, and they don't understand how customers react to loss, and they don't understand the strong and the power of the incumbency. They underestimate that completely, because that ends up leading to regulatory barriers. So I think there is a lot of misunderstanding in how people build projects. So AI is not just a threat to DeFi. It's a threat to crypto because they are decentralized systems, so the attack vector is actually really broad. And in crypto, you're going to have to do formal verification of code automatically. But AI is going to erode the profitability of the traditional banking system. The banking system today already runs with 6 or 7% losses of fraudulent transactions. AI, on balance, is going to make that higher, not lower. No matter what the big banks put in place to protect themselves from AI, AI just has to be right once. So losses for banks are going to grow. Today, JP Morgan's the most profitable bank in the world. It makes $60 billion a year with 300,000 employees. Jane Street just trades markets, and they're going to make close to $40 billion this year. 2/3 of the profit of JP Morgan with 3,000 employees. And Tether, which is a monoline stablecoin operator, is going to make maybe $20 billion this year with 300 employees. If you added Tether plus Jane Street, they make more money than JP Morgan. That probably tells you all about why, if you're worried about AI hurting DeFi, it's probably going to really change financial services.
Thanks. Now, let's move to Bitmine business, right? And then, as you showed in the presentation, there have been many achievements. And actually, personally, I was quite surprised that when you became chairman of Bitmine, I guess it was last summer. It was super exciting because I've been a fan of you basically since like 2017, when I joined crypto industry, and I see you speaking on CNBC about crypto since then, and so I was quite surprised, but also super excited. Now, there have been many achievements of Bitmine for the past several months, and then one topic I would like to talk about is preferred stock, right? You recently announced the preferred stock listed on New York Stock Exchange. Dividend payment is 9.5% annually, and I guess that's a new way to raise funds and probably to buy more Ether. I guess people like to compare that with strategies STRC, also a preferred stock, and how Michael Saylor is talking mostly about STRC recently. And no, I think people like to compare, and then now, I mean, there's a difference between Ether and BTC, but no, as the biggest Ether that you finally have started working on preferred. I guess the question is, what do you share the same goal with Michael Saylor when it comes to preferred stock usage? What's your expectation for this preferred stock to function?
Investors are always going to compare BitMine to MicroStrategy, mainly because we're the second largest DAT. So there's MicroStrategy, which is 50 billion of market cap, and BitMine, which is about 11 billion, and then the next biggest DAT is like 1.7 billion. So there's a huge drop off. MicroStrategy, I think, has been very innovative, but their objective is actually very specific. They've been very explicit. MicroStrategy wants to create digital credit using Bitcoin, okay? So they own Bitcoin on the balance sheet, but because Bitcoin doesn't generate yield, they want to create a structured product or using MicroStrategy's balance sheet itself. And it's very complex. They have convertibles, preferreds, they have common stock, they have 4 classes of preferred stock, and of course now they're talking about how they're going to actively manage the balance sheet, buying and selling Bitcoin. And part of that complexity is that Bitcoin is not natively generating yield. So the Stretch, STRC, currently has a face value yield of 12, but it's trading at 86. That means the yield is really 13.6%, okay, for Stretch. Now, BitMine has a different business strategy. We basically want to be the benevolent ecosystem player in Ethereum because we're super bullish on Ethereum. So we own a lot of ETH, but ETH generates yield. It's generating for us almost 300 million of yield a year. We have no debt, and we have about $700 million of other investments that we believe are going to be worth several $1 billion, okay? So it's a different strategy. And we issued a preferred. The annual payments on those preferreds right now is 30 million. So it's not even 10% of our staking yield. The yield on BitMine's preferred, and the ticker's BMNP, is it's about 11%. It's actually just under 11%. That means investors require 50 basis points less yield to own our preferred than MicroStrategy. So they view ours as a much more stable credit. We actually probably could issue 4 or 5 times more of the preferred, but it doesn't make sense to us. We wanted to set a reference rate, so that way SharpLink can issue preferreds down the road and other ETH DATs, but we're setting a low yield, so now they can all price it better than Bitcoin DATs. But also it's a big call option for us because Ethereum's at 1,700. If think about this, if Ethereum goes to 5,000, then the Ethereum that was bought with the preferreds is going to generate dividends that pay for that preferred, right? Because as a total company, at $5,000 ETH, our staking rewards are going to be over $1 billion. So you can see why it's essentially a call option for us. We're buying a long-dated call costing us 9.5% to buy ETH.
Right, thanks. So we don't have much more time, so I'd like to talk a bit more about the Ethereum ecosystem development, right? So recently, there are two major movements in the Ethereum ecosystem. And then, as you are talking about in the presentation, there's EtherLab, I guess mainly focusing on research, R&D, and the other one is Ethereum Institutional, mainly the BD, right, business development for Ethereum and talking to banks, for the Ethereum adoption. And Bitmine funding both of them. And some of are working closely with the former Ethereum Foundation members, in both organizations. Maybe what's your expectation for both new organizations from your side, and then for the largest EtherDAT, why have you decided to fund those initiatives?
Yes, I think the reality is I'm looking at how other industries evolved, whether it's the semiconductor industry or the mobile telephone industry, or dairy industry. They all have a consortium and an industry group that represents specific objectives of each industry. So in mobile telephones, in the US, it's the CTIA, and in semiconductors, it's the SIA, Semiconductor Industry Association. To us, the Ethereum Labs and Ethereum Institutional look a lot like those groups. I think that they're going to be backed by public and private sector people. They don't necessarily need to be generating profits because they're representing the industry, the interests of the industry that do make profits. But they need initial funding. And we didn't want them to go to a bunch of bag holders or to DeFi companies because we don't want them to suddenly have to do all their work to support an L2 or to support a protocol. So we thought we could be the most neutral entity because we want ETH to go up, and these groups will help ETH go up. So I think it made sense for us to anchor the funding for those institutions.
Makes sense. So we are running out of time, but one last question very quickly. So since you are in Tokyo, I'd like to ask this question. So, basically, what's your plan in the Japanese market is the question. But basically, as you were saying in the presentation, maybe there are potentially, unicorns being born in the Japanese market. Because of the Japanese yen depreciation and inflation, some Japanese companies are seriously looking at the ETH as a way to have exposure to assets other than Japanese yen, right? So there can be Japanese companies' demand for EtherDAT business, basically. What's your plan in the Japanese market?
Okay. Well, I think maybe people aren't aware of how much time I've invested in Japan, because my Japanese is very bad. But are any of you guys customers of SMBC, Sumitomo, SMBC Nikko? Okay. At Fundstrat, we've been working with them for 10 years. We are the first independent research firm to partner with a major bank, and we've been working with them for 10 years. And why did we work with them? Because 10 years ago, SMBC Nikko was working with Citigroup, and Citigroup wasn't convincing their customers to buy stocks. 10 years ago in Japan, everybody owned bonds. And then when we met with SMBC customers, they all owned bonds and very little stocks. But we convinced SMBC customers that in the US, there are some amazing companies, and we talked to them about the Mag 7, and SMBC has seen a huge growth in their US equity business for their Japanese clients. And they've all made a lot of money because we recommended NVIDIA very early. That's been probably 100x for their clients. So I've been spending a lot of time and I invest in Japan, and I think that the Japanese investor is very smart, and they've also were going through deflation. So at the time, equities was a real return vehicle for them. Japan's now transitioning because now there is inflation, and I think preserving purchasing power is going to matter. And I think stocks are already things the Japanese have discovered because even the Nikkei's come back. But you know, people really need a new way to preserve wealth, and to me that's going to be crypto. So look, I already understand how important Japan is because of my work at Fundstrat. And so for BitMine, it's the same thing that, you know, at BitMine, we are really betting on what I think is the most important crypto asset over the next generation. And so I think it is a generational opportunity.
All right, thanks. So that's all the questions I have today. So thank you, Tom, again for your time.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. This is a session about AI agent and crypto, blockchain. Yeah, a lot of people, literally all the industries and economies related to AI right now. And we have a very exciting moment to talk about how AI influence on crypto and blockchain and whatsoever. And so today we have our very, very special guest, Justus. He's doing our AI audit company, and also Sean from Virtual. Virtual is the most famous agent tokenization platform, and also Sumo from A16Z. As you know. So can you introduce yourself in maybe 10 lines?
Hello, I'm Justus Hanna, CEO of Grego AI. We do Web3 cybersecurity and also Web2 cybersecurity. In Nippon Yaidai Kudasai Koze.
Awesome. Hi guys, I'm Sean and I'm the CMO for Virtuals Protocol. We've been the biggest agent tokenization platform since 2024. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hongmo Park, and I'm head of Asia Pacific, A16Z Crypto. A16Z is the largest venture capital in the world with 100 billion USD AUM. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much. And I'm Leona from Hintmax, which is doing our quantum safe payment, stateless payment protocol. And also I'm doing our research of complex neural network. So yeah, let's have it started. So the first topic we need to talk with, we want to talk with is like the security. So in crypto context, basically the most important, maybe most important part of combination AI and crypto is cybersecurity. Attackers are using AI to find bugs and vulnerabilities. Maybe already 95% of reported vulnerability in this industry are done by AI today. And so, and also people are talking about Mythos and the other new models which is very, very good at cybersecurity or cyber attacking. And in that sense, this is the by far the most prioritized point of view of AI today. And so just as you are doing the crypto cybersecurity stuff using AI, right? And in your perspective, what happened recently, maybe 5 years ago, we do not have any kind of bugs and cyber attack reported by AI, but today it's enormous. And what's happening?
Yeah, very, very interesting shift in security, in cybersecurity, and as far as in Web3. So what's been happening is if you think about code and bugs, they've always existed, right? But you had to be relatively skilled to be able to exploit these bugs in code. And so you had these very skilled hackers. And then you had guys that we call script kiddies, who would copy the scripts or whatever the instructions were to go ahead and hack that with the guidance of these skilled hackers. And so that's why you saw exploits always happen across the blockchain and cybersecurity. And now with AI, you basically have people that are interested in it, and you have an expert sitting on your shoulder, the AI, that can help coach you and guide you through these exploits and really look into the corners where humans would never look at before. So now we've developed this great white hat AI system, but the black hats also have their systems as well. And so what's happening is you're seeing the accelerated hacks happen over and over again. There's North Korean state actors, there's any incentivized individual, especially in crypto, because you have billions at risk on the blockchain, like in the example of a stablecoin exploit across chain. And so it's just, the issue is there's all these bugs that kind of need to be flushed out in our view. There's a lot of lapses in code that have been out there for a long time that are finally getting exploited because previously there was no real incentive to look at some code that could have taken days to scan by humans at a big budget. Now you can have AI do that in minutes. So you see a lot of these exploits happening. And as we kind of clean up the blockchain, you think that this problem resolves itself. But unfortunately, newer developers are all vibe coding. And so they're introducing the same bugs that we saw 5-6 years ago on chain. And so it's like the cycle repeats. And so that's kind of why we built our defensive AI anti-bug system, really to kind of try to combat this on the defensive front.
It's quite interesting. So you talk about, you said that script kiddies, it's normal kiddies can make a kind of cyber attack today, right? It's a random question, but what's the main difference, script kiddie and the AI audit expert, who can kind of prevent vulnerability or find a vulnerability? What do you think is the biggest kind of difference?
Well, script kiddies, I mean, they're basically copying instructions from expert hackers, and you only have so much scope that these encompass. But when you have AI to do this, you literally, as long as you can ask the right questions, and this is a key about using AI to find bugs defensively or offensively, it's about creating a framework for essentially guiding the AI exactly what you want it to do and asking the right questions. So the human still needs the agency and the creativity to come up with the questions. But if you guide the AI the right way, you can get very impressive results.
I see. So you are doing that automatically or kind of manually?
Ours is automatically, as we've kind of built this framework to ask those exacting questions, but ours runs 99% automatically.
I see, cool. So, Sean, you are from Badgers. Badgers are tokenized in maybe so many AI agents. And in this situation of kind of maybe emergency of kind of cybersecurity. What are you dealing with right now? Maybe I'm doing the open source, so maybe we are seeing the same situation. Like open source are a bit endangered. At the same time, this is the biggest chance to make many open source safe against AI. So what you are dealing with that?
I think basically people have a lot of worry about open source security, but if you think about it, 20 years ago, I think if you think about open source coding, there's obviously a lot of different security issues because there's not a lot of people who will verify the code. What I mean by that is if it's a centralized code, someone will pay you and there's a very strict incentivization for you to actually verify and you'll make money and then the code will be safe. But open source coders, the people who will actually try to verify are those who are trying to attack. Hence, there's not a lot of opportunities for verification, meaning more secure exploits for open code. But as we see a lot of different LLM users coming in and vibe coding and creating a lot of these different agents based on open source coding, the verification also became much more cheaper. And as verification becomes much more cheaper, now you have like millions of eyes looking over open source code, meaning that it's much more secure. And I think as more agents are coming up and people are tokenizing, what we see is that the next 2 to 3 years, it's not really about whether your agent is based on open source or whether it's central. I think it's more on who iterates faster based on the value and the necessity of the needs that people are looking at. And I think definitely one part of a pro about open source is that it does iterate faster. And I think that's what we think is quite astonishing.
Yeah, it's quite, it's very true that, the open source are getting more safe than before because there are eyes of people and, those who want to, try to find the bug in open source. And yeah, actually, in my project, it's also happening. There bug bounties who kind of fulfilled by who with so many people who want to behave good hacker, white hat hackers. So I really hope that it's happening like the way. And it's random question, but your agents are dealing with users, right? Kind of talking with users, right? Is it so? Maybe 3 years ago, it's really hard to manipulate your AI agent. And how about right now? So people can ask quite, strange stuff to your, AI agent and to manipulate your agent. Is that possible?
Virtuals has 3 different products. One that we're famous for is the agent tokenization platform. It's called Launchpad. We do around 15 billion transactions per year in US dollar value. And then there's the agent commerce protocol, which is agent-to-agent coordination layer, which allows your agents to speak with different agents. I think based on your question, that's more towards agent-to-agent coordination. And I think obviously that's one part that we're building, but not just we're using our different infrastructure that we're using with, but we're working with Robinhood Chain, we're working with Base. So there are different agent standards that they provide. And I think collaborating with them allows the users to better use the infrastructure.
I see. So, Sumo, you are actively investing in AI and crypto. Yeah, under these situations of cybersecurity, what's your kind of priority of the perspective of your kind of business?
So these days we are really interested in, especially for crypto side, we are interested in institution side rather, because crypto is really heavily regulated industry, and we are very sensitive about the regulations. So for example, last year, US government passed a Genius Act, which regulates stablecoin. Since then, a lot of things have changed, which means a lot of different regulated financial institutions was able to issue their own stablecoin or run their own blockchain and everything. And then we are waiting for another act and bill to be passed, which is called Clarity Act, that regulates the market structure, which means that it guides whether those stable coins that are issued by institutions could be used in derivatives or what kind of yield they can give. So it gives a lot of clarity about what they can actually do with stablecoin, which is the programmable money in our expression. So those kind of institutions are really important, and same goes for Asia Pacific side as well. South Korea, Japan, these two countries are leading these financial institution trend because we are extremely advanced in terms of blockchain adoption. Although we may be slow and things are it seems like it's not moving, but it is actually moving. And the thing is, when we move, people notice about it. So it's really important that we be on the table when they try to choose which kind of blockchain partner to work with. So that's why we are trying really hard to make sure our portfolio companies are in the same room when they are choosing which company to work together. That was the crypto side, and another for the AI side. We have 7 different funds under a 16Z umbrella. One is crypto, and another is biotech. Another is American Dynamism, which is defense fund, and then another is gaming fund, which is speedrun right these days. And 2 other things are AI application and AI infrastructure. So AI infrastructure is like OpenAI, or like the infrastructure lying underneath the AI technology, and we also invest in AI applications. So applications built on top of those infrastructures. So those two things are our major priorities, and I think we are trying to invest in every single sector. So just if you think about our crypto portfolio, we have all the portfolio companies in each sector. So Solana is our portfolio company. Sui, Aptos, like all of those layer ones, and also all the DeFi protocols like Morpho, like they're all our portfolio companies. The same goes for AI. So we want to be making sure we own specific % of the shares for each of the AI companies. So that's how we are trying to do. And I actually have some questions to Justice actually. So I'm just out of just like genuine like curiosity. So I think in a traditional sense, the audit was, I think it was a snapshot of a specific time window. And I think like as AI develops, things should be like 24/7. It's like ever growing, and like we need to monitor 24/7 in my opinion. And this question is coming from like when I was talking to our portfolio companies, because they're really sensitive of the security side. So I just want to hear more about your opinion about how we should cope with these like 24/7 like kind of like audit situation.
Oh yeah. So this is exactly what we're building. We're building what's called a security OS, and it's essentially going to do that. So whether it's going to branch out from Web3 to full cybersec, and what you're going to be able to do is just plug in, say, Aave or Windows or anything. You'll plug it in, and it operates 24/7 autonomously, omniscient, and it's going to be there suggesting PRs in your GitHub, finding bugs, notifying you ahead of the time, and then fixing those. Everything's going to be autonomous, because you can't have this, like what we have now is alert systems, like Forti Network, these other things that, okay, a hack happens, and then we say, oh, hey, the hack happened. You know, quickly pause the contracts, and that doesn't work. So my take has always been we need to have something, security has to scale. And right now, like you said, it's a point in time. That's done. With AI hacks, it's done. So right now we offer a SaaS offering, which is, it's a manual thing, but clients can get a security review, security audit, and fixes within 6 hours. But that needs to be much more efficient and just constantly always on, like your antivirus running on your Windows system at your corporate job. So that's what we're building. We feel like this is the next step forward. And I just want to give one point on what you said about how this is a highly regulated industry. And I've been in this industry a long time, and it's come a long way from being the Wild West to now you're talking about regulations. And one thing that all the regulators miss, and investors miss a lot too, is the risk that's associated with these actual protocols. So 2 things on this. One is with the DeFi regulations here in Japan that are saying, hey, listen, you have DeFi, and then you have true DeFi. If there's no owners, the contracts are immutable, we're going to be hands off. But as soon as there's someone that's touching it, and I think this is a great approach, by the way, it's like now you got to comply with these regs. because investors have been getting screwed too long because the average investor, institutional or retail, does not understand the risk. I guarantee it, of where they're putting their money, even with stable coins. You've seen some of the cross-chain infinite mints that have happened, and that'll destroy any stable coin. And those risks are not known by any investor that I've spoken to, and so we still need to work on establishing a better risk framework and an automated security solution that can help kind of make this more understandable and more acceptable and palatable for investors.
So in that sense, which do you think is more kind of safe, the currently banking system or on-chain finance? No, you can find the kind of emergency as soon as possible. Maybe in banks, no, right? What do you think about that?
Which country?
Wow, it's a great question. Yeah, let's say, no, here's Japan, so let's talk about Japan. Which do you think?
Like everything, it depends. I think I'm a big DeFi believer in the core claims of DeFi. I like being able to send funds to whoever I want, when I want, not having to deal with the traditional finance system, self-custody, those core principles, and immutability. Those core principles I've always stood by. I think those are the big selling points of crypto. I think if we do it right, and if you look back at some of the contracts that have been deployed on Ethereum from 5 years ago, they're still secure. The original custom multi-sigs in version 4 Solidity, they're secure. We did code right. Maker DAO still runs its great system. It's just when you have a decentralized system like this, anybody, a 20-year-old out of Mumbai, can deploy a protocol that gets a lot of TVL, and so that's the issue. That's why we wanted to scale security, because he can't afford a $100,000 audit from Trail of Bits, but he can afford an AI audit that gets him a lot closer to being more secure, because he's going to deploy no matter what, and investors will still deploy capital.
Yeah, definitely. So Sumo, you are basically investing, in charge of investing many things. And so do you have any change of your policy regarding investing open source? Because open source are, right now getting more safe at the same time, getting kind of endangered at the same time. What do you think about that?
So our company, I think, in my opinion, is very AI native, because we invested in a lot of AI infrastructures, and by company policy, they give us unlimited token to do whatever with Claude or OpenAI or Gemini. But they have never mentioned anything about the open source. And I think, at least within our company, they don't really like us using open source, especially because they're associated with specific country in the world. And as you could tell, our company is really, really American-centric fund, because most of our LPs are, where the money is coming from. And our specific name of the fund is American Dynamism. And it's a defense fund. You know where those defense is against. So in my opinion, I think I'm not allowed to say anything about that, but yeah, probably not a good idea to use it.
Yeah, actually, it's my kind of, the point I'm struggling right now. The open source, the future will be open source or closed source because of AI. And I still, thinking about that. So you said that virtuals, you don't care about open source or not, but basically many things are coming from open source, right? And so let's talk about the open source model in AI industry. So some of the models like AI are OpenAI and Cloud closed source, and Chinese model are open source, and it was quite difficult to expect that, predict that China became a hub of the open source in AI era. And what do you think about kind of using open source model in your kind of platform?
Got it. I don't think virtuals do not care.
I didn't say that. Sometimes it's open source, sometimes it's closed source. You said.
But it's very clear. Market intelligent. Obviously, it's bifurcated. It's divided by two. There's the open source model, and there's a frontier model such as Claude, OpenAI, Gemini. But for agents specifically, I think agents that are trying to scale, they are using more on the open source models from our platform. The reason why is that it's simply because of unit economics of the price. Humans, for us, I think we usually do 20 to 30 questions per day, an average human being. But for agent-to-agent transactions, it could go up to 1,000 per day. And obviously, if the price per unit economic is increasingly high for frontier models, I think they presume to use more such as Gwen or Minimax. And I think that's what we have been seeing. But obviously, there's a future for frontier models to lower their cost down, of course. But then I think a lot of these specific companies that are thinking is, then price might be going down, but what about the control? What if they just finish their model off or jack up prices? There are certain worries about that, but I guess that's how Virtual's platform is running on, based on the agents that are running on the platform.
So the cost of the API of AI models and running AIs, it's directly related to your platform, right? Do users care about that?
I think frontier model, the pricing is very similar to like consulting. You're consulting, there's a specific consulting price per prompt that you provide. I think open source models are more like electricity. It's the price per unit economic is so low, but obviously there are governmental policy issues that might be a problem. There might be specific security issues that might be a problem, but yeah, it's really based on the choice. We don't segregate what models to use. It's really based on what the user want based on their agents that they're developing.
So you are tokenizing some kind of AI agent on chain, and the people can invest in that, right?
Correct. Yeah. We currently had around 50,000 agents tokenize and get funded through our platform.
So which is the biggest kind of point of view from user side to care about kind of efficiency and maybe how smart their AI, each AI agent is, and what kind of the other perspective do they have to prioritize?
Is this a question based on what model do you have to prioritize, whether to use a frontier model or an open source model? Is that the question?
No. Maybe in your platform there are many AI agents, right? And people are interested in that and sometimes invest in that, right? So how do they choose?
I think the users still on the DeFi, I guess more the degen, meme coin, AI meme coin wrapper side, people still move heavily based on the price action. It's still unfortunate. I think there is still needs to grow based on education, but right now it still moves a lot based on what kind of price action moves, and still there is a lot of narrative play behind it. But the most successful agent tokens that get funded heavily in the initial tractions are the ones that start, it's either the first in that specific narrative category in the AI agent space, it's the only one that can either do it, or it's the best at it. Obviously, if you do one out of those three in that sector category, it generates quite a bit of volume, but if you do two or at least three, then I think you become a category leader there.
So based on narrative, people care about AI. So people are investing or being interested in something new, right? So what is new today? For example, physical AI or whatever we can come up with.
I think there's still some time left for it to be a little more palpable, but definitely robotics have been something that people have been heavily. There's a lot of demand, especially from consumers to want to invest. I think we've been seeing that a lot these days.
So what's happening in your platform? So is there any physical robots people are talking with and people are investing in your platform?
So one of the things that we've been doing, we have an entity called Eastworld. It's a robot accelerator under Virtual's protocol. We work with Network School, and currently there's a robotics accelerator in Malaysia, and we basically did an MOU with Unitree, so we have around 40 to 50 G1 Unitree robots, and people who are willing to have funding or they're willing to tokenize with us, then we'll fly you to Malaysia. You get a 3-month residency in Network School together, and we'll also provide the G1 robot and the funding that you guys need. Is something that we've been working on very closely with Balaji, and We currently have around 10 robotic projects in our first batch, and we're looking to grow that a little more.
Super exciting. Yeah, I want to see what's happening in Malaysia and maybe it's a small island near Malaysia or Singapore, right? So physical AI. What do you think is the best kind of combination? AI, physical AI, and crypto. You think it's worth listening to?
I think after all, it's like it's more of a verification problem. So if you see a robot, right now we just hope they're a good robot and they're controlled by trustable people. What if it's not, right? So we want to verify the owner or the agent running behind the robot is a real people with a good faith rather than hacked robot. I think probably on this like verification side, blockchain technology could be used, and also at the end, when this really advances, some kind of like a machine-to-machine economy could be something a very good point that where we could use blockchain, because I think like agents probably should use programmable money, which is stablecoin in my opinion, or token, to pay with each other. So just like for example, if you want a delivery using robot to be delivered, to have your food delivered to your hotel, you need to pay them. How are you going to pay them, right? So like in the future where this kind of things happen, probably this kind of like payment system could be also used to physical AI side.
Yeah, it's a great answer. Why do you think it's kind of, it's I know there maybe we think of many answers, but why do you think is the crypto is the best for the robots instead of credit card and bank accounts?
Because it's a really all programmed money in the backend. Because like we can use fiat currency or we can use credit card. That's why I mentioned in the really advanced future we should probably use this kind of like a blockchain-based programmable money. Because in the real future, but right now when we are getting there, we should probably be using a credit card or whatever in the digital current Web 2 payment system. But at the end, when things are really becoming AI native and really blockchain native, I think the programmable money should be the means of the payment.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe, recently JBWS stablecoin in Japan is getting kind of becoming more famous because it's more programmable at the same time. And maybe stablecoin and robotics, it will be related, unexpectedly, I believe. What do you think about, small talk about the security and verification of robotics? What do you think about that? So this time, it's not only stealing money, it's, people can get hurt, by robot, right? So
no, we actually started looking at this 2 weeks ago. My guys were analyzing some code that powers, it's like a robot upstart, because we thought, you have critical bugs in the blockchain, you steal money, but when you have that critical bug at your home assistant robot and then he's taken over and the operator's killed, I mean, that's the worst possible scenario. But unfortunately, it's a reality, and that's why we have to be securing all the code out there. It's just, if death is on the line, we have to do it.
Do you join the robotic audit space? Do you think it's kind of happening?
I think it's non-existent right now. You have some legacy security providers that we've looked at in cybersec, but it's a new field. And unfortunately, the stance on security traditionally is that I'm not going to branch off too much, but why you see headlines with like Mythos and Fable finding hundreds of vulnerabilities in, say, a browser, it's like, well, security is not prioritized unless it secures value. And so it makes a big headline, but that you could look at any software base across the world, and no one really cares about your PII, about the majority of things, unless it's financial. So robots are being designed, I guarantee, they're not designed from security from the ground up, but they're designed with these kind of lax security standards, and unfortunately we have to secure these things before something tragic happens.
Yeah, somebody should be in charge of kind of auditing their codes in those areas before something happens, right? Yeah, and maybe I imagine what would happen if we had a good auditing ecosystem before blockchain happens, right? we did not have the DAO, we did not have so many DeFi hacks, maybe the adoption of blockchain would be quite different if we have that kind of ecosystem, right? So, okay, the final question. So, what do you think is the biggest kind of gap between the real kind of ideal in AI and maybe related to blockchain right now?
Yeah, so I assume you're talking about the gap between like what we see online with the developments of AI versus in the real world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's so vastly different, and there's so many people overhyping and overstating the impact and the immediacy of the impact. Us that are constantly online, we think that wow, this is accelerating. We see every day you log into X and you're in crypto, and it's just like at light speed. You don't log in for one day and you think you've missed the whole world. But in reality, when I log out and I talk to people, most are using it just for casual chats. They're using it for medical advice or, how can I do this at home? And the rollout of AI to where we kind of, outside of software, where it's permissionless and you could push it out very quickly, to the real world is very, very slow. And that's based on mainly due to humans, legacy barriers, legacy processes, rules, laws, etc. But I don't see a rollout like where it drastically affects humans for a much longer time period than what's put out there.
Yeah, maybe it's the biggest difference in the Twitter narrative. I believe so. Well, how do you think about this? So I want your kind of opinion about the gap, the current situation and the ideal situation.
Seeing in the crypto space of agents, I think the biggest that we're missing is actually user interface. What I mean by that is currently we everything is gone through chat box, but for agentic trading, a lot of people are trying to solve this. How could you do better agent-to-agent trading or agents making their own hedge funds? And there's a lot of hype about that. But market moves in parallel while trading in agent chat box requires, it's a sequence. You need can you scalp 10%? Can you create an agent that does high frequency trading? But when the market is moving in parallel, chat interface is always going to be slow. And I think everyone is trying to figure out what's the best way for that user interface, I think. And people who solves that will be we think is very, 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 very promising. But who will solve that specific agent interface for a specific action or problem that they're trying to solve?
How about voice? No, maybe yesterday or 2 days ago, the ChatGPT, OpenAI published their GPT
live,
and it was smooth. What do you think about that?
For trading, I think there's a lot of different information that you have to consume while you're doing an action in parallel when the market moves. So we think voice is okay, but I think there needs to be an interface where it changes from decision making to supervision, meaning that the agent is able to supervise all the specific actions that the user is doing in real time. But I think whether it's the input is through voice or whether the input is through chat, I think that's an input variable. I think there needs to be a bigger change, but we're also trying to figure that out. Yeah.
I see. So, Sumo, what do you think is the kind of missing point of the AI industry and whatsoever?
I genuinely think that security is a really problem, and I'm really glad that Justice is here because I think security. I don't think there's no such thing as 100% secure stuff, and I think AI technology is already on a bicycle. You just cannot stop it. You should just keep moving on, and it will be really successful. And in someday, I think maybe there could be a world where AI agents are trading each other without human interaction, human just giving liquidity providers, and it will happen. I'm 100% sure, but when that happens, security will always be a problem. And although I think there should not be cannot be 100% secure situation, I always think that there can be a mechanism to make it closer to 100% secure. So I think there should be more and more AI-related security startup, because these days, as you know, AI agents are as capable or even more capable than North Koreans, and they're hacking a lot of stuff. And I think we really need some, like, if there's a good, spear or sword, there should be a really, really good shield or fortress at least. And I really hope justice could make one. So yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. No, AI is definitely changing so many things, and there's too many rooms to think about the security. So yeah, thanks so much. It's time to wind things up. Let's make a clap for the leader of this AI crypto synergy space. Thanks so much.
ありがとうございます。最初のセッションでも私登壇させてもらいましたが、すいません、肩書きがいっぱいありまして、このジャパンブロックチェーンウィークサミットを主催している立場で、グローバルと日本をつなぐっていうことを8年やってきたんですけれども、自分もちゃんとファウンダーとして成功したいっていうことで JR20 っていう簡単に言うとステーブルコインとか ERC20 に、GK ゼロナレッジプルーフを使ってプライバシーを授けるというようなプロジェクトをやっておりまして、これからのセッションはその立場としてモデレーターとして参加させていただきます。でもう注目のスピーカーさんなので本当満員にで集まっていただいてありがとうございます。で後ろでもうこの30分ぐらいことを準備しながら話してたんですけど、やっぱり普段から結構話してるメンバーなので結構楽しく進められるかなって思ってまして、結構後ろで話してた話もどこまでここで、話せるのか話せないかちょっと分かんないんですけれども、すごく楽しみにしていますということで、簡単な自己紹介をでは順番にしていただきます。まず榊原さんから順番お願いします。
はい、私サークルの榊原と申します。なんか J がちょっと名前先ついてるんだけど、あれ5時いや発音しなくていい J ですね。はい、よろしくお願いします。すいませんなんか面白いなと思って。サークルUSDC というステーブルコインのすいませんステーブルコインという、USDC というステーブルコインの発行体として有名なんですけれども、最近はそのステーブルコインをより使いやすくするインフラ提供という形で、AI のところもですね、いろいろサービスを提供させていただいている会社です。本日は貴重なお時間ありがとうございます。よろしくお願いします。
岡部さんお願いします。
はい、JPYC の代表の岡部です。我々は社会のジレンマを突破するというミッションで、日本円のステーブルコインを昨年の10月から発行している会社です。サークルさんにも2021年からご投資いただいていて、基本的にはサークルと同じようなことを、日本円でやろうというのを目指している会社です。よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。スラッシュビジョンの佐藤と申します。よろしくお願いします。このお二方は発行体というそのステーブルコインを発行する側の立場のお二方なんですけども、僕はですねそのステーブルコインをその皆さんに届けるというか、実際にカスタマービジネスサイドが使えるようにするというところのポジションで活躍している佐藤と申します。で具体的にはこのスラッシュカードというものがもうすでに日本でローンチしているんですけども、USDC をチャージしてそのままビザ加盟店でどこでも使えるみたいな、こう発行することもすごく大事、法律的にも大事なんだけども、これをどういうふうにこう人々が
自由に使えるかというところに対して研究開発をしている、ものです。よろしくお願いします。
それこそ本当佐藤さんは昔からそのユーザーとのなんかユーザーエクスペリエンスっていうか、そこら辺をつなぐのが本当お得意な方だなってずっと見てて、本当そのカードも評判が良くて、あとCM 流れてる、今回スポンサーもしていただいてるんで結構動画流れてると思うんですけど、すごいかっこいい動画ありがとうございます。はいはい、じゃあ早速なんですけれども、これもいろんな議論ツイッターでもしてますし、ここでも意見が分かれてくるかもしれないんですが、ズバリ最初に話したいのが、ステーブルコインは本当に決済のためのものなのかっていったお題で、それぞれ皆さんのご見解を聞いてみたいなと思うんですけれども、はい、もうどうしましょう、どなたからでも。
じゃあ僕が決済だったり資産運用だったりいろんなユースケースがあると思うんですけど、個人的には、全部あるかなって思ってて、よくユースケースがありえるのかないのかで、それがあるとしたらいつなのかっていう2つの観点で考えた時に、ユースケースとしてはいずれも成立してくるんだけど、時間軸の問題かなと思ってて、マーケットによっては刺さりやすいユースケースから出てくるんですけど、やっぱりそもそもステーブルコインの前提みたいなところに立ち返って帰るとデジタルマネーなんでお金なんですよね。でインターネットが情報を摩擦なく広げていったのと一緒で、ステーブルコインって価値を摩擦なく広げていくものだと思ってるので、そのユースケースは問わずというか決済だけじゃなくて広がっていくかなと思ってます。
ありがとうございます。それでいうと本当岡部さんももう最近でも JPYC を採用した決済で採用したっていうのはもう毎日のようにアップデートされて見えてますけれども、その辺ご見解はどんな感じでしょう。
そうですね、当然決済に使えるというのが、通貨の一つの条件ですと、あとは価値の保存と尺度ってあるわけですけど、価値の尺度は当然円建てだったりドル建てだったりするんで、ステーブルコインっていうのはもう満たしています。じゃあ価値の保存と決済、この2つを満たせば通貨なんですが、それを2つとも満たしてるからステーブルコインが今通貨として受け入れられつつあるのかなと思っています。で、我々は発行体ですので、日本銀行みたいなそういう立ち位置なので、この決済に使ってくださいみたいなことはなかなか言いにくいんですけど、そういう社会実装は佐藤さんだったり他の社会実装するそれぞれの会社にいろいろユースケースを広げていただきながら、今はやっぱり普通の決済よりはなんか資産運用的な決済の方がどちらかというと使われているのかなと思っています。
ありがとうございます。
はい、僕なんですけども、決済に使われるかっていうと、もちろんユースケースとしては決済は伸びてくるものだとは思うんですが、竹原さんと岡部さんがおっしゃった通り、お金なんですよね、ステーブルコインっていうのは。で、なんていうかお金っていうものが戦後日本銀行ができていろいろ戦後じゃないか全然変わるかで日本銀行ができて今僕らが普通に使ってると思うんですけども、その銀行っていうのは一つのお金、日本円っていう例えば USD っていうその一つのフィアットっていうプロトコルで動いていて、彼らはそれしかやってなかったっていうところに、そのプロトコルのアップデートでそのステーブルコインっていうものができただけなんで、本当ユーティリティはお金と一緒なんですよ。でそれをじゃあまだ銀行っていうものが銀行だったりとか金融機関が対応できてないから、まだまだこうユースケースってどこだろうねみたいな議論が浮かぶんですけど、それを徐々に雪解けしていくというか、彼らが使いやすくしていくことによって我々も使いやすくなるしってところで、まだやっぱり何が流行るかっていうか、全部流行るんですよ、お金なんで。なんでまずはどれから行くのかなみたいなところで言うと、今僕の見解で言うと運用とか資産の保全ってところの方がまだ強いのかなと思って、その次にやっぱ決済が来るかなとは思ってます。
でも結構この1年半年とか1年くらいでなんか見えてる景色だいぶ変わったなとか、解像度だいぶ上がったなっていう感じがあって、もちろんJPYC さんもすごい勢いで今成長されてたりとか、皆さんそのユースケースとかなんか勝手に増えてたみたいなこともあると思うんですけど、今までってやっぱりそもそもなんかステーブルコインいるのみたいな論点から、さっきシンさんおっしゃったような、なんかもうオンチェーンで使いますとか、なんか結構当たり前に実装で、そこが実証実験してよかったねみたいな PR 目的のもの、なんかプロジェクトの時代から もうその先広げていく仮説をもとに実証実験やってフルデプロイメント次ですみたいなところで、もちろんよく言われるのがこういうカンファレンスとかでお時間いただいて出てくる登壇の人たちがなんかつまんなくなったっていうか、前はもっと面白い人たちがいっぱいなんかT シャツ着て、岡部さん T シャツ着てるからなんですけどいたのに、なんか僕みたいななんか変な格好した人が来るみたいな、面白くなくなったみたいに言われるんですけど、だいぶ社会実装っていう観点ではこの半年1年くらいで解像度となんか進化が進んできてるかなっていう印象がありますね。
なんか僕もマスアダプションって形でいろいろやってるんですけど、結構なんかやってることって単純で、普通にお金のように使えるようにしようぜっていう動き方しかしてないんですよね。なんか特別なことはしてないというか、まずは一旦ちゃんと銀行とかとの連携とか、あとちゃんと普通に使えるお金として扱えるようにするっていうところが多分この1、2年3年ぐらいかかっちゃうかもしれないですけど、そのフェーズで。でもやっぱりアップデートされたお金なんで、その先には AI エージェントとか今までのお金じゃできなかったこととかができるようになるっていうのがステーブルコインの解釈なんじゃないかなっていうのは最近は思いますね。
その辺皆さんのなんていうんですかね、見解みたいな聞きたいです。アップグレードしたプロトコルアップデートしたお金って言った時にどんな未来が待ってるかって言ったところのなんかイメージみたいなのがあればちょっと聞いてみたいですけれども。
そうですね、まず分かりやすいのは資金繰りがめちゃくちゃ良くなると思います。入金サイクルが非常に早いし、決済手数料もほとんどかからないような世界が実現しつつあります。で、本当にサイクルが短くなるっていうのはめちゃくちゃいいことで、例えば今給料って1ヶ月に1回もらえてるわけですけど、これが1日に1回になったり、場合によっては1時間に1回毎分でももらおうと思えばステーブルコインだったらもらえますよね。で骨太の方針でもステーブルコインとトークン化預金を押すと言っているわけですけど、これの理由がその省流と金流と物流と全部一元化しようという中で、決済のところはステーブルコインとかブロックチェーンに乗っけてやるのが一番早いよねということだと思ってます。だから分かりやすい例で言うと、例えば10万人に100円ずつ配ろうと思ったら、コストめちゃくちゃかかるわけですよ。銀行振込やったらね、本当に何億円かかかるかもしれないのに、例えば JPIC で100JPIC を10万人に配るって言ったら、これ1000万円用意したらできるんですよね。その違いが大きいなと思っています。
なんか僕の観点からすると、ステーブルコインなんぞやみたいなのを考えた時に、普通のお金って、銀行口座とかもちろんそうですけど、人間中心に設計されてると思うんですね。でもステーブルコインってソフトウェア中心に設計されているので、今日ちょっとテーマにもありますけど AI との相性は岡部さんとかシンさんも多分ご意見あると思うんですけど、めちゃくちゃいいと思っていて、でその特性何かというと、24時間365日使えます、低コストです、スピードも即時ですっていうのもあると思うんですけど、我々のところでいくと結構ナノペイメントみたいなのが結構一つテーマとしてあって、USDC なんでドル建てなんですけど、セント以下、普通のお金だとセント以下ってないと思うんですけど 0.0001 セントみたいなものをAI が使いやすく作ったりとかもしてる、実際にそれで使われたりとかもしてて、でその速度もミリ秒とかでされるので、その他のいわゆるトラウドファイの決済方法よりもやっぱり早いっていうところがあるのと、大量同時処理みたいなところが特性としてはやっぱあるので、そこはなんかまさにアップグレードかなとも思いますし、ユースケースとして、その AI みたいなところは半年前は結構仮説みたいなところがあったんですけど、ご存知の通りすごい多分スピードでここって進化があるので、なんか3年先に起こると思ってたことが、我々目線でもやっぱり1年以内に起こりそうだなみたいな景色が変わっているところはありますね。
そうその進化がすごいのは僕も理解してるんですよね。でAI エージェントがオンチェーン上にステーブルコインを乗せて全てが動いていくと、例えば工場とか例えばトレーザビリティ的なこともお金で動いちゃうし、今までっていうのはお金って後から動いてたんですよ。実際信用で全てがつながっていって後からお金がついてくる。だからハッキングとかも起きないわけじゃないですか。ハッキングとか起きちゃう可能性もあるし、そこはどんどん潰しているのが今の現状だと思うんだけども、先ほど手数料ゼロって言ったんですけど、基本的に AI エージェントが動かせばそうなる世界は見えるんだけども、今まで信用経済の中で商売をしてきた方ってたくさんいるわけですよ。例えば一時期でお金を預かってそれを運用しながら、なんとか決済代行会社とか含めてですけども、いろんな商売されている方がその商売が壊れちゃう世界線もあるんですね。 なんでやっぱこうソリューションが広がっていくことによって古いソリューションっていうか今までの商売が崩れてしまう。でその商売っていうのは実は悪じゃなくて、それがあるからエコシステムとして日本が回っていた世界が回っていったみたいなところもあるから、なかなかその反対勢力と今の新しいソリューションの勢力でぶつかりながらこの折り合いをつけていくみたいな時代なのかなってすごい思っているんですよ。でだからだったら一概に手数料ゼロにするんじゃなくて、そういうふうな今までそのインフラを築いてきた方々の商売をどうステーブルコインで変えられるのかっていうのも結構テーマだなって最近思ってるんですよね。なので一概にそのソリューションだけ AI だけで進めていきます、オンチェーンで手数料がゼロになりますだけで進めていくとあんまり世界って変わらないというか、今までの人たちがどういうふうに生きられるのってこともケアしながらやらなきゃいけないのが結構我々のなんかこう使わせる側というか使っていただく側のソリューションの考え方の裏側にあるものなのかなっていうのがちょっと今日話したかったことだったりします。
いやすごい解像度が私も事業者としてそういう視点すごい大事だなと思って聞いてたんですけど、なんか岡部さんもなんかそのあたりでコメントってなんかありますか？
そうですね、実際にやっぱり大きな会社とか金融機関が JPYC とかステーブルコイン使おうとするとまだまだハードルがたくさんあるんですね。で特にいろんな法律でその金銭でどうこうとか現金でどうこうみたいなことが書いてあって、これが JPIC とか USDC とかステーブルコインでできるのかどうかってまだ解釈が明らかになってないんですけど、ちょうど IBS で木原元官房副長官と一緒に登壇した時にもうその辺全部変えます、できるようにしますみたいな結構力強いコメントがあって、なんか今年中になんか全部の省庁にできるかできないかはっきりさせて、できないんだったらもうなんか理由を書かせて法改正しますみたいなそういうところまで言ってるんで、結構もうすごい強気なことを
一発ですね。いいですね。
結構すごいな
ジレンマを
そう結構なんか思ったよりジレンマを突破してくれそうだぞと期待をしてるところなんです。
楽しみにしてます。
はい、そうなるといいなと。そうしたらもう USDC とか GPIC も当たり前に金銭代わりに使えるようになる。そこまでいかないとまだ今はちょっと一個一個これって JPIC でやっていいんでしたっけみたいな。そういう疑問が。
金融庁がいいよって言ったからいいんじゃないんですね。
だから金融庁はもういいよって言ってんだけど、例えばじゃあ病院にかかってその診療の代金を JPS で払えるかとかだと厚労省の感覚だったりとか、
そうなんですね。
会社法で出資金をね JPC を払って金銭として扱えるか、これ法務省だったりとか全部ね省庁が違うんですよ。だからややこしいな。
動いてるから横がないっていうか。
そうだから金融庁はもう基本的に金銭だと思ってるんですけど、他の省庁がまだもうちょっと時間かかるかなって感じです。
なるほど。今その省庁とかとの話し合いっていうのがあったんですけれども、それこそ榊原さんに聞いてみたいんですが、グローバル USDC としていろんな事例があると思うんで、そこら辺なんかやっぱアメリカとかも結構なんかすごい真剣に話してていろいろ進んでるようなあって、日本が別に全然遅いとは私思ってなくて、すごい進んでるんですけど、比較してみてどういうところがなんていうかネックになってるとか、どういうふうにすればもっと早くそれが進むでしょうね。なんかそのあたりグローバルを見ててどういうようなご意見を持たれますか？
はい、ありがとうございます。その法規制っていうところも岡部さんおっしゃった通り、その当局の方もすごいご尽力されてるんで、日本ってむしろ進んでる方だと思うんですよね。で日本のその改正式決済法があり、その後でジーニアス法がアメリカで成立しみたいなところでいくと全然遅れてないですと。でおっしゃる通り、別に日本が遅れてるわけじゃ全然ないと思いますけど、なんか違う進化の仕方はもちろん全然マーケットによってあっていいと思っていて、で例えばいわゆるその通貨のボラティリティが高いようなマーケットだとその USDC とかステーブルコインと違う使われ方しますし、日本のようにその法規制だったり金融その市場がすごいマチュアなマーケットであれば違うそのステーブルコインの在り方みたいなのもあると思いますし、さっきシンさんがおっしゃったようなその既存のプレイヤーがやっぱりアダプトしてこそマスアダプションにつながるという観点でいくとそこってなんでしょうディスラプトすればいいっていうものじゃないというか、ちゃんとそのエコシステム全体俯瞰してどう価値を新しく生み出していくかみたいなところが必要だったりするので、なんかあんまりそこ悲観視全然悲観視してない、むしろ楽観視してるんですけど、いい意味でただもっと広げていくにはみたいなところでいくと、いやなんかシンさんおっしゃった通りじゃないですかね。なんかその今の既存のやっぱりそのインフラをどうアップグレードしていくかで、さっきおっしゃったその規制とかも含めてクラリフィケーションというか明確化していく ことが必要なのかなと思いますし、でもこれってやっぱ世界も一緒なんですよね。例えばそのバーゼル規制だったりとか、いろんな規制がやっぱり規制とか規制じゃないんだけど、その資本のなんかこう要件みたいな関わってくるところいろいろあるんで、ここはもうどうしたって時間かかるんですけど、ただこの先みたいなところを見てくると法規制のなんでしょう、こう相互認識みたいな形で、そのジーニアス法のいいところってこうあるべきステーブルコインを定義したみたいなところなんですね。ステーブルコインっていうと多分世の中有象無象実はいろいろあるんですけど、ステーブルコイン、良いステーブルコインはこうあるべきだみたいなのが定義されたんですよね。でそれを模範に、今いろんな国でこう法規制が整備されてきてるんですけど、その中でもただ法規制同士でのギャップもあれば、その国の中でのその省庁ごとのもしかしたらご見解の違いとかもあるかもしれないですけど、ここはもうマスアダプションでどうしたって生じる。ただ皆さんがここ課題意識持ってくれてる時点でそこはなんか楽観視していいっていうか、同じ方向を向けてるんじゃないかなって僕は思います。
なんか最近僕は僕スラッシュって結構 2C 向けというか、皆さんが使えるようになっていただくっていうことのプロダクトももちろん開発はしてるんですけど、実はその企業様結構1兆円とか2兆円とかあるようなその経済圏がある企業様っていうのが金融業界なんですけど、銀行だけじゃなくてたくさんあるじゃないですか。審判会社さんとかいろいろカード会社さんとかもあるんですけど、なんかそういう経済圏があるところがステーブルコインを発行するっていうのが結構トレンドになってきそうだなとか僕は思っていて、っていうのはやっぱり岡部さんもね、最近すごく発行量上がってきたからあれなんですけど、やっぱり最初の頃って発行量上げるってことが結構大変で、こう幅広く UTT がない中でお願いしますって言ったとしてもやっぱ上がりにくいものなんですよね。ただ例えばじゃあそういう何兆円とかいう経済圏があるところが発行すると、その経済圏の中で動くじゃないですか。ってことは発行量が増えてそのまま運用に流せたりとかするっていうところで、結構日本の企業様はそういう金融機関じゃなくても発行してみようかなみたいなスタンスで結構お問い合わせいただくことも多くて、で僕らのカードなんかはそのセルフカストディで要は使えることができるから、発行体って実はカストディできないんですよ。お客様のものをお客様のものを発行体は発行体の自分の持つのはできるけど、お客様のものをカストディってなかなか難しくて、使わせるってことが難しかったりするので、銀行じゃなければですけどね。だからそういうところで言うと、そのセルフカストディの運用方法を見出してきたなみたいなところがあって、実際その企業様って発行した後使っていただきたいじゃないですか、自分の経済圏の中で。そこで僕らが今一応なんか動き始めてるみたいなのが結構あったりするので、ただこの流れって日本ってポイント経済圏じゃないですか。そこがステーブルコインに置き換わるって世界線は結構近いうちに起きそうだなと思ってます。そうすると、JPYC だけじゃなくてもいろんな日本円ステーブルコインっていうのが日本では広がっていく、第三者型前払い式手段としての代替えみたいな動き方は結構ありそうだなっていうのは最近感じてます。
ありがとうございます。でそうですね、あっという間にあと10分になってしまったんですけれども、すごいお話が楽しくて、でっていうかその事業としての話を今ちょっといろいろやった部分もあるんですけど、今回実はジャパンブロックチェーンウィークサミットってクリプトとかステーブルコインとか結構初めてかもみたいなそのアンケートを取って、そういう人たちも結構ご来場いただいてるんですね。だからちょっと挟みたいのが、どういうところからクリプトごめんなさい、ステーブルコインを使ってみたらいいかなみたいなところのちょっと優しめの話を挟んでAI の話にごめんなさい急にでも行きたいなと思ってて、はい、どれがいいですかね。
でもめちゃくちゃ使いやすくなってますよね。
前よりは全然
取引所でも、我々たちの USDC、その SBI VC 取りで買いますし、買える場所は免許、その電取り業というライセンスを皆さんが取られて増えてくるし、で JPYC さんも多分そのハッシュポートさんとかいろんなパートナーシップで使える場所みたいなところもありますし、スラッシュさんはなんかまさにもうなんかあんまり考えなくても使える世界じゃないですか。
居酒名店ですね。
はい。だからなんか一番
手に入れるっていうところにちょっとまだハードルはある。
そうなんです。なんか聞いたところやっぱ手に入れるっていうところがなんかちょっとハードル高いですね。
多分手に入れるときに一番今おすすめだと、ポンタからハッシュポートウォレットで JPYC っていうルートだと本人確認もなくて結構はい。
ポンタってどうって手に入れるんですか。
ポンタは勝手に使ってれば手に入るんでポイント無料コインですね。あとはダイナースカードを持ってる人だとダイナースクラブのポイントが JPYC にっていうのもなんかハッシュポートでやる。
ポイントからの流れが
さっきおっしゃってた
俺はやっぱ
まさに
楽々。
あとは結構そのステーブルコインじゃなきゃできないことみたいなのが結構増えてくると思ってて、例えばじゃあその USDC、最近 JPYC もLINE さんとかの運用がありますよね。だからやっぱりこう銀行に預けても金利上がってきたけどやっぱり 1%、1.5% とかじゃないですか、高くても年利で。それがステーブルコインだと例えば JPYC さんなんかは LINE とやってるので 5% とか出るし、USDC なんかも、基本ベース 5% ぐらいでさらにもっといい運用でさらに高いのもあったりするし、そういう普段日本人というか一般の方々がアクセスできない運用のところにアクセスできる。それを例えばボラティリティが高いものでいくんじゃなくて、その安定したステーブルコイン、さっきお金って言ったんですけどお金のままアクセスができるっていうのはすごく良いことで、なんかそうステーブルコインってお金じゃないのって思ってるからちょっと怖がってなかなかいけないんだけど、お金なんで普通に変えちゃって運用してっていう世界線がもうちょっとこう一般化してくれば広がるし、接点のためのきっかけになるんじゃないかなと僕は思いますけどね。
なんか専門用語飛び交ってますけど、なんかトークン化資産とかいろいろ出てくるけど、なんかもうちょっとその辺分かりやすくなんかなりそうな動きがあったり、そのチェーンもいっぱいあってそのトークンもあってみたいな、なんか使うところで分かりにくいけど、そこはなんか結構皆さん課題認識されてるんで、
してますね。
の辺のなんかいい意味の抽象化は進みそうですよね。
なんかやっぱ僕らの最終ゴールはステーブルコインっていう言葉がなくなるべきだと思ってて、別に JPY とデジタル化された JPY と USD でよくて、それぐらいの勢いで使わないとやっぱり一般の方々って理解できなくて、お金の種類って今までなかったじゃないですか。円1、円2ってないじゃないですか。そこってまず理解できないんで、そこがやっぱりこう抽象化されていくみたいな世界線はあっていいと思うし、それがアダプションのきっかけになるかと思いますね。
あと気づかないうちに使ってるというのは全然あると思いますね。例えば海外でクレジットカード会社、ビザさんなんですけど、具体的にビザさんがカード会社との間の、セトルメントとか生産みたいなところにステーブルコインを使うことによって、今までだったら銀行送金でお金も時間もかかってたんだけど、そこはリアルタイムでやることによって双方の負担が減るみたいな世界とかも裏側で実装されてるんで、なんかこう表に出てるところでももちろん広がっていくんですけど、気がついたらいろんなところでこうステーブルコインが、知らない形で使われるぐらいがむしろいいのかもしれないですよね。
それで言うと最近暗号屋さんっていう僕らも仲いいエンジニアさんの会社なんですけど、そこがステーブルペイっていうのを最近発表して、それが銀行振込で円決済を EC サイトでするんだけども、裏側で岡部さんのところの、JPYCEX でステーブルコインに交換されて、でそのステーブルコインがその決済の瞬間に、店舗に届くみたいなサービスを出したんですけど、確かになんかそれは一般の方々はただの銀行振込なんだけど、店舗からすればその瞬間に届くステーブルコインが届くっていう、決済のために届くみたいな形なんで、結構ソリューションだなと思ったんですけど、岡部さんあれどういうきっかけだったんですか？
結構びっくりしまして、なんかいろいろ七久さんが何か作ってる雰囲気があったんで、何を作ってるか知らなかったって、そんな
っていう。あれうちもちょっとやってみたいなと思ったんですけど、ぜひよろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっとあと5分ということで、最後にやっぱちょっと AI のところを触れて、未来のところに触れて終わりたいと思うんですけど、そのオンチェーンというかそのデジタルなお金っていったところでやっぱステーブルコインが相性がいいっていう話もありつつ、やっぱりなんかその結局いろいろそのなんていうのか、AI エージェント同士が経済活動を始めると本当にリアルタイム決済って必要なのとか、サブスクリプションを重量課金に変えるだけではダメなのとか、 API コールごとの即時決済はステーブルコインが本当に適してるのかなとか、いろいろなんかでもリアルに考えるとどうなのみたいなところもいろいろ意見がある中で、皆さんはその AI とのステーブルコインとの相性とか未来とか、そういったところどういうのを描かれてますか？
そうですね、ちょうど昨日かな、ハッシュポートさんがハッシュポート MCP っていうコンセプトムービーを公開されて、もう今年の秋ぐらいから使えるようになる予定らしいんですけど、もう本当に AI になんかちょっと言葉で指示したら運用してくれたり買い物してくれたりっていうようなものが、コンセプトムービーですけど出てました。で JPYC もう JPYCEC っていう EC サイトでもう例えばお米5キロ買っといてって言ったら買ってくれるみたいなものってもうできてるんですよ。だから実はびっくりするぐらいもう社会実装近いところまで来ていて、あともう1年もしないうちに結構広がるんじゃないかなと。だから予約する時なんかも、じゃあ京都に出張するから新幹線と、ホテルの予約取っといてって言うと、もうホテルに予約して取ってくれるとか、こういうのはもう AI エージェントがやろうとしていて、アパホテルなんかもうほとんど対応しちゃってるらしいですね。AI エージェントで予約まではいけるらしくって、あとじゃあ支払いを ステーブルコインでっていうところも構造は発表されてます。
そうですね、僕は結構 AI エージェントの決済はもうちょっと先かなみたいなのがあって、実はソリューションはできてるんですけど、その実際その皆さんが使う時にはもうちょっと先かなと思っていて、お買い物って2つある種類があると思っていて、ワクワクして自分で選んで買いたいっていうのもあるし、あとはその、もう自動的に例えば Amazon の定期購入とか含めてだけども、あと出張とかアパホテル取るとかっていうのも自動的にそこだから取るみたいなものもあったりとかするので、その後者の方に関しては結構かなり有効だと思うんですよね。その要はどうしてもやらなかったタスクがそこでもう解消されるみたいなところなので。であとはあともう一つその AI エージェントの決済が広がるか広がらないかの、ポイントがあると思っていて、今の決済業界って基本信用決済なんですよ。だから取り消しもできたりするわけですよ。クレジットカードであれば間違って買っちゃったなと思ったら取り消せるけど、皆さんが AI に全てを任せて全て買っといて間違ったらオンチェーンで払ってるから取り返すの大変なんですよ。そういうところのハードルっていうのがどういうふうに解決するかみたいなところは、払っちゃったものだからそれは返してもらうためには EC 側の問題もあるし、そういうふうに売り手側のなんかこう体制というか、ただ受け取るだけじゃなくて、じゃあ間違った時どうするかっていうと、決済って払うだけじゃないから、その返金対応とか全てのことが決済に関わってくるので、そういうところの進化によってAI エージェントにお財布を任せても安全だなって僕らが認識できるまでがもう少しかかるんじゃないかなっていうのは感覚はありますね。
ちょっと時間内にサクッといくと、僕はもうここ進んでるというかすごい近い未来かなと思っていて、若干懸念しているのはその日本のマーケットがやっぱ取り残されないといいなっていうところと、でただ広まるのもシンさんと同じで、そのリテール決済みたいな、僕がなんかこれ買っといてみたいな世界はもうちょっと先だと思うんですけど、なんかビジネスの世界でエージェントが何か課題を解決するのにインテリジェントというか何か情報を集めて規定的なで、その得意なエージェントがAI エージェントがバラバラにいて、その人たちにナノペイメントとかで指示してその対価をもらうみたいなところは結構割と早く進むんじゃないかなって思ってるんですよね。なんでまたこれも気づかないところで広がってる系の方ですけど、AI の利用っていうのもすごい近い未来、もう今年中には結構実現するんじゃないかなと思ってます。
いやありがとうございます。もうこのセッションの中でこの現在地とその将来まで結構しっかりと楽しくお話ができたなと思います。で結構ここにいる皆さんX、Twitter とかでもすごくアクティブなので皆さんもぜひフォローしていただいて今後の動きがやっぱすごい早くて面白い領域だと思うのでね、注目していただければ幸いだと思います。ということで本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for the keynote, Tom. And after I listen your keynote, I'm more and more excited about the Ethereum future, actually, because I'm operating the Ethereum-related product, the ERC20. As an Ethereum builder, I'm really excited to have a panel discussion with you guys. So this panel, Yuda will moderate, and please go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank you for intro. I'm Yuda. I'm co-founder of Fractal Ventures, which is an Ethereum native venture studio in Tokyo. We have been supporting over 5 years for Ethereum expansion from Japan. And also, I'm super lucky for this moderating this panel. I just wanted to please start from introduction quickly about only 20 minutes we can share of this stage. So please start from Tom or introduction quickly.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Lee. I'm the chairman of BitMine Immersion Technologies, which is the largest Ethereum treasury and one of the largest holders of ETH in the world. I'm also the co-founder and head of research for Fundstrat and the portfolio manager for Fundstrat Capital.
Hi, good afternoon. Matthew Dawson. I spent the last year at the Ethereum Foundation, and then last week we announced a new spin-out called Ethereum Institutional, which is focusing on supporting institutions as they adopt Ethereum and the wider ecosystem.
Yeah, so my name is Mai, and the founder CEO of ZERC20. ZERC20 is a solution to provide the privacy to all EVM chains. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks. So let's get started with the main topic as well. So we will cover Ethereum related topic on this panel. So luckily two of good panelists is really deeply are working with together. So could you explain a little bit about from Tom or Matthew how, especially Matthew will be best, why you start Ethereum Institutional, what is Ethereum Institutional, how you are working with BitMine?
Yeah, so we began building the enterprise function at the Ethereum Foundation 1 year ago. Prior to that, there wasn't too much of an institutional engagement effort from the Ethereum Foundation. So I think it's good to think, what is Ethereum and what isn't it? It's a decentralized network, right? It's not a company, and it's therefore not necessarily what people would be used to, particularly from an institutional perspective, when it comes to engaging with a counterparty. So we tried to counter that a little bit at the Ethereum Foundation by having a team that institutions could talk to and engage when building on Ethereum. And we scaled that over the past year. I think there's now a recognition that as the Ethereum Foundation continues to focus on the core principles of the blockchain, the crops values, and the research and development, that we can scale the institutional engagement effort outside of the EF. And so at Ethereum Institutional, we cover a whole range of things from education and engaging early adopters and institutions through to much deeper engagement with those teams that are a little bit more advanced, so that we can unblock the challenges that they're experiencing and ensure that the whole ecosystem has access to the requirements that need to be met. And so in terms of working with BitMine, the DATs and our supporters, I think it's important that we come from a neutral perspective. Of course, we support Ethereum, but our core interest is in the success of Ethereum, the layer 1 and the ecosystem. And of course, that touches on the layer 2s as well. But our ability to be neutral, because we get support from one of the most neutral entities within Ethereum, allows us to have a very effective relationship with institutions, because we can be free from undue influence and act in the best interest of, I would say, even the institution. It's almost as if we represent the institutions and therefore support the ecosystem to build better products to meet their requirements.
Tom, do you have any comment?
Yeah, I could add to those comments. You know, I think BitMine is very interested in Ethereum Institutional for a couple of reasons. First is, you know, a good product market fit. Institutions are very serious about blockchain and crypto, and today there are competing chains, but there is on the institutional world probably the most knowledge about Ethereum, and I think it's important for there to be an organization that's the focal point, you know, to bring not only an institution onto blockchains, but then to help coordinate between other institutions, because the financial system is not a monolithic entity. It is many, many companies with many competing interests. The second thing that we really considered was we spent a lot of time with many of the key people at the Ethereum Foundation, and they felt it was really important for certain groups to have neutral support, as Matthew was saying, that when they get spun, they don't want to be tied and beholden to a DeFi protocol or an L2, and that's where I think BitMine's funding is as neutral as it can be, because Bitmine's principal interest is making sure the Ethereum ecosystem is number one against other chains, but also the price of Ethereum goes up. So I think that we don't have we don't sell our own product. We're pretty much beta to ETH. So we can be neutral.
And so, a personal opinion. So I really think that really important that your position between the institutional and the technology, because I have been involved in the crypto space for 15 years, and I always how I can tell the people that crypto's impact and why crypto is good. I always struggling about that, and I think it's really important that people like you need to explain about why this technology is good and how to add adoption into the institutional, and that's why your activity is really impressive for me.
Yeah, that's a good, very, very important point, like I mentioned as well. So, so how do you feel about communicating with institutional players and communicating with more general Ether community players? What is the difference actually? How you guys are changing approach to telling storyline or explaining a whole of technology with them?
Yeah, I think there's two sides to it. We obviously want to work closely with ecosystem, essentially service providers or builders, because Ethereum itself, the network, Ethereum Foundation, and our team are not service providers. We're not building a product for institutions. That is delivered by a great many teams within the ecosystem. And if all of those teams had to talk to every single bank, that would consume all of their time. So the more that we can make that engagement efficient for both the banks and the ecosystem teams, so that they have access to the right information, to the right requirements, and the concerns of the bank, then the ecosystem is in a good place to serve those needs. The ecosystem has shown in the past almost 11 years, in the case of Ethereum, incredible skills to innovate. We've got so many DeFi primitives, so many new technologies, but now some of that needs to be upgraded for institutional requirements. For instance, a lot of DeFi is permissionless, but institutions need permissioned environments. And so where we can take that innovation, work with institutions, particularly those that are already quite developed and have explored the technology, and we can upgrade it for their requirements and iterate with them, then I think that the whole ecosystem succeeds together.
Thanks. And also, I just want to ask with Tom as well. So, you are professional in macroeconomy and also financial industry indirectly. So, it's completely different of we just casually talking with DeFi protocol founder. So, the institutional players are really also close as well too. They need a jacket, they need a tie. It's completely. I can see lots of event has accept only dress code approved person. So our industry has been shifted to institutionals. So if anyone in the audience wanted to communicate with or do something as an institutional in Ethereum space, you have any advice for them?
Yes, I do have a lot of advice. One is, I think it's always important to know the customer. And financial institutions aren't necessarily the customer you're targeting. Like when you're a DeFi project and you want to work with a bank, the bank has customers, and the bank has regulators, and the bank has a very outdated technology stack. So you're dealing with a large organization that also is not what we'd say omniscient. They don't have a crystal ball. 99% of the people that work at a bank are just trying to run and stand in place, and there's very few innovators within a large organization. So when you try to convince a bank, and you might have a solution that is a better mousetrap, it is not an easy sale. I think it's what we would call an elephant hunt, and I think that's why, Ethereum institutional is one of the best ways to really increase the odds of how banks can move forward, because I think that the Ethereum institutional sort of speaks the same language. But I think it's a very, very long process, and there are innovators within banks, but that's not the only person you have to convince.
Yeah, thank you for that. Mashu, do you have any point on this? If you are approaching and communicating with institutional and maybe attendee, there is a lot of institutional players who are working in the financial industry, in attendee as well. So if they wanna, get a support from you, so what type of actual support you wanna your organization will do?
Yeah, it's very broad. So for the builders, we need to help amplify them because, as Tom said, that's where the innovation comes from. And whilst a lot of the banks and institutions have large teams, they may not be able to surface all of these new innovations early. And so we want to be able to feed that information from the ecosystem to the institutions as new solutions to challenges or new innovations arise. But like I said, it's also us helping the ecosystem understand the bank's challenges and requirements. So we want to build connections with those builders in the ecosystem so we can feed that back. So we want to essentially help to make that process more efficient and make sure everyone has access to the right information.
Okay, thanks. And also, how is your organization's priority in Japan market? Japan market has been just opened for institutional players, and also there is a lots of opportunities coming from.
Absolutely, and I think it's a huge opportunity, and we're very fortunate to have great partners here like yourself, and for instance, like Sony with their Sonium Layer 2. So it's great that Ethereum already has good representation here, and one of the strengths of Ethereum, as we've already touched on, is how decentralized it is. There's so many people representing it, and so now that we have the ability to grow our team and grow our presence, we'll certainly be growing the team in Asia and in Japan to make sure that both ourselves and through those partners we can support the ecosystem.
Okay, it's talk about Tom. Do you have any comment for Japanese ecosystem? You have been visiting multiple times in Japan this year already, right?
Yeah, this is my 4th trip to Japan this year. I'll be here one more time in December. I've invested a lot of time in Japan over the past 10 years because my work at Fundstrat, it's, I believe, one of the most important equity markets. Outside the US, if someone says, what are the stock markets that matter? It's of course the United States, and it's Korea and Japan. China, of course, is important, but not everybody has access to China. And as I look at the future around AI, the countries that are going to be net exporters, net gainers of profit from AI, of course, are US and China. Korea is a huge AI manufacturing partner, but Japan, I think, is going to be a central player too. So to me, those are the 4 economies that really matter the most for AI, and I think that's why crypto and AI are going to really be developing side by side. So to me, Japan's a very important market.
Okay, thank you. And in the past of discussion, we mentioned about lots of the opportunities we will see from Japan as well. So and also the one of the my personally, I'm feeling the next huge agenda will be from Japan is privacy for stablecoin. So the my has already involved in this space. You wanna speak something for a stablecoin with privacy. So why stablecoin need privacy? And right now everyone's super welcome for stablecoin. Stablecoin has come, welcome. So no one couldn't talk about privacy.
Mm-hmm.
So why you believe privacy is important?
So this is based on my experience. So actually, I had really bad experience in Singapore 4 years ago. I posted my NFT on X. Then some people threatened me, like if you don't send Ethereum to that address, they will kidnap me. And I was so scared. And that's why. So I think the privacy is really important. So please imagine if your family, your friend make a transaction with crypto because you recommended them to use crypto, then if they will have danger, of course, so sad. So that's why, so for my family, friends, and for crypto community, I believe that the privacy is really important for the protect ourselves. So
Yeah, definitely. Like, privacy is important and also normal for everyone.
yeah, of course.
Okay, so like, we have like 5 minutes left. So like, we just wanted to like, one or two questions. Like, if audience can raise a hand, or does someone or ask these great panelists as well? If you have any question, please raise a hand.
日本語でも翻訳しますので、雄大さんがもし質問があれば、はい、誰がマイク持っていくんでしょう。
But or like, you just come here. Like, I just come here. Where you're here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, panelists. I'm a long-time Ethereum holder, and whenever I go to non-crypto conferences like fintech conferences or regtech conferences, I see Ripple, and I see Ripple everywhere. So I'm just wondering if any of the panelists have any thoughts around how do we break Ethereum out of this crypto niche, and how can we actually gain that widespread adoption that we really hope to see?
I think there's two aspects to this. One is, I think certainly we can work to have more visibility. I think Ethereum is entirely neutral and therefore has always had kind of a culture of not pushing itself in people's faces. I think certainly as a community, and our team will take a little bit of a stance in terms of making sure that it's well communicated to institutions and publicly. But institutions don't live on Twitter. They have serious due diligence processes. And when they look at the data, institutions care about just a few things: liquidity, security, and reliability. And so that's why when institutions go and do their due diligence, they see that the majority of stablecoins, the majority of RWA, and really the only chain that has never been down is Ethereum. So believe that behind closed doors and in institutions, they understand the power and strengths of Ethereum, and I think that we can work to continue to communicate those publicly as well.
Yeah, I just want to add a perspective. In the crypto world, I think Ripple has done a good job of sort of evangelizing the story. And actually, Ripple, the company, because of Hidden Road, I think has become kind of a real business. But outside of crypto is a much bigger universe of people. The public doesn't really even know much about crypto in general, and if they do, they're mostly skeptical. And if you look at like a Gallup survey, when people are shown a list of crypto names, I think 64% recognize Bitcoin. Then the next one is Ethereum, and I think it's like 34%. And then nothing else. Like the public doesn't even, nobody else outside of our world knows Solana or Ripple. So that's like what Matthew's saying. Ethereum has never really branded itself to the general public or to institutions. But among institutions, Ethereum is like a heavyweight. It actually is the opposite. I'd say 100% of institutions know Ethereum, and then it drops off dramatically from there.
Okay, so like we have like a last 1 minute. So like, or if you have any like a short message to audience, so in shortly, like, please share from Tom. You have any comment or message to the audience?
I do. I think crypto's like best days are still ahead. I think this is still very early days. I think it's very similar to internet in 1995 because it has not even become a mainstream consumer product just yet.
Actually, you have a comment for?
Yeah, I mean, we just very recently launched Ethereum Institutional. Of course, the goal is to engage with institutions, but what makes Ethereum so valuable is the community of builders as well. So whether you're an institution or a builder, we'd love to connect with you and see how we can work together.
Mai, you have a comment?
Yeah. So just I want to say thank you for everyone and thank you for BitMine for the opportunity because you are title sponsor and so that's why we make it happen. And I think this is really good opportunity to talk directly like a gathering everyone and share the opinion and so thank you very much and you guys. So we are really big Ethereum believer from Japan, so let's continue collaborate together. Thank you very much.
Of course. The reason is like this is Ethereum. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
We are talking about the privacy for asset managers. And also, I think maybe three speakers are very expert for privacy. To be honest, I'm not expert for privacy, so today I'm looking forward to learn what privacy for asset managers or AI or could be consistent. And also, crypto started with transparency, so maybe anyone can verify balances, transactions, and settlements. But recently, stablecoins are growing, and also enterprises are getting to use stablecoin or transaction on chain. So privacy is getting more important. So maybe let's get started with quick introduction. Who wants to do first? Leona or Alan?
Yeah, I'll go
okay.
first.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, I'm Alan. I'm a contributor to the Railgun Privacy Project, which is it's a smart contract system on Ethereum. Allows you to do really cool private DeFi stuff. I've been contributing to that for almost 6 years, which is I don't know, basically retirement age in DeFi. So excited to chat about this topic.
I'm Leona from Mintmax. Mintmax is a privacy stateless payment protocol, which will have quantum resistance very soon. I've been quite obsessed with scaling privacy for like 4 or 5 years. And I moved to Switzerland 4 years ago. It was 4 years ago because it was the best place to do the privacy stuff. And basically I'm doing like that. And also I'm a big supporter of Trinity Cash and also the other great privacy protocol like Railgun. Thanks for inviting me to here.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tomoki from Next Foundation. Next Foundation is doing the research and development, especially focused on the Ethereum. We are doing the consensus client or formal verification or analysis of DeFi or analysis of privacy as well. Recently, I'm focused on the linkability between deposit withdrawal. The privacy protocol is basically uses first user deposits the asset to the privacy pools, and then we have to wait for some time. After that, using the other address, we can withdraw the address. We deposit withdraw the asset from the privacy pools. But for example, stupid user is use the same address using private spool. So that's why we can de-anonymize the linkability. So recently I'm researching about it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe moving to the first topic. Why privacy? Why not? Because crypto has always valued transparency. So that's why maybe I guess when you start Railgun, maybe a lot of people ignored or not valued privacy. But recently, last few years, privacy has become important again. Maybe I'm curious to know why has privacy become more important? Yeah. So who wants to talk first?
Yeah, I'll try to take a crack at it first. So privacy, I guess, so from my perspective, the reason why I thought crypto was so cool wasn't really like transparency, but it was like a verifiable transactions, right? So like whenever I go and I use something in DeFi, I can go and I can see that the liquidity is there, right? And that the transaction that I'm going to be doing is going to do the thing that I'm expecting, right? So the verifiability of it was actually what was super appealing, right? And then the I guess the immutable nature of it was really, really cool. I studied business in college, and that was really fun. And we talked a lot about all sorts of different things and financial crises, like hyperinflation events and that kind of stuff. And so that's sort of immutable nature of it, and it being true ownership of a digital asset was something that was really, really cool. And I think that the reason why privacy is so important in finance in general is personally from a security perspective, right? I mean, the whole reason that SSL encryption and things like this took off on the internet is because commerce came to the internet, right? If you were to take and broadcast credit card information just on regular HTTP and not have the little S at the end, this would be very, very bad for the the end users who are using their credit cards online. People would steal it. They steal your credit card information. That'd be bad. And so I think that the same thing is going to be applicable for crypto, right? Having that security whenever these payments start to go live in person, and you're able to use it very simply like PayPay or Passmo or something like this at a 7-Eleven, it's going to be really, really critical.
Thank you. Leonard, do you want to?
Yeah, so maybe it's quite natural to encrypt our transaction because it's crypto. It's crypto. Why don't we encrypt our money and transaction? And it doesn't make sense. So basically, it's naturally we need to ask why don't we encrypt in crypto? This is a beginning instead of why privacy, right? And another reason, already Alan talked about it, but it's security. And recently it's getting worse and worse that people are sometimes getting killed. Some people are killed because of lack of privacy. The criminals can trace people and know everything about their victims and targets. And it's quite bad. Also another kind of security-wise, it's a DeFi perspective. If you expose your liquidation, price, maybe some people can target to liquidate you, and basically a lot happened like that in 2022, and people went bankruptcy because of lacking privacy. So in terms of survival, definitely we need privacy. So yeah, it's a quite natural and obvious conclusion. We need privacy, and yeah, let's encrypt our money, and why not?
Yeah. So firstly, I think the recently the TradFi or some institution is need crypto infrastructure right now. So in that time, we have to guarantee the privacy for customers and so on. I guess so. That's why it's so important. For example, Optimism is just literally just pivot to the layer 2 for institutions. And to achieve this, they guarantee the privacy transfer occurs. So the demand is increasing and increasing for institutions, I guess. So, and I believe it's from different perspectives. So on Ethereum, there are many fundamental infrastructure for privacy transfer, like some EIP 8182, I forget the native transfer Ether, or some wallet SDK like Kohaku or something like that. So, but currently there's no enough liquidity. There's no enough liquidity, I guess, compared to the overall payment market. So that's why there's still enough tools for perhaps transfer, perhaps execution, but there's no liquidity. This is one of the critical problems. But anyways, if the demand is increasing and increasing on the TradFi, so Ethereum is also the liquidity is more increasing, and is quite a good market, I guess.
Okay, great. Understood the privacy has become important, and also I want to know maybe for Railgun privacy for DeFi, and also I think maybe Leonard's Intermax privacy in payment. Maybe both areas users want to hide their transactions, their settlement, and also in payment, users want to hide their payment remittance. So maybe at first, Alan, could you briefly elaborate on privacy in DeFi and also use cases or
Yeah, so by and large, I mean, I think that the current use case for crypto is very easy. It's stablecoins, right? That's like the number one use case for crypto right now, is people want access to synthetic dollars. And that's the easiest place to get it, from Circle and Tether at this exact moment. So I think that's probably by and large, the biggest use case. And things like Railgun, what it's designed to do is create like a secondary address standard that you have, right? So you have a 0ZK address, right? And in that 0ZK address, you can have funds and deploy those tokens however you would like in DeFi and not dox yourself. And that can be in a lot of different ways, right? So you could take and, for example, make payments, right? So a big use case for Railgun is a lot of people are watched on. You guys are on Twitter, right? Yeah. Do you guys follow Whale Watchers? Are you familiar with this account, Whale Watchers? Where it's like, oh, this big wallet just moved this money to this place, right? And so people who don't want their wallets to be tracked by things like that are using Railgun so they can make payments to charities, to their lawyers, to make payroll, right? So a lot of DeFi teams make payments in stablecoins, and they use Railgun to not dox each other, right? So if I want to make your salary payment and I don't want to make your salary payment, I don't want to explain why you guys are paid different amounts.
Yeah, so just pay me.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a very normal thing that happens in traditional finance that on a public, immutable, decentralized public ledger is impossible to do, right? So it's kind of funny because I'm on a lot of these panels and I give a lot of talks on privacy, and it feels very like one thing's consistent, that we have to consistently defend why privacy is important, but it's ironic because it's completely normal and expected in traditional finance. But on the DeFi side of things, you mentioned it earlier. There's liquidation hunters and things like this, and so if you don't want to dox your trading strategy or be watched as you're exiting a position. I mean, you know as well as I that whenever a fund does a liquid token deal, everybody's going to watch those liquid tokens and try to exit before them, right? And so this is a really big challenge in the space, right? So if you're an actual allocator in the space and you're trying to buy and sell liquid tokens, it's incredibly difficult to do because the ledger is public and everybody's watching.
Good. Okay, so Leona, maybe what does the privacy mean in payment, or yeah?
So, daily payments, it exposes so many data. It means that it exposes so many information, important information. So, for example, the privacy for TikToks, for example, it may be important, but I do not prioritize it. I don't use TikTok, but I need to say that if you expose you are watching some the stupid video, maybe you don't have to have extreme privacy for that. But about money, it's literally showing what you are, and it's quite important. And as a fact, basically most of people investigate the other people by spending these kind of stuff. So payment is so informative for your enemies, basically, or who you don't like. Basically, you can expect, so you can think like that way. So hiding daily privacy is the most kind of cost performance-wise. It's quite pretty good. So that's one of the reasons why I focus on the almost extreme privacy about payment.
Cool. It makes sense a lot. Tomoki, from research side, do you want to add something? The difference between payment or DeFi or
of course, there's some tools for privacy transfer, privacy payment, like Marks or Raygun or privacy pool. They have some functions for privacy transfer, yes. But composability is one of the big difficult problem. So, for example, current cash is just transfer the asset to the users, but they don't manage the asset itself. So that's why we need composability to enjoy the composability of DeFi. But later maybe try to solve the DeFi composability, the privacy area. So one of these great use cases. And the other cases is ZRC20. These are also good use cases because ZRC20 is similar to existing ERC20 token. So using this token, we can deposit the asset to the lending protocol or swap the asset or something like that. So it's easy to interact with the existing smart contract. That's why the composability is so great for the ERC20, I guess. So that's why, So existing privacy transfer has already the many tools, but in the future, so the DeFi composability is a critical problem to increase the user experience existing.
I think it's very likely because composability is like privacy or privacy. People don't want to expose that they are using privacy in a protocol sometimes, and if you have a composability, you can even hide you are using privacy protocols. It's quite beautiful in my opinion.
Cool. So maybe DeFi and payment, and also recently, AI is getting more important. Maybe most of the audience using it every day. So maybe in the AI era, the meaning of privacy will be changing. So maybe AI agent will read transaction settlement data on the blockchain. So I guess maybe I'm curious to know how the meaning of the privacy change in the AI era.
I think it gets a lot harder, right? I think it's harder from a bunch of different perspectives. First and foremost, AI is really good at finding bugs, and this is incredibly difficult when it comes to encryption standards. And so we can see that there's been sort of like AI audits and things like this that have found entropy bugs in privacy protocols that have, entropy, by the way, is just like a measure of how private something is, right? And so it took it from a very large privacy assumption to a very small privacy assumption. because of an encryption standard issue, right? So I think that one of the biggest challenges is actually on the technical side of things, the adversarial side that's trying to deprivatize or de-anonymize things is going to be a lot more sophisticated and more capable, and that's a really tough thing, right? Especially just on like the breaking of encryption and things like this, it becomes more and more readily accomplished. But then also on the heuristic analysis side of things, you had made mention of it earlier, but people using these protocols, there's a lot of side channel leaks, they're called, right? Which is other things, so Railgun works really well for privatizing what happens on the blockchain, right? So what happens on Ethereum is very well encrypted by using Railgun, but it doesn't encrypt RPC calls, right? It doesn't encrypt your IP address. It doesn't encrypt all sorts of different things, right? And so I think that side channel analysis is going to become very sophisticated very quickly, and tying a lot of personas together is going to become very trivial. And so I think that that's going to be a very dubious place to be, right? I think it's going to be very challenging for privacy. It's going to ask a lot of questions about things that we thought were private, and they're going to be provably not.
Do you have any idea to make the side channel private?
Yeah, I mean, there's so for IPs, people should use VPNs. I don't know, you guys use VPNs? Yeah, VPNs are great. I think that things like Tor are becoming more and more popular. So mixed nets and that sort of thing are going to be really popular in the future. And I think that as compute and processing power becomes like more and more powerful, we'll probably see more sophisticated encryption types. So all these like post-quantum encryption types are going to be really cool and important. And then some really difficult questions will be asked of those things, whether or not they're actually post-quantum or not.
Thank you. So, and also maybe, I talked with Leona before this session. You are working on interesting project related to the privacy on AI. So,
so it's still closed, but it's I'm encrypting Hermes agent and the memories and all their connections channels to their agent are encrypted, and I think it's important. Not only because it's embarrassing to expose it, but also it's very secure. So recently agents are not so secure, and imagine that your phone or your laptops, somebody can log in, they can manipulate everything because your agents are fully connected to some channels, and also the boundaries are getting more ambiguous. Foggy. People do not know what they are doing with their agent. People do not know what the security kind of boundaries they have, and it's basically potentially super violated right now, but people do not talk about that. So maybe it's quite good time to bring our technology of crypto and blockchains, cryptography technology to this space to secure them. I thought it's pretty doing well.
Cool. So maybe we have limited time. So maybe the key point is the privacy. So far, thinking about privacy on the blockchain, but maybe in the AI era, we should think to hide side information to influence the right information. So, and also, so I want to move on to the next topic, post-quantum readiness. So maybe, I guess also same thing happened in post-quantum. Privacy will change. And also maybe we need another way to hide our data. So maybe what would change to hide our data in the post-quantum?
So maybe to start with this topic, I think that people need to know that your encrypted data will be decrypted in the future. So it means that there's in 20 years perspective, you don't have any privacy, even you are encrypting them if you are using non-quantum post-quantum encryption. So I think that it's a pretty good time to start encrypting stuff so in post-PQ or encryption.
I think one of the things that's not frequently mentioned is that cryptography has been and always will be an arms race. And it's an arms race in between people building the encryption and people who are trying to break the encryption, right? I mean, even dating back to World War II and the Enigma machine and things like this. Like, people have been working to build ciphers and break ciphers for a long ass time. And that's going to be the case in the future. I think when it comes to quantum, there's a lot of questions that'll be asked as to, like, are the things that we're doing, like, is post-quantum Diffie-Hellman and, like, all these different lattice structures and like ratcheting key exchanges, like, are they actually good enough? And I think the answer is we don't know, right? We don't know yet, or at least I sure as hell don't. And so I think that it's going to be a lot of questions asked of cryptography going forward, and it'll be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah. So I think there's some problems in existing smart contract or existing smart contract or existing circuits for GK. So in post-quantum, for example, recover the ECDSS signatures, there's some problems in smart contract, I guess. So that's why, we have to handle this problem, I guess. So as different topics, let me introduce the recent activities on the Ethereum for post-quantum. So maybe Ethereum is create a new type of transaction called frame transaction. A frame transaction is the split to the multiple step in the transaction, like verify the signature or pay for the gas fee or something like that. So to support their for post-quantum using frame transaction, in the initial phase we can verify the signatures for post-quantum. I guess so that's why they're working on it hard. I think.
Okay, great. We have maybe 4 minutes left. So moving to the last question. Maybe we have talked about the privacy in DeFi, payment, AI, post-quantum, and also maybe right now, what actually usable today? So I mean, maybe some of the audience are asset managers or enterprises. So I'm curious to know your services and.
So I guess, like, in closing, I would say, like, there's a bunch of different research. There's a lot of shit in privacy. There's a lot of things going on. It's very tough to know what's good and what's not. And there's a bunch of people who are doing a lot of really great and honest research. There's a project called Web3 Privacy.info, I think it is. And they have a pretty extensive research portfolio. They've done a ton of research on a lot of different stuff. And it's a really great jump-off point. But I think that probably the most important thing that people should do when it comes to their online security and privacy is use a VPN and rotate your passwords. Not privacy related, but you should be consistently rotating your passwords. It's probably one of the most important things you can do.
Yeah, so it's surprising that Signal is getting popular recently.
Yeah, shout out to Signal.
yeah, sick. And also Brave browser, they are doing well. And yeah, these kind of privacy tools are quite effective. So obviously, we can say that for crypto we need to do there's a 20 impacts railgun, and we can you will hear about our products in many places, but what we don't talk here so much is more side channel stuff like Brave and Signal, and I think that using these two are very enough for me. But I don't know what else do you want to recommend as a side channel stuff? The daily use privacy tools, VPN, Brave.
VPN, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's our takeaway. Use a VPN, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So from the perspective of the Ethereum ecosystem, Ethereum. One of the biggest question is Ethereum becomes the blockchain for institution for TradFi. So to achieve this, we have to support many functions for the privacy. For example, viewing for a $3 for the institution. But maybe Ethereum philosophy is a little bit different from it. It's like a cypherpunk, I guess. So in that case, Railgun is support the proof of innocence, or privacy pool is ASP as well. So to guarantee the whitelist or blacklist or otherwise, I guess. So I think it's okay. But to support it for institution, I think there's not enough function. I think so. That's why Ethereum has decided, or application has decided. So which function to support for institution or for customers or for retailers. So it's one of the biggest question for me.
Okay, great. So we need to close this session then. Thank you, Alan, Leona, and Tomoki. So my takeaway is maybe privacy is not just a feature for hiding transaction. Maybe we have talked about several areas, AI and DeFi payment, post-quantum era. Maybe privacy is necessary layer for everything. Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yeah.
日曜日こんな時間まで来ていただきましてありがとうございます。今日のね、午後1にやったセッションはかなりがっちりした金融領域の話をして、これからエンターテインメントですね、オンチェーンカルチャーというので、お三方をお招きしてセッションをやりたいと思います。で、私の名前は柳井と申します。ミント株式会社で株式会社ミントで BD をやってて、でジャパンブロックチェーンウィズカンファレンスのオーガナイザーをやっております。今日はよろしくお願いいたします。じゃあソサイティの松尾さんから自己紹介とそのプロジェクトについて軽く説明をお願いします。
はい、皆さんこんにちは。ソサイティの松尾です。ですね、ソサイティは IP とそして DeFi というですね、この2つの文脈で、行っているプロジェクトになります。でやっぱりですね、どうしてもこの DeFi というものがどれだけ社会に、出てきて、でどれだけですね、いろいろな使いやすいプロダクトが出てきたとしても、まだまだですね、この手の届かない1マイル2マイルの人たちがいると。そういう中でですね、やっぱりこの暗号通貨に親しみを持ってもらう、そして暗号通貨のオンボーディングをスムーズにするためにこの IP というものを使ってですね、 この DeFi に取り込んでいく、そういうようなですね流れを作るっていうところをですねメインに今事業を展開しております。はい、本日はどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。じゃあ森山さん。
はい、森山と申します。夜明けエンターテインメントという会社で代表をしております。本日はこのような機会いただいてありがとうございます。弊社夜明けエンターテインメントは、2023年に、日本のエンターテインメント企業の合弁会社として、立ち上がった企業でございまして、株主としては、ツインプラネットさんであったり、アイドル事務所である、遊びシステムさん、あとは東京ガールズコレクションの運営、母体である、W 東京さん、そして秋元康さんの個人会社である、Y&N ブラザーズという、4社で立ち上がったジョイントベンチャーでございました。で今年、ソニーさんから、追加で資金調達を、させていただきまして、今はこの5社で、運営させていただいているような会社となっております。テーマとしては、テクノロジー、ブロックチェーンを含む、技術を活用して日本のエンターテインメントをグローバルに届けていくとともに新しいエンターテインメント体験というのを、作っていきたいというようなところで事業を推進しております。本日はよろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、JR 九州の牛島と申します、鉄道会社でございます、拠点は九州なんですけれども、ブロックチェーンに手を出しても3年ほどなります。弊社のアドバンテージになるであろう鉄道網だとか、駅ビルホテルだとかそういったところのリアルアセットを掛け合わせてですね、ブロックチェーンをどう活用していくか、何が生まれるかみたいなところを、せっせとやっているという形で、配る、売る、何か特典をつけるみたいなところを積極的にやっているというようなプロジェクトを展開しております。今日はよろしくお願いいたします。
ありがとうございます。JR 九州はリアル食だったりとか、流通とか、あとはインバウンドアウトバウンドも含めて、そのリアルとオンチェーン化っていうのがテーマでやってるじゃないですか。でその中で3年前からやってるんですけど、そのきっかけとしてなぜオンチェーン化したっていうその全体としてなぜ NFT なのか、なぜオンチェーン化したのかってちょっと聞かせてもらってもいいですか。
はい、オンチェーン化するきっかけは、お客様の思い出、記念みたいなところをどう残していくかみたいなところがきっかけでした。で切符って持って帰られる方多いかと思うんですけど、あれの緑の切符って感熱紙なので消えちゃうんですね。で思い出が消えるってどういうことだと、それは我々鉄道会社としてもままならんぞということで、違う形での記録をしようと思った時に親和性が高かったのがオンチェーンだった、そんな感じですね。
思い出って一つとっても別に他のフォーマットがあったけど、でもそれでもオンチェーン化するっていうのが、そこら辺がなんか切符以外にもあるじゃないですか、物理的なものとか、そんなもの、いろんなものが経験とか、そこら辺でなぜNFT だったのかオンチェーン化っていうのがなんかねちょっと気になって。
そうですね、もう本当にぶっちゃけてしまうと、我々がそのサービスに手を出したでやめた時、それってどうなるんだろうみたいなものがすごく大きくて、オンチェーン化してしまえば我々のサービス止めてしまっても皆さんの手元で見ることができるよねと、それがやっぱり一番大きかったかなと思います。
じゃあそこで継続的にサービスはないけども経験体験っていうのを提供し続ける、何かしら思いみたいなものを提供するのにそういうテクノロジーを使ったっていう感じなんですかね。
そうですね、はい。
じゃあそこから一回飛んで松尾さんになんですけど、DeFi プロダクトとかそういうブロックチェーンっていうところで、今回のソサエティっていうのは、ある意味コミュニティじゃないですか。で一般の方々をオンチェーン化する DeFi に呼び込むっていうところで、そのプロダクト、そのプロジェクトをやろうと思ったきっかけというか、あとはどういうことを今後進めていこうと思ってるんですか。
はい、でこれはですね、きっかけっていうところが僕の経歴に結構似て、経歴も含めての話にはなってくるんですけれど、もともと僕自身がこの暗号資産の業界に入ったのが約4年前で入ってから1年間ちょっとはですね、海外のいろいろな DeFi 系のプロダクトであったりとか、プロジェクトのお手伝いであったりとか、コアチームに入っていろいろやっていたというようなところがありました。でその後にですね、先ほど登壇されましたけど、スラッシュビジョンラブスに僕自身が入って約2年半から3年間くらい、そのスラッシュの中で事業を進めてきたというような、バックグラウンドがあります。でその時にやっぱこの今現在のこの社会を取り巻く、 この暗号資産の状態であったりとか暗号資産の現状を見るとやっぱどうしてもこの中央集権寄りになってしまっているなというところをひしひしと日々感じていたっていうというような背景があります。でその中でやっぱりこの暗号資産ができた理由っていうところは、もう皆さんもうすでに周知の通りだとは思うんですけれども、やっぱりもうちょっとこの原点回帰していった方がいいんじゃないか。そして初心者の人たちでもそのディファイを触る状況を作ることができればもっともっとこの分散化の今中央集権化の方向にこう流れがいってしまっているけれども、改めてこの分散化っていうものに対しての評価が行われるのではないかというところでソサイティというプロジェクトを立ち上げた背景があります。でですね、ちょっと今後目指すところっていうところで言うと、まず今現在で、ソサイティファウンデーションの方が持っているアリスという IP のキャラクターがいます。でこのですねアリスというキャラクターをまず日本のちいかわであったりとか、あとはうさぎいろいろパンツウサギとかいますけれども、それに匹敵するくらいのレベルの IP に持っていくというところをですね、まず一番のファーストステップに考えています。でこれなぜそういうふうに考えているかというと、もちろんですね僕らこの日本市場を見ているというところだけではなくてグローバルの展開と市場も目指しています。その中でやっぱりこの日本の IP っていうもの、そして日本の IP っていうものはすごいこの独特で、韓国発の IP だったらもういきなりアメリカに受けるものを作ればいいというような形になってくるかなとは思うんですけれども、こと日本においては日本で流行らないと世界にで流行らせることができない、日本でイケているものが世界でも評価されるというような、そういうですね、ちょっと一つの壁があるんだけれども、その壁を抜けるとブーストするみたいな市場環境になっているかなと思います。という中でですね、やっぱりこの一番最初に日本での認知を取っていくというところも含めて、今現在僕たちはですねSNS の、運用であったりとか、そういうところで、AI であったりとかいう新しい技術も出てきているので、その AI を使ったユニークなクリエイティブというところもですね、今現在ソサイティファウンデーションとして進めているというような現状です。
なるほどね。そのクリエイティブだったり IP っていうのを DeFi プロダクト、コミュニティも含めてそこをドライブさせていくっていうか。なるほどね。そうすると森山様はど真ん中を言っていて、本当IP であったりパートナーシップっていうところをベースにして、そのオンチェーンじゃなくてもいいと思う IP というかエンターテインメントのレベルだと思うんですけど、それあえて皆さんいろんな方々のパートナーと組んでオンチェーン化していってっていう決めた、なぜそうしたのかっていうのはちょっと教えてもらえますか。
ありがとうございます。そこについては牛島さんがおっしゃってたこととかなり近くて、やっぱり要するにファン活動、最近では推し活っていうふうに言われるような活動っていうのがどうしても消えてしまっていったりとか、評価の軸っていうのが難しかったりする中で、昔からここにいてくれるファン、例えば最初のライブから来てくれるファンの方であったりとか、そういうロイヤリティの高いファンに対して何かしら還元できるような方法っていうのが考えられないかなというふうに思った時に、ブロックチェーンっていうのは一つ面白いんじゃなかろうかっていうのを当時思ったというようなところもありまして、設立したのが2023年なのでちょっと前にはあるんですけれども、当時日本ではNFT ブームとかかなり、エンターテインメントの領域においても浸透していまして、その中でクリエイターの方々が自分の商品作品っていうのを、ある種市場に対して、出していって、そこに値札がついてみたいなところでやっていた。でそれはうちの弊社の株主も経験してきたところなんですけれども、っていうような、投機的な使い道ではなくて実用的な使い道っていうのを、深く考えるためのチームとして我々設立されたっていうような背景もあるので、実用的な部分としてブロックチェーンを技術としてどう活用していくかみたいなところを考えていきたいなっていうのを今思ってるところですね。
面白いですね。なんて言えばいいかな、ファンであったり、コミュニティであったりって、そういう人たちに彼らに対する、メリットだったりとか持っている、そのデジタルであるけどもある意味フィジカルみたいなものを提供する。でその中でビジネスやっていく上でやっぱり推し活っていうこのキーワード、これはどのカテゴリーでも当てはまると思うんですけど、森山さんに聞きたいんですけど、やっぱ推し活ってキーワードでどうやってビジネスでクリプトで推し活を推しすぎるとあまりにもちょっときついというかえげつない部分もあるじゃないですか。そこはどうやって折り合いをつけるというか、ビジネス的な部分を成立させながらちゃんと エンドユーザーさんにあまりにもひどい消費をさせないとか、どういったその消費行動をしてもらうかっていうのを考えたりするものですか？
ありがとうございます。そうですね、おっしゃる通り、結構そこのバランス、要するにそのファンの方からどう見えるかっていう部分と、投資家というか周りから世の中からどう見えるかっていう部分をどうこうバランスをつけてやっていくかっていうのが重要になるのかなというふうに思うんですけれども、やっぱり一番はクリエイターファーストな形で、そのクリエイターが何を思い世の中に対して何を伝えていきたいのかっていうところを尊重しながら進めていくっていうのが軸としては最も良いのかなというふうには思っています。
クリエイターっていう部分で言うと、ある意味クリエイターイコール IP ホルダーでありビジネスパートナーっていうことですね。
おっしゃる通りですね。
じゃあここで松尾さんに聞きたいんですけど、ベースのクリエイティブは AI ベースでやっているし、あとはそのエンドユーザーというか、ある意味そのディファイベースなんで投資家じゃないですか。彼らに対してそのクリエイティブがあり AI があり、ディファイプロダクトがあるって、それどういうこの組み合わせで提供しようとしてるんですか？
ですね、ここに関してはIP、その AI のクリエイティブに関してが一番最初の僕はフックになると考えています。でそこのですね、フック、このキャラクターを知っているよね、このアリスという IP を知っているよねという状態を作った時に、このアリスがやっているディファイ、もうこれをディファイと言わずに、もうアリスがやっているなんか家計簿管理ツールみたいな、そういうようなもうそれくらいのライトな感じの見た目にすることは僕は将来的には可能だろうというふうに思っています。でその中で、このきちんとアリスというキャラクターの信頼、この自社で持っている IP のトラストがある状態であれば、そのキャラクターがおすすめするアプリであったりとか、そのおすすめするものっていうものを必然的にオンボーディングできるよねというふうに僕たちは考えていて、でそこのですね、このオンボードした先にきちんとディファイというものがつながっているんだよ、そういう世界線を今考えている状態です。
そのキャラクターおよび IP という世界観の中でそこにフィットする使い勝手のいい、使いやすいコンテンツを、コンテンツというかサービスかな、を提供していくっていう、
そうですね、
そういう世界観なんですね。なるほど。じゃあそこで牛島さんはやっぱフィジカルがどうしても絡むじゃないですか。これエンターテインメントちょっとずれてしまうかもしれないけど、経済圏っていう意味ではある意味、エクスペリエンスでユーザーエンターテインメントと考えて、それで今だと思い出のためにっていうことを言ってるんですけども、言ってもインバウンドアウトバウンド、またはショッピングモールもやるじゃないですか、駅の中で。それはどういうふうに今後ブロックチェーンの技術の部分というか牛島さんの事業として連携していくとどういう絵を描いてるんですか？これ妄想持ってから企画ネタのレベルでもいいと思います。立場が立場だけに JR 九州として言ったらそういうことが出来上がるかというのはあるかもしれないですけど、こういうことがあったらいいなっていうレベル。
そうですね。弊社が持ってる最強の IP やっぱ電車だったりすると思ってて、でその電車を活用して次何につなげるかっていうのが一番分かりやすいかなと思ってるんですけど、電車に乗ったらマイレージみたいに乗車ポイントたまってみたいな、それが NFT として蓄積されて、でそれが5ポイントたまったら、じゃあ仮に到着した駅の居酒屋でビールが1杯無料になるクーポンとして使えるみたいな、それってものすごく想像しやすいサービスなんじゃないかなと思ってて、でそれが NFT であれば記録であり記念であり、そしてさらにクーポンとして使えてみたいな。で、弊社側の方でもそれって全部のデータとして残っていくので、そういう意味でもすごく分かりやすいというか、次の将来設計につなげやすい仕組みなのかなみたいなところはありますね。
別な言い方をすると、既存のデータベースだと将来的な連携しづらいみたいなところもあるんですかね、外部との。
そうですね、既存のやつでいくとどうしても決済情報によるとかっていう形になってくると思うんですけど、じゃあクレジットで買ったら決済情報残るけど現金で使われたらもう全くわからないみたいな、そういうデータの残る残らないみたいな問題も出てくるので、そういう決済によらずにただ楽しいから貯めるみたいな感じだと、よりデータの拾いやすさみたいなのが広がるのかなと思ってます。
そこでね、ポイントスワップしてなんとかと連携してステーブルコインとかっていうのを聞いてみたいところですけど、どうなんですかね、そういうのは。
そうですね、会社が硬いのでステーブルって何ぞやっていうレクから入らなきゃいけないのがちょっとだいぶ障壁なんですけど、
でも、各社さん通信キャリアから、ポイントサービスから、直 直接的じゃないにしてもポイントからのステーブルコインみたいな連携はしてると思うんで、なんかそういうのって現実的にできそうなんじゃないですか。
そうですね、実際に弊社もキューポっていうポイントがあるんですけど、それがいろんな V ポイントとか、D ポイントとか連携してたりするような感じの延長上にプラスオンされるっていう意味だとものすごく分かりやすいし、なんかこうステーブルだなんだって考えずとも交換できるよみたいなのはなんか将来像としては美しいなと思ってます。
それをやるには一筋縄ではいかないけども、そういうこともやってみたいなというところですかね。
そうですね、あくまでも一担当の意見ですけども、はい、
じゃあちょっとここで森山さんにまたお聞きしたいんですけど、僕のイメージとして分けてもデイゼロからグローバルだと思う。グローバルというか全世界に出ていくっていう大前提で、これきっかけは日本なのかもしれないですけども、完全に国外に出ていくで両方でやると思うんですけど、そこの、戦略的な部分でどういう展開を今後なんかロードマップというか夜明けならではっていうところでグローバルに展開していくとかっていう。
ありがとうございます。そうですね、そのグローバルっていうところに関しては、まずその日本のエンターテインメントが、全プレイヤー今もうグローバルを見ている状況かなというふうに思っていまして、アニメゲームはじめ日本のエンターテインメントがこんなにも世界で評価されているという中で、どう立ち回っていくかっていうようなところになってくるのかなというふうに思っています。で、弊社の株主構成というか株主からも分かる通り、かなり扱っている IP がタレントであったりとか、要するにその人に起因するものにはなってしまうので、どうしてもこのままそれをグローバルに持っていこうってなると、従来の形であれば海外のフェスに出演するとか、海外の番組に出演するとか、そういうやっぱこう物理性を伴うような形で、海外で受け入れられているプラットフォームに入っていくっていうような形になるというふうに思うんですけれども、我々はそういうプラットフォームをデジタルで作っていきたいというようなところで、イメージとしてはもう SNSに近いようなものを作っていきたいというふうに思っていまして、僕たちは今IRC アップっていうIRCAPP という推し活アプリをプラットフォームを作っているんですけれども、っていうのを含めてこの日本でこう受け入れられているようなこのファンエンゲージメントモデルっていうのをその形のままグローバルに届くようなプラットフォームに作っていきたい。その中で日本のクリエイティブっていうのがグローバルに伝わっていくような仕組みっていうのを作っていきたいなというふうに思ってます。
それっていろんなその中にその IP、なんかタレントさんも含めているじゃないですか。で傾向の話なんですけど、その推し活とかそういうアプリケーションって結構広くあまねく100万人に対してその推し活を促すというか、ファンになってもらうっていうものと、ここ何年か結構スナックっぽい感じというか、感じで言うとどっちの方に行くんですかね。
広くあまねくの方なんじゃないですかね。僕たちはやっぱその TGC っていう、東京ガールズコレクションっていうプラットフォーム、あれもリアルなプラットフォームだと思うんですけれども、要するに場に出ればその人気になれる、注目を浴びる、メディアにも注目されるみたいな、そういう場をやっぱ作っていきたいなというふうに思っているので、どっちかというとこう広がりを持たせられるようなプラットフォームっていうのを作っていきたいと思ってます。
なんか競合でいうとどこになるんですかね。
競合でいくと、そうですね、エンターテインメントの中では、結構難しい
なんかこうベンチマーク、TikTok で言っても終わっちゃうと思うんですけど、
もちろんなんで、僕の捉え方として近しいなというふうに思ってるのは、やっぱり推し活って今もうファン活動っていう一つのこうマイナーな活動っていうのを超えてやっぱライフスタイルになってきてるのかなというふうに思うので、ライフスタイルという意味での推し活っていうのを捉えると、フィットネスアプリとかサウナアプリとかもしかしたら近いのかもしれないですけれども、そういう、人のこう可処分時間をどう取っていくかみたいなところで趣味の一つとしての推し活をそのデザインしやすくするようにデザインするアプリ。
なるほど、それは面白いですね。なんとなくペイトリアンとかああいうゾーンかと違う、そういうのよりもどちらかというとライフスタイルの方を意識してる。
そうですね。
これは面白いな。じゃあライフスタイルってキーワード出たんですけど、あとソサエティって結構的にディファイプロダクトをベースにしたコミュニティで、そのコミュニティの中で 捉えているそのユーザー使っている人たちだとかトークンを持っている人たちも含めてどういうふうにソサエティのサービスとかソサエティの世界観で捉えてるんですかね。なんか単純に儲けたいみたいな話なのか、単純にその面白いからやっているのか、それともクリエイティブも含めてそういうところを触ってるのかな。所感でいいんですけど。
所感で言うと、正直言って今柳井さんがおっしゃったことが結構全て当てはまってると思っていて、それが人によってどれくらいの割合になっているか分配になっているかっていうところではあるかなというふうに思っています。ただ一概にして言える一つ間違いなく言えることとして思うのは、そのソサイティというプロジェクトであったりとか、そのソサイティという展開している IP であったり、今後の続きが見たいであったり続編が見たい、今後の展開が見てみたいっていう、ある意味そのソサイティに対する一つのプロジェクトのファンになっていただいているっていう面もすごい大きいかなというふうに僕自身は強く感じているので、そこはどういうふうにその既存のコミュニティの人たちをワクワクさせれる状態を作ろうかなであったりとか、どうしたらもっとこのコミュニティが拡大するかなっていうところを軸にこの IP の戦略っていうところは考えています。で、具体的に言うと、ここの、アリスの先ほどお伝えした AI で、いろいろショート動画を、今量産できる体制を作っていますというところももちろんですけれども、これ一つのアリスという文脈で見たときにはそこからオンボードできるよねっていうふうに考えているんですけれども、他の面で見ると僕たちこのソサイティ財団っていうのはいろいろな楽曲アーティストであったりとかっていうものの支援も行っています。でこれが実際にどうなってくるかっていうところを想定しているかというと、この楽曲アーティストたちっていうものはそもそも既存のファンを持っているわけで、そのファンの人たちをそのまんまこのソサイティという枠、いわゆるそのレッドブルがフェスをなんかやっているみたいな感覚に近いかなというふうには思うんですけれども、そういうようなこのソサイティという一つの箱に対してのファンであったり、このソサイティというものがそういう文化支援を行っている IP を、ソサイティという IP を作り上げている、そういうような世界観を作っていこうかなっていうところを軸にですね、ファンの人たち、そしてコミュニティに入っている人たちにはそういうワクワクさせれる状態、そしてコミュニティをもっともっと拡大できる座組っていうところを作っていっているというようなところです。
あれですね、森山さんがやってるのと松尾さんがやってるの、全然違うプロダクトを、見てる方向ちょっと似ているなと。どちらかというとソサエティはゴリッとした感じかなと思ったけど、松尾さんが実は見てるのは世界観だったりとかで、森山さん僕もうちょっとペイントリアとかあっち系だと思ったらライフスタイルでなんかサウナとかフィットネスとかって言ってて、これでも面白いですね。なんか行き着くところは大体そういうところでライフスタイルというか世界観とかになって、そうするとそれをなんか含めると、JR 九州さんも牛島さんも似てる領域に行きますよね、行き着くところは。
そうですね、やっぱり楽しみワクワクみたいなところは鉄道旅も何にでも引っかかってくるところなので、そういう意味ではやっぱエンタメの楽しみみたいなのは共通項あるなと思います。
なんかこの3人でなんかやれることはないんですかね。なんか見てる方向は右か左かでみんなこっちの方っていうのは1個なんか方向はあるので、コラボレーション、ちょっとしたコラボレーションもあるかもしれないし、なんかできるんじゃないかなと勝手に僕が今思った次第ですけど。
聖地巡礼×ディファイみたいな。
めちゃくちゃいいですね。
お三方ベースがその福岡周辺だったり福岡九州に由来するっていうところで、なんかそれもそれでまた3人で議論してみるの。
博多で飲み歩きながら
やりますか。
なんか飲んで終わるんじゃないですか。
九州男児は近いかもしれないです。
なるほどね、なるほど。なんか逆にあと5分ぐらいなんですけど、お三方から別に質問とかってないですかね。気になるところ。
そういう振り方。
そうです。なんかこれツッコミでもいいですし、純粋な質問。やっぱり僕ばっかり聞いててもってのもあるんで、やっぱ JR 九州っていうことだったり、大きな会社さんであるし、夜明けってそのジョイントベンチャーでかなりいろんなものを関わった事業体だと思うんで、逆にこの松尾さんからね、ソサエティとしてある意味インディペンデント系として、どっかもあるのかなと。
僕たちのこの IP っていうのが言うたらまだこっからのまだ出始めのインディーズのすごいちっちゃな IP だと思うんですけれども、その中で今後このインディーズからメジャーになっていく っていう段階を経ていくと思います。でそれを多分見られているのがお二方かなというふうに思うんですけれども、この過程っていうのはこのブロックチェーン× IP っていう、なかなかこの一般の人たちには分かりにくいという状態の中で、どういうふうに彼らに見せていく、そして展開していくとメジャーからインディーズからメジャーに行くっていうふうに思いますか？
なかなか話がでかいですね。
難しいですね。うちの場合だと知名度を上げるために電車とコラボをさせるっていうのが一番王道パターンとして使ってるパターンですね。で今までも結構10社以上の他社さんとコラボをしてきたんですけど、やっぱりこう電車と一緒のイラスト作りませんかとかっていうといいんですかみたいな感じでこう向こうも乗り気になってくれて、でお客様側もなんかこう組み合わさってる今度のやつかわいいねみたいな感じになったりするので、それがメジャーになりきれるかっていうとちょっとあれですけど多少なりともお力添えできる部分はあるのかなっていう気はしてます。
コラボレーションっていうのはどのジャンルでもビッグキーワードではありますよね。
牛島さんのおっしゃっていただいている通りだと思ってて、IP としての成長だとそうだと思うんですけれども、ブロックチェーン× IP みたいなところでいくと話してる相手とやっぱりこう時間軸の認識を揃えるっていうのが結構重要なんじゃないかなというふうに思っていて、近年その株のトークン化であったりとかステーブルコインであったりとか、金融領域ではこうブロックチェーンを活用するユースケースっていうのが事例がたくさん出てきていると思うんですけれども、やっぱエンタメってその中の一番最後だと思うんですよね。NFT とかミームコインっていうのがこう先に出てきてしまっているので、エンタメ×ブロックチェーンも何かこう作っていかないとみたいなあると思うんですけれども、その辺をやっぱこうなんていうトップレベルとか要するに IP みたいなものをこう作ってこられたような人たちっていうのは、いきなりそれを金融商品にしましょうとか金融と混ぜましょうみたいなことをすると、こう短期的にはなんていうかこう守りに入られる部分っていうのもあるのかなというふうに思うので、そこのこう時間軸を揃えた上でこういうビジョンを大きく掲げていきたいんですっていうのを共有した状態で、その短期で何ができるかみたいなのを僕は意識してますね。そこがやっぱこう食い違うと一気にこう話が破談になってしまうような業界だとは思うので、
瞬間にプロトコルが違いすぎて破談しますね。
ちなみに夜明けさんはどれくらいのスパンを見てるんですか？
いやもうかなり長期で、それこそもう多分10年以降とか AI がこうクリエイティブを代替するようになったりとか、そういうもう SF チックな世界の中でどうしましょうかみたいな次元で話さないといけないなというふうには思ってます。
そうですね。じゃあ、もうそろそろ時間で最後に簡単に10秒20秒ぐらいでお三方から一言最後のメッセージで、牛島さんこの後プレゼンテーションもありますけども。
はい、ありがとうございます。そうですね、先ほどコラボの話したんですけど、興味がある方、地域創生とかに関心がある方、ぜひお声掛けいただければ何かしら協力できることがあるかもしれないので
かもしれない
よろしくお願いします。
ビジネスが成立すればあるってことですよね。
そうですね。
はい。じゃあ森山さん。
ありがとうございます。僕たちはアイドルであったりとか、そのタレントの IP っていうのを、主軸に、推し活っていうのを今捉えて、プラットフォームを展開しています。皆さんの中にもぜひテレビの先の芸能人の方とかいろんな機会でお目にかかる部分はあるかなというふうに思うんですけれども、ぜひ我々の活動についてもウォッチしていただけたらなというふうに思っております。引き続きお願いします。
はい、本日はありがとうございましたっていうところと、まず今回このソサイティというプロジェクトが、IP×DeFi っていう、なかなかですね一般の方たちにも、そして一番最初にこの話をした人たちにもというふうに非常にこの理解をしていただくまで時間がかかるプロダクトかなというふうには思っています。ただその中でですね、やっぱりこの今でこそ今のですね、このどんどん中央集権化という言い方が正しいかは分かりませんが、どんどんセントラライズされていっているようなこの暗号資産の状況がある中で、やはりですねもう一度この分散型っていうものが見直される時代が来るだろうなというふうに僕は思っています。その中でこの IP を使ったオンボーディングというところは確実に今後絶対にニーズが出てくる、そして絶対に成功するものだというふうに考えているので、今月からこのアリスのですね SNS 関連の投稿を開始していくので、ぜひそちらもですね楽しみにお待ちしていただけたら幸いです。本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。お三方、最後に拍手をよろしくお願いします。
改めまして、JR 九州の牛島と申します。先ほど登場したばかりで、また2回目の出番をいただいてます。よろしくお願いいたします。はい、ではですね、本日リアル体験のオンチェーン化ということで、我々のサービスをご紹介してもこの場ではふさわしくないなと思いまして、我々がやってきたことをですね、皆様と共有できればというふうに思っております。JR 九州と Web3 つながりがないだろうと思っていらっしゃる方も多いかと思うんですけれども、実は3年間取り組んでおりますと。JR 九州が Web3 をやってたというのをご存知だったという方いらっしゃいますか？やはりもう想像の通りです。そうですね、私はこの3年間、NFT をですねリアル事業で使うと何が起きるのかということについて、取り組みながら考え続けてきました。今日はそういった中身で、お話をさせてもらえればなと思いますのでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、ドンと出ましたが、最近の Web3 イベント、皆さんご承知かもしれませんが AI だったり RWA、 あとはステーブルコイン、そういった単語のですね、テーマが中心になっているというのが現状でございます。一方で NFT について語られる機会というのは以前より少なくなっておりまして、NFT は終わったのかというのを、今一度改めて考えたいなと思っております。私はですね、終わったのかというとそうは思っていませんと。ただ主役が変わったというふうに、考えております。今日はそういった形で、進めてまいりますけれども、先ほど申し上げましたように弊社では2023年から、NFT のプロジェクトを続けてるんですけれども、規模として、関わっていただいているユーザーが約8000のウォレットですね。ミント数でいくと2万500の NFT を発行してまいりました。販売だけではなくて下の方にもちょっと英語で書いてますけれども、クーポンとしての NFT を発行してみたり、あとは乗車証明、参加証明、そしてイベント、スタンプラリー、こういったところをですねいろいろと、リアルの場面で工夫しながら、地域への送客みたいなところにも取り組んで、やってまいりました。そういったいろんな特典をですね NFT のユーティリティとして作ってきたんですけれども、これを3年間続けてきたからこそ分かったことがあります。でそれがこちら書いているものなんですけれども、NFT のユーティリティはですね仕掛けるべきゴールではありませんでしたと、むしろ入り口でしたというところを、我々は学びました。最初はですね、NFT を集めてもらうっていうことを考えておりまして、実際集めることが楽しいだろう、そんな収集欲を高めて、満たすことが NFT の楽しみだと思ってスタートさせたんですけれども、実際に集められていたのは違ったと。駅へ行ったことだったり、列車に乗ったことだったり、イベントに参加したことだったり、旅をしたことだったり、つまりですね、人が集めていたものは NFT というものではなくて、ここに書いてあるエクスペリエンス、体験だったというところです。NFT はそれを満たすためのツールですね、体験を残すための器として存在していたということをこの3年間我々は実施してきて気づきました。でそこでですね、今年の3月にサービスをリブランドする形で名称を上のJR 九州 NFT というものから、NFT を外しまして Next Favorite Things という名前に変えました。だからといって NFT をやめたわけでもなく隠したかったわけでもございません。そう言いながらですね、実は新しいサービスの頭文字 NFT になってたりということで、NFT を再定義しようということで、ノンファンジブルトークンってなんだっていうことに対してですね、もう次の好きなものを集めるものなんだということで、リブランドしました。体験が主役になった結果ですね、NFT は自然に裏側へ回ったと。でこれが、2026年3月4ヶ月ほど前ですけれども再スタートした我々のサービスの根幹にございます。で、ここでよく聞かれる質問があるんですけれども、それって Web2 でもできるよねと。なぜ Web3 なんですかと、先ほどセッションの中でもありましたけれども、Web2 でできるかと聞かれると実はできますという答えになります。 ただ、続けてみるとですね、違うことに気づきました。で、先ほどのセッションの中でもお伝えしましたけれども、企業のサービスが終わったと同時にですね、Web2 側で管理していると、皆様の思い出は全部なくなってしまうと。で、そういった、履歴は企業ごとに分かれたりというような状況になってしまう一方でですね、ブロックチェーンの方は履歴は利用者自身が持つと。で、企業を超えられますし、地域も超えられる。時間も超えられる。例えばですが、京都で集めたフェイバリットが、北海道で集めたフェイバリットが、九州でも続いていくと。そういった形で、いろんなところの垣根を越える。で、それは、履歴はあなたのものであるというところが一番大きなポイントなのかなと。で、これが我々がブロックチェーンを使う理由となっております。はい、私たちが目指しているのは体験を集めるということだけではなくてですね、体験を次の体験につなげること、一番下にリピートと書いてますけれども、いかに繰り返し循環の中に載せるかということを考えています。各地を訪れた先でフェイバリットが集まる、集まったフェイバリットが九州とつながる、また別の地域とつながる、そうやって増えていけばいくほどですね、つながりが増え旅も続く、そうして循環を生んでいくというようなサービスに、ブロックチェーンを使ってやっていこうとしているのが我々の取り組みでございます。で、この3年間でですね、私たちの考え方もどんどん変わりまして、最初はユーザーとのつながりのために NFT ユーティリティを作ってたんですけれども、今もユーザーにファンとしてつながり続けていただくために NFT を使っているというのは間違いないんですけれども、実際作っていたのは2番目エクスペリエンスでしたと。で、エクスペリエンスが溜まっていくと、それはもはやアイデンティティであり、そして、アイデンティティがいっぱい集まってくるとコミュニティとして、どんどん集まりと。で、コミュニティを支えるべきものとしてインフラストラクチャーの、ブロックチェーンが存在するという形で、NFT はだんだん裏側にいるものだなということに、気づきました。で、ここで終わらずにですね、先ほど AI だったりっていうのがどんどん増えてきてますがというのを冒頭お知らせしましたけれども、やっぱり次に AI とつながっていくというのは大事なポイントだと思ってます。で、その人が何を買ったかとか、どんな体験を積み重ねたというのがどんどん積み重なっていくと、 AI はそういったものを学習できるものになりますので、ブロックチェーンをインフラとして積み上げてきた結果ですね、AI にとってのコンテキストになってというような形で AI の活用がユーザーにとっても企業にとってもデータを通じた付加価値を生むきっかけとして使えるようなものになっていくというのが近い未来ではないかなと思ってます。で、私はそこまで含めてリアル体験のオンチェーン化というものがただの NFT ユーティリティの先に待っているものなんじゃないかというふうに考えております。で、冒頭 NFT 終わってますかみたいなものを出しましたけれども、NFT は終わっていませんと。ただ主役が変わりました。これから主役になるのは NFT ではなくエクスペリエンスです。そして、ブロックチェーンはそのエクスペリエンスを支える見えないインフラになっていくというのは、先ほどまでお伝えした通りです。今日はですね、リアル体験のオンチェーン化というテーマで NFT ユーティリティの先に何があるかと、それをどう考えているかということについてお話をさせていただきました。我々はですね、これまで10社以上の方々とコラボ企画を実施しておりますけれども、もしですね、こういった取り組みに対してなるほどなと、これだったらちょっとうちの方でもやってみよう、この地方に取り入れてみようみたいな共感をですねしていただけるようであればですね、ぜひお声掛けいただければなと思っております。サービス名からですね、先ほど NFT という頭文字になりましたとお伝えしましたけれども、もう JR 九州という名前すら入ってませんので、九州の外に出てもご利用いただけるサービスとして、存在しております。ぜひお声掛けいただけますと幸いです。Experience is the new utility ということで、私の、キーノートとさせていただきます。今日はありがとうございました。
Given how we have a wonderful panel today, let's just dive in right away. Why don't we start off by giving a quick introduction of yourself, what you do, and how that relates with tokenization.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for staying with us on the Sunday evening. My name is Takashi. I'm from the Startel. Startel is a company having a partnership with Japanese enterprises like the Sony's and SBI. And we are now in a position to work with the SBI financial conglomerate in Japan to launch the finance vertical dedicated layer 1 blockchain, which is now under development, which we now aim to launch the Q1, Q2 next year. So actually my background is before entering this crypto Web3, I used to be working in the Web2 financial TradFi background. I used to be working in the Citibank, HSBC, and SBI Shinsei Bank. So I'm now in the position to be able to discuss the transition from the Web2 TradFi to the Web2 crypto. So looking forward to having the nice discussion with all of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Takashi-san. Thank you, Christy. Hello, everybody. This is David. I'm Chief Strategy Officer at Pharos. Pharos is a new EVM-compatible L1 chain, part of the Ant ecosystem. We have two focus. We focus on RWAs. We call it RealFi. We also focus on agents, focus on AIs. So particularly serving the clients are not human beings. So thinking about the agents are utilizing the chains for the RWA transactions. Because we are part of the end, we're certainly very focused on the retail, focusing on the day-to-day financial use cases. So this chain, you'll find all kind of use cases that purposely built for the retail market, for the retail gain the access to the RWAs, and how we basically to benefit from these lowered entry barriers. Me personally, I'm leading the strategy work, also leading the GTM on the Pharos side. I'm coming from the TradFi background, similar to Takashi-san, and also similar to Christy and Joseph. I spent 13 years across from securitization and trading equity derivatives and bonds. I found a lot of similarities in the securitization and tokenization, which I think we can probably do a deep dive on that. But I think these two industries eventually will emerge. But we'll also see a lot of exciting innovations in this area, and then looking forward to dive deep on that. Thanks.
Hi, how are you? My name is Joseph, and I represent the Ember Protocol. Konbanwa. I have no idea whether I pronounced it correctly or not. So Ember Protocol is the Vault infra that we're working with various different creators and also with the layer ones. We are also the partner of the Pharos for the Vault as well. We're also helping their RealFi right now on the Ethereum chain. So what Ember does is that Ember is trying to provide a retail users to actually have a connectivity to a different RWA products. Currently, we also have a vault called ACRED, which is a securitized the issued RWA product. So the modern days, the biggest issue with RWA is that if you want to be connected to a good RWA products, most of them are permission. And once it is permission-based, you won't be able to actually buy as a retail identity. So we're providing that middle layer as a vault for people to actually gain access as a retail to institutional-grade RWA products.
Amazing. It seems like our panel have diverse background, starting from financial institutions and also issuers, and also providing infrastructure and market access to tokenization. So I think we'll have pretty much diverse perspective on tokenization. I guess like to kick off, one question that I have for the panel is around who are the ones who will actually capture the value once tokenization happens? Is it the existing incumbent financial institutions who already own the users, who already own the assets, licenses, or do you guys see an on-chain native, crypto native player who helps in, I guess, the native issuance and whatnot that actually are able to capture the value from these entire tokenization? Is a question to the panel.
Start from me. I would say TradFi side is already absorbing this tokenization and things because eventually, as Christian mentioned, TradFi side always have the credibility and users and also the regulatory compliant platforms. So basically, they already have the basic infrastructures to absorb this tokenization thing. But having said that, this is not really easy, simple scenario. Eventually, the TradFi will take over everything. Because at the end of the day, we in order for this tokenization RWA to be really becoming a meaningful, actually we need to embrace the blockchain technologies because the blockchain technology eventually has the benefits. Programmabilities, interoperabilities, and also the 24/7s, and also the global world things. So unless the TradFi infrastructure eventually should be able to capture this crypto blockchain unique perspectives. Eventually, the blockchain is nothing more than just a database. So eventually what we need to do is definitely on the one hand, TradFi would definitely be leveraging the capabilities to capture the absorb the this RWA tokenization things, but eventually it will only become meaningful if they should be able to embrace the crypto technologies.
Yeah, definitely agree with what Takashi-san mentioned about it. I think the blockchain is no longer just the infrastructure. I think when Christy mentioned about where the volume comes from, I think there's a multiple dimension about that. There's a volume about like simply the off-chain asset that just have an on-chain representation. That's a huge volume, right? We see there's a info token, receipt token that live on-chain, but they just leave that. You see there's like billions of RWAs that currently live on chain, but there's not much trading activity, utilities to them. So I wouldn't call them necessarily a volume. I think from our perspective, from a retail focusing, RWA focusing, AgentFi focusing chain, we're particularly thinking about the volume are coming from the utilizations, or who's are actually utilizing those RWA assets on chain. And then right now, I think the majority of the volume are still coming from the DeFi protocols and coming from the retail markets. There's a larger institutional players like Galaxy, like Bigo, that they're holding a lot of positions. But at the end of the day, you're seeing like Binance Earn, right, like OKX wallets. Those are really like driving you a lot of volumes and then giving you a lot of activities. One example is that we actually have a vault with Ember protocol. 51 million right now on our chain called P Alpha. We had it listed with OKX wallet, and then we actually were able to sell like 35 million within 40 minutes. Like that's where the volume comes in, and I imagine that will becoming more and more common. That you will see that there's a lot of retail users comes in to looking for the earn opportunities, looking for permissionless use cases, and looking for more and more categories of RWA assets to trade on. U.S. stock is a good example. Perps is another. So there's a lot of things I think will happening on chain, and then that will drive the volume.
So when it comes to the RWA, so many of the companies out there are issuing and providing RWA assets, but the biggest thing about it is the structural issue. So when you try to create one permission RWA, the biggest issue is that the provider will also take a fee, and then the issuer itself will also take a fee around it. At the same time, the creator will also be taking a fee. So the biggest problem for permission RWA is that the fee will just compound, not your yield. Basically, taking more money from the retail instead of giving them more money. So this is the structural issue that we're facing at the moment. So I believe that many people are saying that there should be good tokenization coming from a big tech company or big TradFi company out there. But to be honest, we have to focus more on the tokenization of the financial infra. So let me give you one example here. So instead of Ember Protocol, actually, I recently spoke with a APEC lead from the Figure. Figure is a company that also do tokenization. And it's a really good example that people should be looking into it and trying to learn from it. So Figure actually tokenized a short-term mortgage loan. Now they actually rank top 4 in the United States. So after looking into their system, what they did was that they targeted a niche market where they thought that this is something that banks will not be providing their mortgage loans to their retail users. So they actually targeted that small market cap. But that small market cap is currently the top 4 in the United States, which means you thought it was a small market, but when you found out the fact that there's a need for it, it was an actual huge market out there. So I think when it comes to tokenization, these are the places that you should be targeting instead of trying to actually tokenize the existing funds out there. Like BITO is a really good tokenized fund out there, but it's created by BlackRock, and BlackRock actually did a lot of effort in order to create the BITO. But other than that, the rest of them are not, technically speaking, a good RWA product, because the core value of the RWA product is that you can loop on the DeFi protocols. But the other products on the securitized or other platform out there require you to actually have a redemption timeline of 3 to 4 months. And once you compound that, then it's going to be 6 months to a year or 2 years, which means you won't be able to redeem your own asset for a whole period of time, losing all this opportunity that may come into the market. So for the retail perspective, they can actually lock the money for a long-term period. So the asset needs to be super liquid. So I guess right now, people should be looking into something more like a prime. In the future, I believe is that there's going to a lot more companies like Figure could be founded in Korea, Japan, or Taiwan. And I guess this is the new way of businesses and new way of finance in the future.
Amazing. I think there's been a lot of different perspective on who actually captures the value. I think around how the financial institutions are definitely seeing as a great market opportunity. They're hiring the head of tokenization and pouring really a lot of resources. But at the same time, I'm hearing from Takashi-san, David, and Joseph around how there are also these on-chain native players who are building the financial infrastructures who are actually able to build the initial volume from the retails, and as well as there are these niche products that are being built by players that can really push the boundaries in the interim phase before all the giants actually do push this as their main, I guess, business line. I think that's a lot of insight and value that's around tokenization. Another big chunk of question that I think is that has to be discussed is around how I think the value that a lot of people talk about around tokenization is about giving global liquidity, 24/7 access, and just simply making all these different kind of weird niche asset classes becoming more accessible to people. But then on the other side of things, there are also in the more crypto native side, there's been this amazing invention called perps. I think David also briefly mentioned about it. And perps or perpetuals actually delivers the same value at the same time. So my question to the panel is around how does tokenization and perpification or perps actually coexist? Do they parallelly exist? Do they complement each other? Are they competing in a way as of today? How do you see that pan out is my next question to the panelists.
Okay, so from my case, actually in Japan, compared with other markets like the US, it is heavily regulated. So in terms of the perpetual perp market, I guess in conversations, we need to have the regulators. I suspect it will be a really tough one, right. Because eventually, when we start talking about the first question which we comment up from the regulators, how you guys are doing with the KYC? How eventually if it works in the blockchain, how will it be the AML? There's that kind of typical questions we need to keep addressing with the regulators. That's the one chunk we need to address with. But having said that, I'm not saying that we already don't have any future for the perf in Japan because the perf is basically a synthetic model, right? Basically, it is very good to finding market demands and finding where the liquidity, potential liquidity will be coming into it. So there is a way for next to position the perf as the meaningful instrument of the financial transactions. But still in Japan, it is in category. It should be categorized as the financial crypto derivatives under the financial instruments, the external active field, FIFA, which we call, which is basically regulating the operating financial transactions, which is a mandate from the JFSA to the protected clients. So definitely what we need to do is I would say the part, seeing the examples, cases of the hyper-liquid in the US, it is booming, and I'm sure that they have we see the very good opportunities because once it is tied up with programmable incentives, I guess that's very crypto unique natures embedded on the port. So very good chance, but at the same time, we need to have the right conversation with the regulators, so that we need to learn from the practices done in the rest of the markets, so that eventually we aim to crack in this market as well.
Thank you, Takashi-san. David, do you have a perspective here?
Yeah, absolutely. And also I fully agree with what Takashi-san mentioned about it. I think this is full of opportunities. I mean, I love Perps. Perps is a great crypto native innovation. I mean, it solves a lot of pain points that we've been seeing, starting from tokenization, right? So the tokenization is actually a very heavy touch thing, because it's not only just the technical smart contract aspect. You're actually looking at all the legal aspect, all the compliance thing, and it's actually very expensive to do that too. Even though there is a lot of providers out there that are offering costs, but there's heavily subsidized. So tokenization are complex and expensive, and then there's a lot of regulations involved. Perps actually solve a lot of that issue, because you're offering synthetic positions to users that you no longer needs to hold the custody of the asset, which triggers a lot of the legal and operational burdens. So I think from to my earlier point where the volume comes in, I think Perps is actually a great channel to bring the RWAs to life, or to bring RWAs to everybody. So I think it's definitely complementary. It's not a competition. But of course, I see there's two major risks that needs to be resolved before this can be widely accepted, as Takashi mentioned about regulation as a heavy one, right? So in US, anything that looks like a security, function as a security, it is a security, right? So you're still governed by the SEC, still governed by the CFTC. In Japan, I believe it's FSA. So I believe you still have to go through all those things, and then all the people touching that tokens needs to be whitelisted or AML. So depends on the jurisdiction. I think there's a lot of limitations. So right now there's some degree of regulatory arbitrage in there, but I think in the future, hopefully there's more clarity available, and then which will allow this product to grow. And then the second risk, I would say, relates to Oracle, relates to pricing. We've seen that in the highly liquid asset, like just take S&P 500 as an example. There's no way you can manipulate S&P 500 because there's a lot of positions out there. But if you're trying to manipulate a price of an illiquid asset, let's just call it real estate, some type of apartment in somewhere, it's fairly easy to do that, right? So then maybe there's someone create a position off chain, try to pump that price, and in the same time front run at the perp side. It's perfectly legal to do it, and it's really hard to prevent that. So I think that's how to solve that. It does require some innovation, but that doesn't prevent the perp to be, I think, a great innovation. So I'm fully supportive of that.
So I do, agree with David here that when it comes to perps is such a great opportunity out there, without a doubt. People's wet dream, thinking about after perps is that something that people always dreamed of, because you can arbitrage so many information out there. Being able to access to different stocks out there for 24/7, you're able to actually gain a lot of capital, gain a lot of money out of it. But the problem is that you have to think about the fact that where did the RW actually came from? It just came from a very regulated industry out there, which is one of the heaviest regulations. So when it comes to it, the government is also involved in the process of it. We think about, very simple when it comes to the perps. We think that, as long as it is tokenized and you can run perps on it, then you'll be safe. You'll not be regulated by, the government's offshore. But it isn't. Right now, Korean government recently announced the fact that the Binance perps of the Korean arbitrary products will also be taxed as well, because they think that this is something that government national security issues also involved deeply to it, because you're basically using other countries' important asset as your own business model, meaning that you have to give them some sort of benefit. So for instance, CSOP, which is one of the biggest asset manager in Hong Kong, also launched an ETF called the 2x Hynix. And when they did it, even though the fact that they don't actually use a direct access to the SK Hynix stocks, they paid Korean government regardless, because it is the name of the Korean stock. At the same time, it's a 2x leverage ETF. So they have to be involved in some way with the Korean government tax relationship. So basically, perps is a good thing. I believe that you'll be able to provide us many opportunities in hedging or longing. But the problem is that at the end of the day, the other product still comes from the actual TradFi and our current the industry, which means the regulation will follow it through. So we still need some materialization in the future. At the same time, we also need to think about how to unlink this concept of the securities and the RWAs are going together.
Amazing. I think there's also a lot of things that you guys have shared across the board. Definitely, I guess, with the context of us being in Tokyo today, Japan is a heavily regulated market across the global scene as well, and there are certain barriers of things that the players can, legally serve properly to their users, and so I guess that's a very unique angle that is relevant to the audience and today where we sit. And then I think about, the part about how the different players and all the different markets of how perps pretty much, I guess, is enabling. Any asset can be on perps. So at the same time, there's the Oracle issues, and there are still issues to be solved on the micro level to enable to bring any asset to perps. But then there will constantly be, I guess, a liquidity issue for tokenization at the same time. I feel for perps, they sort of move on the market speed, because once there is a new, I guess, stock being listed, I oftentimes see how it's like being the primary platform for price discovery, but at the same time, tokenization is sort of moving at the speed of the regulators, but at the same time, that guarantees all these issues are pretty much solved for the retail and institutions to trade. So those, I think, are all relevant points to think about how they can coexist in the future. I guess the next question, switching gears here to the panel, would be around, what are some of the things that you guys look forward to in the next, let's say, 5 years? Like, what do you think the entire tokenization market will pan out? It's a very open-ended question, but yeah.
Thank you for the very open question. I would say, as David talked, eventually, even though we tokenize any RWA, any assets, whatever, unless we find the liquidity, we need to find the volume. It is just a meaningless exercise, right? So what we need to do is, it is one of our visions, not how things will be. Next, make sure we tokenize the assets which sees the very good variation, very good demands, and which is very accepted by the users. So I guess that is kind of the mandatory things we need to do. Because when we talk about the RWA in the past, tokenization in the past, it is sometimes being treated as the financial alchemy, right? So it is kind of to bring about the value from nothing. But eventually, what we are doing as this RWA tokenization exercise needs another way of the financial instruments. Nothing more than that. So what we need to do is, it is really simple to identify the assets which we could foresee the demand liquidities, then we may need to make sure that we should be able to have the right variation on it, and then we tokenize it. And because at the end of the day, as I said, unless we find the users, we find the customers who are willing to invest the money on the assets, it is meaningless. So definitely it's the right time for NHG thinking from the kind of the financial, institutional mindset. Try to treat, first of all, treat this tokenization as a financial instrument, and try to find a way how we can best serve the market.
I really appreciate that question, and then Christy is very visionary apparently, because in crypto we barely think about 5 years from now. We think about next week, we think about next month.
You guys are all building in the forefront, so I'm sure there's a lot of insights that people don't have access to.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So that's why I really appreciate the opportunity to think from 5 years from now. Let's just call it 2030, right? So what the 2030 will look like. I mean, one thing I definitely looking forward is to see the massive activation from the retail market, like you and me basically participating in all the transactions that are happening on chain right now, instead of just talking about a compliance, regulation, tokenization stack, payment rails. I think it will be just like a daily normal, like we just open our app or maybe tell our agents, how's my position doing today? And then maybe they'll come up with a couple ideas and you just ask them, okay, execute. That's it. You probably don't care about which chain they're settled on, which tokenization rail they're going after, which payment rail they utilize. Maybe it's a little bit too far. Maybe it's 2035 or something like that. But I think eventually that should be the future. It's no longer be seen as innovative technology. No longer be seen as some type of experimental product. It should be like a day to day. Like our parents, our child probably just utilizing the same tech stack and doing the same thing. So, yeah.
I think the most important factor about tokenization is that do not make an assumption before actually tokenizing products out there. So there's so many alternative products are created under the assumption of this alternative product will do good on the market, such as commodities or gold or such as random funds out there. The problem is always try to target the buyer and then try to tokenize it. So one of the best the use case will be, like I mentioned, the figure technology. They did the same thing. They targeted the audience and then they tokenized the product. So that's the reason why they already have buyers out there. And also try to go the legal way. The legal way will be the most important factor out there. Many people often neglect the fact that at the end of the day, even regardless DeFi or CeFi, everyone needs to answer to the government regardless, and you have to be under the regulation. So they'll be one of the most important factors for the business in the future for alternative products. That one, you have to find the buyers first before you tokenize any products out there. Don't make an assumption that it is already good on the market. You will do good on the DeFi world as well. Second thing is that always try to go to the regulated route instead of trying to heavily focusing on the DeFi stuff. Because if your product is not regulated, then nobody will try to buy it. At the end, your business won't be able to grow in each region. At the end of the day, it's all about the regional identity itself. Because like Binance is doing well in the United States and China, but it doesn't have any penetration in Korea due to the regulations. So you have to understand the scope of the regional aspect, so that you need to understand what are the things that each region requires and try to target that audience out there.
See, these guys have a lot of insights on tokenization and how that pans out in the next 5 years. I think it's happening, right? I think a couple years ago we were thinking about and talking about how it could potentially happen, that it's coming, but then now we're already talking about these concrete examples of what we're tokenizing and what is the opportunity. So I dare say that in the next 5 years, we will probably not talk about the term tokenization. Crypto is just going to become completely, I don't even know whether we'll be still using the term crypto in the next 5 years. But it'll just completely become in the back end. And as I think David shares, perhaps the front end, the users might actually not even think about whether what they're trading is tokenized or whatever the back end technology is maybe the future. I think we're wrapping up here. So a lightning round question. I want each of you to answer just in one sentence. What's like a surprising asset that you think is going to be tokenized? One asset that should absolutely never be tokenized, and one company that we should watch out.
Okay, one thing.
One sentence, yeah.
Two words. Corporate bond for the first things because we have very good market demands in Japan. The other one is the bad asset, which definitely should not be tokenized because, as I said, the tokenization is not the financial alchemy. What is the last one?
One company to watch out for?
Definitely in SBI, which is a company they are never having a partnership. Is there anyone from the SBI? Oh no.
We're sending the video to SBI.
Don't worry. That's my short answer.
Amazing. David?
I think my answer is the most surprising asset I've seen is whiskey. Like I've seen tokenized whiskey. But at the same time, I think that's the asset shouldn't be tokenized because it jack up the price. And then I'm a whiskey lover. I don't want the price to go up. But joke aside, I think it's probably I haven't really seen any assets shouldn't be tokenized. I just seen that I haven't really found the product market fit where there is a lot of risk hasn't been addressed. So I think the company to look for Pharos, but I mean because I work for Pharos. But I mean but I would highly suggest to do a deep dive on the Hyperliquid just simply because it's so innovative and driving a lot of impact.
Cool.
So never tokenize any useless asset out there. So I understand the fact that many security firms are trying to tokenize bad debt. Please do not do that. Try to tokenize something that is worth selling for the retail users out there. And the company that I would like to mention will be Takagi-san mentioned, SBI in Japan, and also Pharos. They're doing something amazing. So please stay tuned.
Amazing. I think that's a wrap up of our panel today. Thank you, everyone. I hope you guys all took away something about tokenization, and we'll revisit in 5 years how this pans out. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.